Chapter 1000. Regarding this, Zhu's knowledge of the saint is too shallow, so it's inevitable that he would have such doubts. Sha Hun sighed. Chan Sheng stood aloof from worldly affairs all his life, and never got involved in any karma. Even since the ancient times, during the legendary war between the dragons and the phoenixes, this saint already existed. But he never opened his mouth and never cared about any worldly affairs in his life. He only focused on cultivation. Usually, even if the undersea demons fought fiercely in his palace, and even if ordinary loaches crawled into his cave abode, or even under his stomach, he never cared about them. When Brother Hai went to the dojo, it was the delicate moment when Chan Sheng was only half a step away from ascending to the heavens. It was also the last moment when Chan Sheng was taking off his toad clothes. It was said that Chan Sheng's cultivation was different from the Wu people's. He could never transform, but once he took off his toad clothes, he immediately became a saint. Toads are creatures. It's hard to cultivate, hard to understand, and hard to live in the world. That's why there's a saying that their lifespan is less than 30 years. In other words, it's hard for toads to live more than 30 years. But Chan Sheng somehow broke this limit, and ever since he transformed into a toad, he never made a sound. He lived in the world and never got involved in worldly affairs, nor did he get involved in the karma of the mortal world. He didn't move when mountains collapsed in front of him, and he didn't open his eyes when people died. He waited his whole life quietly for the arrival of the last stage, the last moment. It's said that the old man already has a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. It seems that he knew what he should do and how to live in the world from the moment he was born. His goal has always been very clear, and that is to become a saint. Ever since he transformed into a toad, he didn't even eat a mosquito. He didn't even get involved in the karma of a mosquito. The only opening in my life is the time I barged into the Sea Spirit Mountain. But it happened at the most critical moment, which made it difficult for him to complete his cultivation. He's still stuck in the West Sea. No? You're still trying to trick me. Even if you're speaking nonsense in a serious manner, how can you trick me? Zhu Xiaoduo suddenly interrupted. Sha Hun was stunned and said in surprise, Zhu, everything I said is true. How did it become a bluff? Zhu Xiaoduo laughed strangely and said, You still don't want to admit it? You said that Chan Sheng had never spoken in his entire life, that he had never moved, that his cultivation was extraordinary, that he had lived for millions of years, and that he had a kind heart and so on. Even if what you said was reasonable, you still said that Chan Sheng was proficient in the art of divination and was unparalleled in the world. Isn't this illogical? He has never spoken in his entire life, so how did he manifest the Tao of divination and become unrivaled in the world? Who did he calculate for, and who was the one who spread it to him? It was hard for me to imagine how a person who had never opened his mouth in his entire life would be able to point people in the right direction. Isn't such contradictory fallacies nonsense? Sha Hun was stunned again. He paused and said, Zhuo, what you said was reasonable, but who said that he couldn't communicate with the outside world if he didn't speak or move in his entire life? Chan Sheng has been staying in the West Sea for countless years. Although it's a big mystery of the Umno Alliance, it's not a top secret. In fact, many disciples of the aristocratic families have to go to the West Sea when they travel outside, hoping to have a relationship with Chan Sheng and get some good luck. It's just that few people can get what they want. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoduo's interest was greatly increased. He immediately changed his expression and said, There is such a miraculous thing? Tell me in detail. Sha Hun smiled and didn't put on airs. He said in a deep voice, The legend of Chan Sheng in the West Sea has a long history. It has always been a place of great luck for the aristocratic families of the Umno Alliance. Senior Chan Sheng has always been silent and only communicated with the outside world through his mind. Many disciples of the aristocratic families went to see him in the hope that they could be noticed by Senior Chan Sheng so that he could divine their fate. However, there were very few who got what they wanted because Senior Chan Sheng would only divine their fate and point them in the right direction for three kinds of people. The first kind is those with great fate, the second kind is those with great fortune, and the third kind is those with great luck. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoduo was greatly shocked. This Chan Sheng was actually in the same line of work as him? Moreover, this person's level was many levels higher than his. When he read people's faces, there were also a lot of customers, but how could he compare to this person's high class and high class? Just this point alone was worth him pondering and learning again. He thought in his heart, this Chan Sheng from a tadpole to a toad, and then he didn't move for his whole life. However, he knows the method of cultivation and knows how to avoid karma. His goal is very clear and he points directly to the path of the divine path. This is a bit strange. Could it be that he is the incarnation of some powerful person after his death? Or could it be that some powerful being had reincarnated in this life? Otherwise, how could it be possible? Xiaoduo thought in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. He only planned to go to the West Sea of the Umno Alliance if there was a chance. However, his cultivation was too low now. He would be courting death if he went there. He had to wait for an opportunity. Shahun paused for a while and said, "The ancestor of the flood of my clan once met Chan Sheng and admired him very much. He even said that Chan Sheng's way of divination was even better than his qi observation technique. It was very mysterious, and he even pointed out that the reason why Chan Sheng only gave divination guidance to those 3 types of people was because those 3 types of people wouldn't bring about bad consequences. Even if there were bad consequences, there would be more good. In other words, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would have great fortune in the future, and this is also the truth. For countless years, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would all achieve great things in the future, and it was also the case. Over the years, those who could get guidance from Chan Sheng would all achieve great things in the future. That time in the Sea Spirit Mountain he was really unlucky. Earlier, even if Senior Toad Saint did not give him any guidance, at most, he would just ignore him. Later, Senior Toad Saint would have completed his task and would have been overjoyed. Perhaps, he would have even given him some benefits. But when he arrived, Senior Toad Saint had restrained all of his Yuan power, which was rare in his life. Senior Toad Saint could not activate his mind to communicate with the outside world. Inadvertently, he broke the silent technique. A lifetime of work was destroyed in a moment. If Senior Chan Sheng still didn't react, then that would be the strangest thing in the world. This was also the follow-up of the toad cloak covering the body. It is said that after Hai Hunshan was released, he had to remove the toad cloak and cover Chan Sheng's body again. And Chan Sheng had to remove the toad cloak again before he could transcend. Can anyone guess who Chan Sheng was? So, from then on, Hai Hunshan became like a. Shahun sighed heavily. As ugly as a toad? Zhuxiaoduo's eyes widened as he continued this sentence. On the ground. Hai Hunshan, who was being sat on by Zhuxiaoduo, slammed his hands on the ground angrily. Can you not continue with the last half of your sentence? Why is your bad sense of humor so heavy? Yes. Shahun said, actually Brother Hai was still very handsome before. Compared to you Zhua, he was only slightly inferior. He was a proper by face. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that he has been a toad for too long. I have forgotten what he looked like. Everyone said together, that's true. It seems that I have also forgotten what he looked like. But there's no mistaking his face. Hai Hunshan was speechless. Zhuxiaoduo moved his butt away. Hai Hunshan had regained his freedom. However, after being hit by this series of words, he buried his head in the ground and did not want to pull it out at all. The flaming spears in the sky once again rained down in rows. However, they no longer had a terrifying lethality. The huge palace of heritage had also begun to take shape. During this process, Zhuxiaoduo unexpectedly discovered that he could connect to the Tower of Annihilation. Obviously, the prohibition spell on the divine soul had been lifted. Zhuxiaoduo's heart immediately relaxed by half. Yes, in this space that he did not understand at all, he had one more trump card. Hai Hunshan sat up with his face covered in dirt. However, he kept his head down and became a taciturn gourd. Before this, he had also been wearing this face. However, he was talking and laughing with a calm expression. After the reason was explained, he felt that his face was too embarrassing. The 10 of them sat in a circle. After the life-or-death battle just now, everyone instinctively felt closer to each other. Even if there was still hostility in their bones in this secret space, it seemed that the hatred outside was not so important. Zhua, you're not going to just sit here and do nothing. We can't just wait. Shaja said, how about we have a sword competition? As he said that, he took out the gold soul sword. Zhuxiaoduo was not interested. I don't want to fight with you. I'm afraid that if I use a little more strength, I'll cut you into 8 pieces. You can't be put back together. Well, the others all snorted in unison. Shaja's cold face turned into an eggplant. Zhuxiaoduo sighed. Originally, I could have killed you happily. However, you made such a scene. It's not fun to kill you. Even if I want to kill you, I'll have to go out first. I still have a good conscience. Forget it. Let's just drink and chat while we wait. Hai Hunshan said, I have good wine here. Shahun explained on the side, since Hai Hunshan became ugly, he became very interested in wine. He also did a lot of research. He once collected some bones of high-level tiger demons for a period of time and soaked them in wine. It said that the effect is very good. Hai Hunshan was furious. What do you mean by after becoming ugly? Can't you shut your mouth? Although he was scolding, he took out the tiger bone wine. When the tiger bone wine was taken out, the others also took out all kinds of dishes. There were all kinds of exotic delicacies. They were all delicious. Even a stingy person like Zhuo took out 10 chive pancakes and generously gave one to each person. I'm telling you, this is made by my mother. It's very delicious. You should feel honored. Do you understand? The 9 juniors of the Umno Alliance immediately twitched the corners of their mouths. We took out heavenly treasures to eat and you only took out 10 chive pancakes. They're not even chives from spiritual plants. They're just ordinary chives. You actually want to pretend and brag. This is too much. Chapter 1001. Zhuo said angrily, "What kind of look is that? You don't know the value of this chive pancake. This chive pancake." Zhuo glanced at everyone. Priceless. One of a kind. Extremely precious. The 9 of them snorted. It was just a chive pancake. No matter how much he bragged, it couldn't reach the heavens. After everyone took a bite, they found that the taste was really good. At least it had a different flavor. Zhuo, who gave out 9 chive pancakes, felt that he had paid a price. Therefore he began to eat and drink with a clear conscience. He finished more than 5 kilograms of tiger bone wine and ate all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures to his heart's content. He felt that he had taken advantage of them and was very happy. Zhuo didn't know that this chive pancake was indeed very precious. The heavenly king of the right had almost risked his life and sent many priceless treasures to her, but she had only agreed. He hadn't even kissed her yet. Therefore, to be able to eat this chive pancake was really a rare opportunity. Shahan narrowed his eyes and ate the chive pancake. The more he ate, the more delicious it became. He seemed to ask casually, "Your cultivation method is very special." Zhuo immediately became alert. This guy is trying to trick me. Even if he's not Bai Yan, it doesn't mean that he's not narrow-minded. Zhuo gulped down the wine and ate the meat. He squinted and said, "It's a third in the world. I don't know what cultivation method it is. Can you tell me?" Sha Diao asked directly. "My cultivation method is amazing. It's Jiuqin Shidi." Before Zhuo could finish, the 9 of them raised their hands together. They immediately begged for mercy. "Stop bragging. We won't ask any more." They couldn't trick him. Shahan had expected this. Although he was full of doubts, he also knew that it would be more difficult to get information out of Zhuo than to kill Zhuo directly. He didn't mean to ask, but he was still hoping. As they drank, everyone began to brag. After all, they were a group of young people. Their bragging was like dust that covered the world, and their bragging filled the sky. As he blew, he waited for the inheritance palace to take shape. The palace became more and more solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it was about to take shape. "When I was 17 years old, I went out to sea to fish. I steered a yacht and held a fishing rod. After 50 kilometers out to sea, I suddenly felt my hand sink. A big fish took the bait." Hai Hunshan bragged as he drank. "Guess how big that fish is?" "How old?" everyone asked. "I don't know how big it is, but this fish dragged my yacht, which was more than 10 tons, more than 3,000 kilometers into the deep sea. In the end, it broke the string and ran away. This is a true story. The last time I went to Hainan, Lu Xiaohui told me that he rented a yacht to go out to sea to fish. A big fish dragged the yacht, which was several tons, for more than 200 kilometers. When he said this, he looked serious and nervous. He even sighed and said that it was a pity that the fish ran away. I almost believed him. It's really big. He really knows how to brag." Everyone laughed. As they were laughing, they suddenly saw a flame shoot up into the sky from the other side of the sky, burning the entire sky red. Then the sound of a bell rang. Dong! Everyone felt their souls suddenly sober. When they turned to look at the source of the sound, they saw that the inheritance palace had completely taken shape. It was majestic in this world. "The palace has taken shape. Let's go in?" Hai Hunshan said, "It's said that everyone who enters the palace will face an independent palace. What you can get depends on your own fate." The 9 people of the sorcerer tribe knew the whole story very well, and Hai Hunshan still said it. Obviously it was for Zhuo to hear. Zhuo nodded, indicating that he understood. "Zhua." Kami no Su said seriously, "After you enter, if there are signs of bloodline rejection, it's better for you to come out as soon as possible. The witch ancestor's inheritance has always been very important to the bloodline. Even if you don't get anything, you'll still have your life intact. Even if you don't get anything, 10% of each of us will be yours. There's no need to take risks. Zhuo Duo nodded again. Take care. Everyone cupped their hands and immediately stood up, striding toward the entrance of the palace. Everywhere they looked was a sea of fire. Only the path they were walking on seemed to have a suitable temperature. It even felt like a willow wind was blowing on their faces. In front of the palace, the two doors were suddenly wide open. Inside, a long corridor could be vaguely seen. Even further away, everything was fiery red. I'll go first. Hai Hun Shan laughed heartily as he strode forward and entered the palace. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Hai Hun Shan walked through the door and walked into the long corridor. Then he disappeared. It was strange and inexplicable. However, Sha Hun and the others didn't feel offended at all. They entered one after another and disappeared one by one. Zhuo Duo carefully observed the traces of people entering. These people were probably arranged according to age. The oldest one entered first, then the second one. The order seemed strange, but in fact it was not messy at all. In the end, Sha Diao, who was last in line, also went in. At the entrance, only Zhuo Duo was left. Zhuo Duo carefully observed the palace. He faintly felt that there would be trouble if he went in. However, he was unwilling to not go in. Thinking left and right, he was in a dilemma. Finally, he braced himself and walked a few steps forward. Just as he reached the entrance of the palace and was about to poke his head out to see if there were any clues that he could follow, suddenly, a large fiery red hand stretched out from nowhere and grabbed Zhuo Duo. With a whoosh, it pulled him in. Spare me! Zhuo Duo screamed. This big hand didn't appear when it was the first 9 people, but when it was his turn, it actually dragged him in such a rude manner. He was afraid that it had ulterior motives and was up to no good. Bang! Zhuo Duo was like a dead pig, thrown in the middle of the palace. Zhuo Duo got up with a grunt. He raised his head and saw that there was a cloud of red smoke that was taking shape. A face appeared faintly and then a body appeared. A tall and sturdy figure, wearing a red robe, sat on the main seat of the palace, looking down at Zhuo Duo with a complicated look in his eyes. This was the soul of the inheritance that was left in the palace thousands of years ago. It knew nothing about the tests and battles outside. Only when people entered the space of inheritance would this remnant soul be activated. This kid in front of him was very strange. His bloodline was clearly not of the Wu people, but his cultivation method had traces of the Gong Gong clan. However, the natal cultivation method that he was using was completely different from the water element. It was a fire element cultivation method that was of the same origin as his own. This kid actually cultivated both fire and water, and was compatible with 2 elements that were difficult to reconcile. What's more, the fire element cultivation method seemed to be not much weaker than his own fire energy. But after observing for a while, he found that there were even stranger elements in this kid's body. There was also the flow of yin and yang, but it could balance yin and yang on its own. In other words, this kid's body was of the same origin as fire and water, yin and yang coexisted, and the 5 elements rotated. Self-sufficient? Although Zhu Wu Zhu Rong was only a remnant soul that couldn't even leave the inheritance palace, he was still knowledgeable. But he couldn't understand how this kid, whose cultivation was as weak as a piece of paper, could have such a strange cultivation method. Human race? You're really human. That figure's eyes were fixed on Zhuo Duo. Zhuo Duo's divine soul felt like it had entered a nightmare. He felt like he was being sucked into that pair of eyes. His divine soul rippled, unable to control itself. A mountain-like pressure forcefully invaded his soul, as if it had entered an uninhabited land. He could see everything clearly. How could a human learn the cultivation method of the Gong Gong clan? Are you a descendant of the Gong Gong clan? Zhuo Duo nodded instinctively. I don't know the details. I just learned. What Gong Gong clan? The figure sighed softly and said in disappointment, Back then my brother Xiao Bai fought a great battle. But it caused the decline of the shaman tribe to begin. It went out of control and they were defeated one by one. Could it be that after so many years the 2 brothers will have a common successor? He looked at Zhuo Duo up and down with a complicated expression for a long while, and finally sighed. He didn't say anything and didn't do anything for a long time. Suddenly his mind was shaken again. Let's leave it to fate. How much you can get depends on your ability. He let out a long sigh. Zhuo Duo only felt dizzy and then fainted. Kid, you're just a shallow ant, you don't deserve to see me die. Right after Zhuo Duo fainted, the figure began to dissipate bit by bit. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed into appearance within the hall. This person wore a yellow robe, a crown on his head, a tall figure and an extraordinary appearance. However, his entire body naturally flowed with an extraordinary aura of might that could reign supreme in the world and reign supreme in the starry sky, causing him to stand out from the crowd. He just stood there, but he made people feel that he was the only ruler of this starry sky for thousands of years. The yellow-robed man looked at the figure that was about to disappear and said, "Zhu Rong, are you leaving already?" The figure paused and smiled bitterly. "Dong Huang, I knew that your divine consciousness was here as well. The so-called leaving behind my legacy was ultimately just empty words. How could you let it go completely? After all, we are enemies." "Brother Zhu Rong, you think too much." The yellow-robed man, who was Dong Huang's mind, said, "But back then, after you and I fought, when you were defeated and died, I decided to let your remnant soul pass on the inheritance. Suddenly, I had a whim and I felt something. It seemed to be a little bit of karma at that time. That's why a strand of my mind followed. It really has nothing to do with Brother Zhu Rong's inheritance." Dong Huang smiled warmly. "How can people like you and I not know that at our level, if we have a whim, it's not a small matter? There must be karma." Zhu Rong's remnant soul laughed mockingly and said, "Then, can you see the karma of His Majesty Dong Huang's whim? Maybe it's on this kid." Dong Huang turned to look at Zhuo Duo and said, "This kid, even though his cultivation is as thin as paper, he's not ordinary." Chapter 1002. Zhu Rong's remnant soul sneered, "Don't tell me you're interested in the demon odor on him? Unfortunately, I'm afraid His Majesty Dong Huang will be disappointed. It's just the demon odor left by the Wuhuang sword. It has nothing to do with him. The demon odor on him is very strong. He's definitely not from the Wu people or the demon clan. He's just a pure human being." Dong Huang's deep eyes looked at Zhuo Duo. He smiled faintly and said, "Maybe." Zhu Rong's remnant soul said, "Why did you choose to jump out now? Are you really not trying to stop me from inheriting?" Dong Huang said faintly, "If you're not in a hurry, why don't you stay with me for a while? Anyway, you can't influence anyone now. Why don't you stay for a while and verify my sudden inspiration back then? What's the cause and effect?" "Test? Cause and effect." Zhu Rong looked at him suspiciously. Dong Huang smiled and said, "Zhu Rong, you're about to die. As for me, I will also leave after a while. Old friend, we only have an hour left to spend together. Are you really not willing to accompany me?" Zhu Rong smiled coldly. "Fine, I'll stay with you and see what your so-called sudden inspiration is. What's the cause and effect?" Zhuo Duo woke up slowly. Before he opened his eyes, he let out a long sigh of relief. "I'm not dead. I'm still alive. It's so good to be alive." "Well, since I'm alive, does that mean I've passed the test?" Zhuo Duo's entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he rejoiced that he had narrowly escaped death. "That was too scary just now. My soul felt like it was being completely taken over and controlled by someone. The feeling of not being in my hands was too scary. That's not right. This is strange. Didn't they say that the shamans don't cultivate their souls? Why is this Zhu Rong spirit so powerful? It's like playing with my grandson. Even if my cultivation is a little weak. Well, it's not a little weak, it's much weaker." He stood up and looked at the grand hall. All he could see was emptiness and emptiness. He used his spirit to check but still found nothing. "Seems like he's really gone?" Zhuo Duo increased the power of his divine sense and searched around the hall again, but he still couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but muster up his courage and unleash all of his divine sense to search the hall to the limit. Still nothing. Instantly he was 80% relieved. Long, Zhuo Duo's divine sense connected to the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaolong stuck its head out and looked around. "Boss, come out and look for the good stuff." Xiaolong was very excited. He wriggled out of the Tower of Annihilation and entered the hall to search for the good stuff. At this time, the Wuhuang sword unexpectedly started to vibrate in Zhuo Duo's hand. "What do you mean? Are you going to look for the treasure too?" Zhuo Duo looked at the sword in his hand in surprise. Clang clang. The Wuhuang sword buzzed. Zhuo Duo let go of the Wuhuang sword and it flew away. This is so unexpected. The Wuhuang sword took the initiative to look for the treasure, and Xiaolong didn't send any warning signs. Seems like this place is completely safe. Zhuo Duo thought. Suddenly he burst into laughter. "Senior Zhu Rong, this junior thanks you for your inheritance. In the future when I go out I will definitely praise Senior's great name. I hope that one day I will be able to use Senior's divine power to shock the world and create another legend." Immediately he knelt on the ground sincerely and kowtowed to the top of the hall. He knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. His actions were solemn. However, there was only an echo in the hall. Other than that, there was no other response. I, Zhuo swear on my own integrity. I will definitely not disappoint Senior Zhu Rong's intention to pass down the legacy, and I will not let you down. Still there was no response. Zhuo did not give up and continued to talk about how loyal he was, how he would never forget to repay a debt of gratitude, how a gentleman's promise was greater than 1,000 caddies, and so on. In short, he talked about how he was open and above board, how he knew how to repay a debt of gratitude, and how he would never forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. He almost cut open his heart to show his sincerity. After tossing and turning for a long time, there was still no response. During this period, Xiaolong came to report several times. This was just an empty palace and there was no divine soul power. The Huahuang sword went here and there without any hindrance. At this point, Zhuo was finally completely relieved. Xiao answered and came out. The three-legged golden crow stood majestically on top of Zhuo's head. Mom? Good girl. Zhuo waved his hand. Go out and play by yourself. See if you can find something good. Okay. Swoosh. Xiao flew away. The moment Xiao flew out and stood on her three legs in a certain space, the ancestral wizard Zhurong, whose power had shaken both the ancient and modern times, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had dominated the world, opened their mouths wide at the same time, and their eyeballs bulged out. Xiao was as fast as lightning. It flew straight out of the palace and plunged into the sea of fire outside, chirping happily. Chirp chirp. Are you two going out? Zhuo asked Bai and Jiao. Bai and Jiao turned over without much interest. They floated in the sea of vitality with their bellies up. Obviously they had no interest in the things here. At the end of the day it was just that their attributes were not compatible. Xiao was a fire spirit, and she complemented the environment here. She was like a fish in water. On the other hand, Little White and Little Jiao were still of the wood attribute. Naturally, they were not interested in the fire attribute items of the Zhurong Grand Magus. They did not even want to take a second look at them. Zhuo naturally wouldn't force them. He had more important things to do. He began to look for good things slowly and bit by bit. Zhuo was no longer in a hurry. At this moment he wasn't the only one looking for good things here. Xiaolong was also scouting. His scouting was definitely much more detailed than his. Xiaolong could clearly see where there were good things and where there weren't. Zhuo didn't find anything after walking around the palace. He looked around and immediately fixed his eyes on the throne in the middle of the palace. He quickly walked forward and reached out his hand. An ordinary-looking jade stone was embedded at the side. It was removed, revealing a space inside. It was a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. It was emitting a red light. It was covered by a thin layer of energy shield, and it was filled with pure fire element energy that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. If this fire element crystal was compared to the heart of the scorching sun, the former would be the ancestor, while the latter would only be the grandson of the ancestor. In other words, there was no seniority between the two. The difference was too big. There was no comparison at all. However, the heart of the scorching sun was the most valuable fire element treasures Wuxia had ever seen. He could only take it out for comparison. This is good stuff. It's the best treasure to help me practice the Flaming Sun scripture. I just don't know how long it will take for me to be qualified to use it for practice. Wuxia was very self-aware at this moment. He knew that this thing was good, but its power was too strong. It was far beyond what he could handle. If he suddenly used it, he would be burned to ashes in an instant. Wuxia collected a total of 36 fire element crystals like this on the throne. Then he waved his hand. He wanted to collect the entire throne. However, there was a flash and he collected nothing. It seems like these aren't real. They are all just images formed by energy. In other words, only the things that are left behind are real. The rest, including this hall, are just a state of extremely condensed fire energy. This kind of operation, this kind of ability to control fire, it's not just amazing. It's beyond my understanding. As expected of the Lord of all Flames. Zhuo sat on the throne and studied tirelessly, carefully looking for any possibility of a gap. If it was an ordinary person, he would have given up long ago. How could there be any gaps in an energy-formed throne? What was the point of studying it? It was just a waste of time. However, Zhuo was different. This was because Xiaolong had already investigated and confirmed that there was something in the throne. Only by finding a way to open it could one open it. Otherwise, there would only be a ball of nothingness. It would be like entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. In fact, Xiaolong had already told Zhuxiaoduo that the thing inside was a book. When he heard the word book, Zhuxiaoduo's eyes lit up. Book. He knew very well that the most precious thing in this kind of land of inheritance was never the resources. The fire dragon stone, the heart of fire, the mystery of the stars. They were all auxiliary resources, consumables. Even if it was a treasure of heaven and earth, it was just an external object. The only thing that was truly valuable was the words. Ancient books or jade slips of inheritance. These were the most precious things. Because these were often the cultivation methods or the life experiences of the owner of this place. This was the true meaning of a good item. Especially for this kind of legendary almighty being. Even if he could get a word from him, it would be a great opportunity. Once he had an epiphany, he would reach the sky in one step. But how could he open it? He circled the throne back and forth, but after observing for a long time, he still couldn't find any gaps. Originally, anything in this hall could be considered a rare treasure in the world. This was especially true for Zhuxiaoduo, who cultivated a fire-type cultivation method. However, compared to the thing in this throne, everything else was just a minor detail. He studied it carefully, unwilling to let go of any opportunity. In a mysterious space, Zhu Wuzhurong's remnant soul was full of shock as he watched the scenes unfold in the hall. His eyes grew bigger and bigger. What the fuck? What the fuck? Zhu Wuzhurong's mouth was wide open, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. On the other side, Donghuang's soul with the crown on his head still maintained a graceful smile, but it was obviously very difficult. Shock flashed across his eyes from time to time. This is your sudden inspiration? It's really strange. Zhu Wuzhurong's face was full of disbelief. What's going on? You should know more than me, right? This kid. Is he Pangu's incarnation? Chapter 1003. Donghuang sighed. A little whim from countless years ago actually led to such a discovery. It's really unexpected. That dragon is definitely not ordinary. It's very likely similar to the legendary Pangu creator dragon. Only that kind of dragon has. Zhurong took a deep breath and said, yes, only the creator dragons have the supernatural ability to adjust and absorb the providence of the world. The purity of the providence flowing in the air is really eye-opening. That's right. And that little firebird, it's clearly a three-legged golden crow. And it's still alive? Zhu Wuzhurong suddenly became furious. Isn't that a backup plan set up by the demon race thousands of years ago? Is this what you mean by a sudden impulse and karma? You still don't want to admit it? That three-legged golden crow is clearly the purest demon emperor bloodline. Donghuang, it's beneath your dignity to deny it like this. Zhurong said angrily, You actually have the ability to set up the line thousands of years later. You showed up this time to show off, or to protect this three-legged golden crow. Thinking of this, Zhurong's face turned horrified. Donghuang sighed helplessly. It's really not. Donghuang smiled bitterly. Zhu Wuzhurong really thinks too highly of me. If it was us who set it up, that would be great. He sighed. It's really not. If I had known that there was such a karma, I would have come in person. What can a mere wisp of divine consciousness do? Donghuang was also very helpless. If it really had such ability, why would it be directly scattered and exiled? Is this one of the 10 princes? Zhurong was a little confused. Donghuang was also a little confused. I don't understand. Is it not? Zhurong was shocked. Maybe. It really isn't. Donghuang was really uncertain. Although Donghuang had not interacted much with the 10 Golden Crow Princes, he could still recognize them. However, the one in front of him was indeed a little unfamiliar. Moreover, looking at the level of its spirit, it seemed to be much more agile than the other newborn ones. However, he clearly had the pure bloodline of a demon emperor. But why did he call the kid below his mother? What the hell, that even though Donghuang was a peerless almighty, he was still a little confused about the twists and turns in this matter. Isn't he one of the 10 princes? Then it could only be that Emperor Jun gave birth to 11 golden crows? This is just an illegitimate child. Zhu Wuzhurong's remnant soul was puzzled. Donghuang's face darkened. Zhurong, don't spout nonsense. But how do you explain that? I don't understand at all. Don't say that Zhu Wuzhurong doesn't know what's going on. Even I don't understand what's going on. Donghuang's face was also full of confusion. If his real body was here, he would naturally be able to divine and deduce the heavenly secrets. However, he was only a wisp of divine consciousness now and could not deduce the heavenly secrets at all. Naturally, he could not find out the origin of this three-legged golden crow or its background. But why would this golden crow call that kid mother? Could it be that the kid is good-looking and caught the demon emperor's eye? Has the demon emperor's taste changed to this? Zhu Rong mumbled to himself. Dong Huang's face was as black as charcoal. Shut up. Zhu Rong immediately said in confusion. No, even if the demon emperor's taste has changed, that kid is still a male. No matter what, he can't give birth. Even if he can give birth, he can't be called mother. Even if he can really give birth, he can't give birth to a crow. It can't be a three-legged crow either. Dong Huang glanced sideways and frowned unhappily. You keep calling him a crow. Were you scolding? I forgot that you are also. Zhu Rong was a little embarrassed. I finally understand. This kid must be a person with great fortune. Otherwise, how could he gather so many opportunities? Zhu Rong's remnant soul murmured, I gave my inheritance to him. It's not a disgrace to me. He has the Creator's Providence Dragon, the three-legged golden crow, a direct descendant of the demon clan, the sword of Empress Hua, and the inheritance of my clan's Gong Gong. If he also has the inheritance of my fire, he won't harm the Wu people no matter what. Dong Huang said indifferently, I don't believe that you didn't notice the yin and yang energy flowing in his body. Of course I did. However, the yin and yang energy flowing in his body and becoming one with him is not a manifestation of his cultivation method. There must be something else. There must be something else. Dong Huang frowned and thought for a while. Then he said, It's a pity that I can't predict the future. It's hard to find out the truth. However, I can be sure that since ancient times, very few people have such great providence. He is indeed a person with great providence. Zhu Rong's remnant soul asked, How does he compare to you guys back then? Dong Huang was silent for a long time. Then he said, This kid, if we calculate based on his age, he should be in his early 20s now. After saying this, he didn't say anything else. However, Zhu Rong already understood. 20 years old. Since ancient times, which powerful person could gather all the innate providence at the age of 20? There were too many treasures of heaven and earth in the world, too many resources, and too many fortuitous encounters that could help one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, allowing one to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. However, innate providence was hard to find, and the most important thing. Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor obviously didn't have such achievements when they were at this age. When he was at this age, his combat strength might be higher than this kid's, but in terms of providence, he was as far away as heaven and earth. This kid had already gathered the providence of the heavenly Tao, Yin and Yang, the human clan, the Wu people, and the demon clan. Moreover, it was the kind of pure providence that went against the innate providence. This was simply a heaven-defying monster. Dong Huang was silent for a while. Then he said, If he still has an innate spiritual treasure, I really don't know how to judge him. That's true. Only people at their level knew that if he had all these and had an innate spiritual treasure, recognize him as its master, he would be treated as a saint. Since ancient times, how many saints had there been? If he even has an innate spiritual treasure now, then he can only be the son of the heavenly Tao. Zhu Rong ancestral Magus sighed. Surprisingly, a trace of jealousy could be sensed from his voice. He was a little envious and jealous. Innate spiritual treasure. I've seen it many times in my life, but it was always used by others to beat me. I've never had one myself. It's not so easy to have an innate spiritual treasure. It's very difficult to have an innate spiritual treasure, recognize him as its master. This kid's cultivation is not enough, so he can't do it. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future, Dong Huang said leisurely. That's true. But if the three-legged golden crow recognizes him as its master, it's not much different from an innate spiritual treasure. The more Dong Huang thought about it, the more strange he felt. Moreover, this three-legged golden crow couldn't be wandering outside like this, right? This was the pure bloodline of the Demon Emperor. Although the couple didn't know yet, Zhu Rong felt that his remnant soul was becoming more and more unstable. He chuckled and said with infinite optimism, I don't have time to see it. I'm going to die. Dong Huang, this is how it will be in this life. His eyes were a little misty. When he thought of the time when he was with his brothers, a dignified face seemed to appear in front of him, criticizing him. Can you not be impulsive? Am I still me if I'm not impulsive? Zhu Rong's expression was a little strange and ashamed. Back then. Brothers, do you still hate me? Do you still remember me? I'm leaving. Let's wait a little longer. Dong Huang smiled warmly. Back then I was seized by a whim. First, I predicted that strange things would happen to your inheritance in the future. Second, I wanted to send you on a journey and send you to reincarnation. You've endured for so many years, and I'm afraid your remnant soul is unable to pass through reincarnation. I've been your enemy for a lifetime, but I'm glad to have an enemy like you. I'll send you back and hope that there will be a day when we can fight again in the future. Reincarnation. Zhu Rong muttered to himself. Do I have to do it again? He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in the hall, and also looked at the three-legged golden crows that were crazily pecking at the food outside. Then he turned to look at Dong Huang's expression. Suddenly Zhu Rong laughed. I, Zhu Rong, only live in this life and do not ask for an afterlife. As he spoke, suddenly with a bang, his remnant soul exploded and turned into specks of starlight. It seemed that he would no longer exist in the world, and there would be no trace of him in the future. Dong Huang sighed slowly. Even if you don't want to accept my favor, you don't have to make trouble for me like this. Old opponent, I really hope you can have an afterlife. I look forward to the day when we can fight again in the future. You really haven't changed your temper for thousands of years. Before he finished speaking, Dong Huang's divine sense also burned up. It suddenly showed a boundless power, gathering all the specks of starlight left by Zhu Rong's remnant soul. Then he turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo and smiled bitterly. You old bastard, you deliberately split your own soul to prevent me from sending this message back, right? At this moment, I have to turn my divine sense into heavenly fire to gather your remnant soul and reincarnate. Then I can only return a little bit of my true spirit, but I can't bring back any more information. Zhu Rong, you don't look like a person who is so calculative. Who said that the Wu people are the most simple and not scheming? Dong Huang sighed softly as purple flames rose all over his body. Fine, fine. People in the future have their own destinies. Old friend, I'll send you on your way. Then he turned into a dense flame mixed with Zhu Rong's remnant soul, and flew into the sky, swaggering away. What a pity, what a pity. I wanted to follow this kid. But I didn't have the chance in the end. This Zhu Rong. I really don't know if he's such a rash person, or if he's become so scheming after so many years. From the beginning to the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know that he was being peeped at by two old men. At this moment he only felt regret. It was such a good opportunity, but why didn't Bai and Jiao come out to take a look? God knows how many good things they missed that he continued to fiddle around on the throne tirelessly. I don't believe that I can't open it. It was probably because Zhuo Xiaoduo had explored the entire throne for a long time. Suddenly, Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm moved. It seemed like he had inexplicably pressed some mechanism. Whoosh. The throne instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, but a book made of unknown material and a jade slip fell out with a bang. Chapter 1004. Ioyo. Don't break it. Zhuo Xiaoduo picked it up with a pained heart. Picking up the book, he saw that there was no title on the cover page. There was only a ball of fire that looked like it was burning. But for some reason he couldn't open a single page of the book. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried again and again. He was cautious at the beginning, but in the end he used all his strength. But it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He didn't gain anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that his cultivation was low, so this result wasn't surprising. But he had already obtained the mysterious book, but he couldn't do anything about it. Wasn't this too disappointing? Suddenly he had an idea. He immediately activated the power of the Flaming Sun scripture. The ball of fire on the cover page suddenly changed and shone brightly. As the power of the Flaming Sun scripture continued to pour in, the ball of fire became brighter and brighter. In the end, it gradually became like the sun in the sky, making people unable to look at it directly. And at this moment the first page of the book finally opened. What is fire? I am fire. I am not a controller of fire, nor am I a user of fire. It is because I am fire myself. Cultivators must remember this. This was the preface. But with just these few words, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt enlightened. I am fire and fire is me. Not bad, not bad. This is the true essence of cultivating fire elemental skills. No wonder he is the #1 fire elemental master in history. No wonder he is the king of all flames in the legends. Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of admiration as he continued to read. Elemental fire arts. Unsurprisingly, this was a skill. It was the supreme fire elemental skill that Zhu Rong cultivated. As Zhuo Xiaoduo read, he compared it with his own Flaming Sun scripture. He found that there were many similarities. But as he continued to read, he found that there were too many areas that were much more profound than the Flaming Sun scripture. Of course this was reasonable. Uncle Nan, Nan Shui, Nan Jingqian had given him the Flaming Sun scripture. It was one of the best fire attribute scriptures in the world, and could be called the best fire attribute scripture in the world. This was absolutely irrefutable. But when compared to the lifetime inheritance of the fire god Zhu Rong, the lord of all fires and flames, there was still a huge gap. But no matter what, the Flaming Sun divine art had provided Zhuo Duo with the most stable foundation of a fire attribute cultivation technique. It allowed him to understand this inheritance technique and seamlessly inherit Zhu Rong's primordial fire determination technique. It's so good, it's so well written. At least it's better than mine. After roughly flipping through it, Zhuo Duo stored it in his space ring as if he had found a treasure. His current cultivation was still shallow. Being able to understand it was one thing, but to actually practice it was another matter. This kind of super secret manual had to be studied repeatedly before he could really practice it. Even if the essence of the attributes was the same and could be seamlessly linked, changing cultivation methods still required a process. And now was obviously not the time. After reading the secret manual, Zhuo Duo planned to use his divine sense to open the jade slip again. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He didn't need to look at it to know that it must contain Zhu Rong's lifetime of cultivation comprehension. With his current divine sense, how could he withstand the infusion of the insights of an expert like Zhu Wu? Zhuo Duo, who had always been the best at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, would never take such an unnecessary risk. Especially in his current situation, Zhuo Duo was very afraid that if he was careless, even if he didn't die, the inheritance palace would disappear at the right time. Wouldn't he become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's better to wait until I go back and find someone with a high cultivation to protect me. Only then can I comprehend in peace. With this protector, and this protector having the ability to wake me up at any time, I'll be safe. Now that I'm in the enemy's camp, there's no need to take risks. This thing can't be tried casually. Zhuo's mind was still very clear. He knew what to do and what not to do. Immediately he put away the jade slip. Then he began to carefully search the entire palace. With Xiaolong leading the way, Zhuo Duo really searched like a locust swarm passing through. He didn't miss anything at all. As mentioned before, most of the palace was made up of illusory energy. The real things that could be hidden in it were naturally the good things that Zhu Rong had collected in his lifetime. Zhuo Duo found a box, then another box. Later, when he opened an inconspicuous space ring, his eyes widened. Damn. It was filled to the brim with the heart of the scorching sun. No, this should be something of a higher level than the heart of the scorching sun. Each and every one of them was shining with a dark red light. It felt as if the whole world was going to explode. When Zhuo Duo saw this, he was so excited that his body trembled. There were more than a few thousand inside. There were at least tens of thousands of them. If the heart of the scorching sun was a pure fire attribute geocentric astral soul's jade, then these in front of him were pure fire attribute hearts of stars. The entire space ring was half filled with these things. Further inside there was a layer of seal. That meant that there were definitely other good things inside, but he didn't know what they were. Although the heart of the scorching sun and the new fire attribute heart of the scorching sun were of a higher level than the heart of the scorching sun, it was still too high. It was far beyond what Zhuo Duo could use at the moment. However, these fire attribute hearts of the stars could be replaced with the Tower of Annihilation as a new heat source. Zhuo Duo was originally worried that the heart of the scorching sun from before had dried up and there was no better replacement. Now pillows were delivered to him just as he was about to doze off. Moreover, there were many pillows delivered to him at the same time. How timely. Zhuo Duo quickly searched the entire palace. However, the process was more like wherever Zhuo Duo went, the place collapsed. After taking out the things inside, it would naturally collapse without the support of fixed energy. As Zhuo Duo took out more and more treasures, the palace collapsed faster. However, the energy that collapsed was not wasted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a stream of light and joined the sea of fire in the distance. The flames grew higher and higher, and a figure slowly rose from the flames. It was an indomitable giant. As the flames grew higher and the temperature became hotter, the flame giant also became bigger and bigger. If anyone who knew about Zhu Rong saw this, they would definitely be in disbelief. Because the legendary Zhu Rong had a fiery temperament and would explode at the slightest provocation. As long as there was a slight offense, he would fight with the heavens and earth. He would even fight with other Zhu without exception. He would never admit defeat in his life. He had been domineering all his life. His face was always full of anger. However, at this moment, the divine image of Zhu Rong that rose from the sea of fire looked indifferent. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes, a hint of longing, a hint of guilt and nostalgia. However, there was more relief. It was relief that he could leave with peace of mind. Then, the flame giant slowly rose into the air. When it reached a height of several hundred zhang, its feet were still on the ground, and it didn't actually lift itself up. This was the Zhu Rong ancestor of Magus saying goodbye to this world for the last time. No one would have thought that Zhu Zhu Rong, who was rumored to be neutral like fire, fighting with the heavens and earth, and causing trouble crazily all his life, would use such an extreme relief. It was as if he had been enlightened. There was no hatred, no anger, no complaints, no unwillingness. It was just indifference and relief that he left just like that, taking his leave. On the other side, Zhao's black figure was still flashing freely in the flames. Its little sharp beak bit by bit, sucking the essence of the innate true fire into its mouth. Its eating speed was so fast that it was like a fleeting shadow. From afar, one could even see thousands of three-legged golden crows flying wantonly in the sea of fire. Zhao was very excited and cherished it. It was determined not to let go of any essence of the fire element. Even if he couldn't digest it himself, he had to store it all in his own space. This was Zhu Wu's innate true fire, the purest innate fire element. If it missed this chance, it would not have another chance. Although Zhao was confused and did not know what it was, he knew that it was good stuff and could not let go of it. As for the good stuff in the palace, Zhao did not care about it. Yes, his mother was inside. Naturally, his mother would pack up all the good things inside and take them away. After that, she would even share the profits with him. My mother received it. Can you give me some? The essence of the innate true fire outside had started to burn, but it was impossible to take it all away. It would be a waste if it did not take more. Zhao naturally did not know what kind of opportunity it had encountered. Even when the demon clan ruled the heavenly court and dominated the world, the 10 golden crow princes of the demon clan only mastered the power of the sun's innate true fire. None of them could touch Zhu Wu's innate true fire, let alone cultivate it. At that time, the war between the demon clan and the demon clan was earth-shattering. How could Zhu Wu reveal his cultivation method and innate true fire to the princes of the demon clan who were his mortal enemies? Therefore, what Zhao was in contact with now was a great opportunity that even Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai did not have. Moreover, this fortune would cease to exist along with the departure of Grand Shaman Zhurong. Zhao felt that as it ate, even the feathers on its body became brighter and brighter, shining more and more. The originally pitch-black feather was now like a bright moon disk, sparkling and translucent, like a divine object. Zhao ate crazily with its little sharp beak. Gradually, it felt that its neck could not take it anymore. It had eaten too many times. It did not know how much it had eaten and how much it had stored. In any case, his innate storage space was about to be filled up. Even Xiao herself felt that it was inconceivable. This is how I usually eat. I'm a crow and I eat my food bit by bit. What kind of natural ability is this? Today my neck could not take it anymore because of eating. I have lived for a long time. Would he get cervical spondylosis after eating just one meal? If I really get cervical spondylosis from eating too much, I will definitely become a legend, the first three-legged golden crow who got cervical spondylosis from eating too much. Chapter 1005. Xiao felt a little conflicted. My neck feels really uncomfortable. But this energy is too good, too pure, and too delicious. Even if I get cervical spondylosis from eating this, I am willing to do it. Pain and happiness, no worries, I will gladly endure this hardship. Xiao continued to fly with all her might, and continued to crazily eat. On the other side, the Wahuang sword quietly floated in the air amidst the flames. It was like a whale sucking in the sea of flames, sucking in the boundless fire energy into its body. Wherever it passed, the flames that were originally extremely bright and blazing would gradually dim. But once the flames in a certain area dimmed slightly, the Wahuang sword would immediately change its location. It floated in the air, and every time it moved, it would cover a certain area. At first it was only a few zhang in radius, but as it absorbed the energy, it gradually recovered, and the area it could cover while floating in the air gradually expanded to several li. The boundless sea of flames was like a flood that had found a place to pour, rushing into the Wahuang sword's body. The Wahuang sword was different from Xiao. Xiao was absorbing the essence of the innate true fire, which was the essence of the fire element. On the other hand, the Wahuang sword was not able to quickly digest the essence of the innate true fire because its body was much weaker. Previously, it had inexplicably merged with Zhu Rong's power, so it could not quickly digest the essence of the innate true fire. On the other hand, the scattered sea of flames was easier to absorb. The current situation of obtaining great benefits made the Huahuang sword feel unprecedentedly happy. It was in high spirits and felt that it was quickly recovering. If this kind of fire can continue burning like this for a year, I will be able to replenish all my energy here, and I will be in perfect condition. I will be able to recover the heavenly power that I had when I accompanied the Empress to mend the sky. At that time, even if I meet Boss Zhong, I will dare to threaten him. If you hit me again, I will fight back. If I face Boss Sword, I can also happily say, I am about to catch up to you, ho-ho. Don't hit me now, you can hit me again in the future, it will be more satisfying. Xiao Duo was looting inside, while Xiao and the Huahuang sword were looting outside. All three parties were trying their best to keep the loot on their bodies. All three parties knew that if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Moreover, this opportunity wouldn't last for long. These three fellows, one greedy one after the other, crazily plundering. Naturally, Hai Hunshan and the others also entered the palace. In fact, the palace that Hai Hunshan and the others entered was exactly the same as the one that Xiao Duo entered. Hai Hunshan was the first to enter, and he also found a lot of good things. Hai Hunshan was more careful, and from the moment he entered, he started to touch the first place he saw. This space couldn't exist for too long, so he had to be quick. Hai Hunshan's mind was very clear. He was not confused at all. In a few minutes, Hai Hunshan felt that he had struck gold. He had already collected more than a dozen treasures that could only be found in legends outside. Then there were more than 20. More than 30. Hai Hunshan became more and more excited and more proud of himself. Struck gold. This time he really struck gold big time. The others were about the same. Sha Hun and the others were basically in the same state of excitement. The only one who was different from the others was Sha Hun. After Sha Hun entered, the moment he opened his eyes, he rushed straight to the throne. The places that he had just entered must have been searched by those fellows who had entered first. I have to start from the depths to reap the rewards. Although it seemed like it was divided into 10 palaces, and everyone could enter, and after entering, one person would occupy the entire palace. However, in reality there was still only one legacy palace. The total number of good things would not change. Only with the passage of time, the treasures would gradually decrease until they were completely taken away. The process in between, if described in clearer terms, would be, starting from Hai Hunshan who entered first, he entered at 15 o'clock in the afternoon. Then at this time Hai Hunshan had a complete palace, and nothing inside had been touched. But when Hai Hunshan started to collect the things inside, for example, if the time of the second entry was 15:01:20, then, in this 1 minute and 20 seconds, the test item that was taken away by Sea Spirit Mountain would no longer exist in this palace, and would not be produced out of thin air. As for the rest, if you took one of them when I found this place again, it would already be gone. Although it looked like the same palace, in reality it was already different. Therefore, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance and Xiao Duo all had something to gain. But in essence, it was equivalent to these 10 people tearing down the Legacy Palace at the same time. Xiao Duo was the last to enter, so theoretically he should have obtained the least things. However, due to the special design of the throne, many people tried to decipher the secrets of the throne, and wasted a lot of time. There were originally 4 books and jade slips inside, but now there were 2 sets. Xiao Duo inexplicably triggered the mechanism and obtained the books and jade slips. Hai Hunshan and Sha Hun, who were in the other palaces, also opened the other side of the armrest. The final result was that Sha Hun obtained a book, and Hai Hunshan obtained a jade slip. When the 2 of them turned around to look for the other side of the armrest, naturally there was nothing left. Xiao Duo had already taken it. Similar situations happened to the others, but the rest of them could only open the mechanism of the armrest, but after opening the mechanism, it was already empty. The 10 people continued to search for treasures, but at the same time, they accelerated the process of tearing down the palace, and at the same time, released the energy that formed the palace. As more and more energy was released, it also meant that more and more treasures were taken away. The lifetime collection of the first generation Zhu Wu was divided among the 10 people. When they reached the back of the palace, the speed of the palace's collapse became faster and faster. None of the 10 people were willing to be left behind, and everyone began to work hard. Sha Diao and Sha Yu, who were left behind, were anxious as they watched the palace collapse in front of them. All the good things were taken away. It was too backward. We can't waste any more time in the same place. Let's go straight to the front. Sha Diao thought in his heart, and then suddenly rushed forward. On the other side, Sha Yu also had the same idea. They were indeed siblings. Although they had obtained enough things, who would complain about having more of such dreamy treasures? Even if there were 10 times or 100 times more, they would definitely not complain about having more. But when the two of them rushed to the front, they found that the palace had already started to slowly collapse from top to bottom. Then, the entire palace slowly collapsed just like that. There's still the foundation. Sha Yu lowered her head and dived down. But the foundation had already started to turn into fire energy, and started to dissipate. Who is this? Why is he so fucking professional? How can he collect it so quickly? In such a short period of time, the foundation has been taken away? Sha Yu finally couldn't hold it in and started to curse. As the noble daughter of the 12 great clans, Sha Yu rarely got angry. The aristocratic temperament that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had already been deeply ingrained in the descendants of the great magi. But now she really couldn't hold it in anymore and kept on cursing. It was really too infuriating. Who is this? To be able to do such a professional job of smashing and robbing the foundation. If you're so capable, why don't you just go to heaven? Why are you fighting with us laymen? Could it be Hai Han Shan? Or that darn Sha Han? Or was it the treacherous Tu Yunduan? Anyway, it couldn't be Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo was a human. It was already good enough that he wasn't immediately crushed into smithereens after entering Zhu Wu's space. No matter what, it couldn't be done to this extent, right? This was a consensus. Everyone knew that Zhou Xiaoduo had the bloodline of the humankind after all, and the Zhu Rong ancestral magus had always paid attention to the purity of the bloodline. This was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's space of inheritance. No matter what, it couldn't be taken away by the human race. Even if Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't beaten to death, it was impossible for him to obtain too much from this space of inheritance. The foundation collapsed very quickly. At the same time, the rest of the palace began to crumble as well. Soon, everything collapsed, including the palace above. Boom! Just as the foundation turned into flames, the 9 disciples of the great shaman clan in different timelines and spaces cursed at the same time. Oh, that darn person? This is too fucking professional. At least leave some behind. It's too clean. In front there seems to be an intact part of the wall that collapsed. It should be. What the hell? Who did this? Everything under my feet has been emptied. Who the hell is this? The 9 of them were flustered and exasperated to the extreme. This was because everyone had agreed not to be the first to move the foundation. They all knew that there were good things. However, digging the foundation was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the palace. They couldn't do anything about it. Even if they wanted to move, they had to collect what was above first. If they destroyed the foundation first, the part of the palace wall above would collapse and disappear. That would be troublesome. By the time everyone finished collecting what was above, they would already be at the other end of the palace. At that time, everyone would turn back and start collecting the foundation together. In this way, everyone would have a harvest. Anyway, the foundation was here. It couldn't run away. However, what they didn't expect was that when they were more than half done, someone actually started to attack the foundation. Aren't you afraid of being smashed to death, you bastard? Tu Yunxiao cursed loudly. He was mad. Just now he had seen a treasure and had reached out to grab it. However, all of a sudden he had grabbed nothing but air. This was too infuriating. Since it had been seen, it must have been there when he saw it. Then, in this 100th of a second, who could be so fast? It was fine if this kind of thing happened once or twice. However, Tu Yunxiao had encountered it more than 90 times. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 1006. After being disappointed so many times, Tu Yunxiao felt like his liver was about to explode from anger. This is simply inhumane. What a fucking unlucky bastard. It's either Hai Han Shan or Sha Han. When I get out, I won't forgive these 2 bastards. Just as the 9 of them were cursing, Zhou Xiaoduo walked out of the palace. Well, there was no palace anymore. He had come out from the foundation. Who else could do such a wicked thing other than him, Zhou Xiaoduo? Who else could it be but me? When it comes to looting treasures, who can compare to me, Zhou Xiaoduo? It's a pity that not all of it is mine. I only took a large part of it. It's a pity? Zhou Xiaoduo deeply felt that it was a fly in the ointment. These disciples of the Umno Alliance are too greedy. Don't they know that greed is the source of all disasters? This is outrageous. How dare they steal my things? Although I didn't get a lot, at least I got something. Zhou Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. If I got a little more, I could have filled the space ring. Why didn't I get more? If the flood witch heard this, she would beat him to death. Ever since I got that life ring, I've never filled it to the brim, not even 1/10 of it. You've already filled it to the brim now. What else do you want? It's a space ring full of treasures, not demon beast meat. And you even got Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's space ring. What else do you want? What else do you want? After going out, Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively adjusted his expression. The expression on his face changed from complacency and excitement to depression, disappointment, and indescribable blankness. That it was an indescribable blankness that was full of sorrow but had nowhere to speak. Just by looking at this expression, one could tell that this kid must have come back empty-handed in the space of inheritance. He might have even been beaten up. Otherwise, why would he have such a lifelike expression of despair and regret? He looked at the sea of fire with a melancholy expression. His eyes were red and he squeezed his eyes from time to time. He looked like he was about to cry but couldn't. Or maybe he was trying hard to hold back his emotions. I'm very sad, but I want face. I can't cry. I can't lose face. Not long after, the entire palace turned into energy and dissipated, completely dispersing into the surrounding sea of flames. The 9 descendants of the Umno Alliance also walked out one by one. Coincidentally, as if they had discussed it beforehand, everyone's mood was not very good, and they all had an expression of not getting anything. Hai Hunshan frowned as soon as he appeared. His face was filled with disappointment, and unwillingness. In short, he looked very upset. Sha Hun also narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. From time to time, he would turn his head back with a disappointed expression. Kami no Su's face was filled with unwillingness. Sha Yu's face was filled with disappointment, unwillingness, and sadness. Sha Zhe's face was filled with self-blame and regret. Tu Yunxiao sighed and pulled at his hair. His face was filled with regret, which was unbearable to look at. Yan Ziki turned his head back 3 times with every step. The unwillingness on his face was practically overflowing. Only Sha Diao looked happy and high-spirited. Obviously he had gained a lot. Just by looking, one could tell that even if the previous 8 people did not gain nothing, they had gained very little. Only Sha Diao alone was the big winner of this battle. He had gained a grand slam. The ugly daughter-in-law had to meet her parents-in-law eventually. The 10 of them gathered outside. And in the sea of fire in the distance, that indomitable giant was slowly rising. Out of the 10 people here, 9 of them had melancholy expressions on their faces, and one of them was as happy as if he had just married a new wife. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the 9 people of the Wu people with a disappointed and sad expression. His voice was a little hoarse. You guys gained a lot in Zhu Wu's land of inheritance, right? Gained a lot? Ha ha, congratulations. Hai Hunshan sighed sadly. He was so conflicted that his intestines were about to be knotted. He rolled his tongue and habitually smacked it on his nose. He said, indeed it's a little disappointing. This is completely different from what I imagined. Gained sigh. Sha Hun, you gained a lot, right? Sha Hun shook his head and sighed, a bitter smile on his face. As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. There are many smart people in this world and there are even more clever people. I didn't think I would be like this. I was tempted by wealth and hoped for a fluke. Sigh, but if I say now that I really didn't gain much, would anyone still believe me? Tu Yunxiao said, I also didn't expect that the great Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance would have so few treasures. Tu Yunyun also said, yeah, it's really disappointing. Sha Yu said, can you guys stop complaining? Compared to you guys, I'm probably the one who gained the least. I didn't even get anything. Sha Zhe said, I don't even know what to say when I get out. It's too embarrassing. I only had one super big opportunity in my life. I entered Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance, but I only gained so little. What can I do with it? Kami no Su hesitated for a moment but still sighed. I really want to say that my gains are barely satisfactory. But the truth is not satisfactory. It's so embarrassing. Sigh. Yan Ziki said, I was just a little bit away from being bald. Sha Diao looked at each of them, his face full of shock, doubt, and disbelief. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and glared. What do you all mean? You didn't gain anything? How is this possible? I clearly saw so many treasures, so many fantastic items. If it wasn't Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance, where else could there be such treasures? Where else could there be such treasures? You guys aren't lying through your teeth, are you? The more Sha Diao thought about it, the more he felt that these people were not telling the truth. He suddenly became indignant. You can't be so shameless. The 8 of them turned their heads in unison and looked at Sha Diao's face with burning eyes. All kinds of emotions flashed in their eyes. Sha Diao, could it be that you're gained a lot? That can't be, right? Think about it carefully. Sha Diao glared and said, in such a good place there are treasures everywhere. Of course I gained a lot. What? You guys didn't gain much? How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I clearly saw so many good things, but when I went over they were already gone. You guys must have taken them away. You guys are lying. Even if not all of you are lying, there must be someone who isn't telling the truth. That's right. The 8 of them stared at Sha Diao in unison. For a moment, they all had the urge to rush over and strangle him alive in their hearts. This bastard. Isn't he Sha Diao? How did he suddenly become smart? Should this be called, great wisdom appears to be stupidity, or, great stupidity appears to be wisdom? After sighing with emotion, they all felt inexplicably dejected. He is Sha Diao. He is really a Sha Diao. No matter if it is great wisdom appears to be stupidity, or great stupidity appears to be wisdom, he is still a Sha Diao. If you try to reason with Sha Diao, you will only be looking for trouble. You won't be torturing others, you will only be torturing yourself. For a moment the 8 of them stopped talking to Sha Diao. They couldn't speak anymore. If they did, they would only be shaken off more by this guy. Hai Hunshan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a heavy face and said, Zhou, I didn't expect that in our Umno Alliance's space of inheritance, you would still be the biggest winner. This Zhou, I'm speaking sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Sha Hun said, yes, Zhou is indeed Zhou. In fact, my generation is comparable to a fake. Everyone praised him with all their might. Their flattery was like the overflowing yellow river. It was unstoppable, rolling in and reverberating in the air for a long time. Zhou is wise and powerful. Zhou must have gained a lot. Zhou must have returned with a full load. We are really ashamed of our inferiority. We are far inferior. Zhou Xiaoduo listened to everyone's praises. He looked like he was about to cry. His expression became more and more emotional. He shook his head and said gloomily, don't say any more. Don't say any more. What's wrong? Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. It really is the Hall of Inheritance. The bloodline requirement is really too unfair. What's wrong with you? How is it unfair? What's wrong? The moment I entered, I fell asleep. What else do you want? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of disappointment and his eyes were red. I've been sleeping like this until now. When I woke up, the palace was collapsing. If I wasn't alert, I would have been swallowed by the sea of fire. This is simply too fucking bad. Zhou Xiaoduo was indescribably angry. He said hatefully, if I had known this would happen, why would I have gone through so much trouble to go in? Just so that I can sleep in it? I'm helping the enemy, I'm helping the enemy. How can I face Father Xing Hun again? Everyone looked at each other. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression was too real. There was no falsehood in it at all. It was completely from the bottom of his heart. There was no acting at all. If this was still considered acting, then it could only be said that this guy's acting skills were too good. All the major awards, movies, television dramas, stage plays, they all owed him a Best Actor or 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 Best Actor awards. You really didn't get anything? Sha Diao was stunned. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's face, which was so depressed that he was about to explode with rage and was about to cry, he couldn't help but comfort him sympathetically. Actually, we already guessed that Zhou wouldn't be able to get anything. Because it was written in the ancient records that the bloodline rejection was the first choice in the land of inheritance. Even if someone coincidentally entered the land of inheritance, it would be difficult for him to get anything. For example, Zhou only slept for a while and didn't suffer any backlash. He was already very lucky. So, Zhou, we already expected that you would return empty-handed. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes widened. You mean, you already knew? Then why didn't you say so at the beginning? Everyone looked embarrassed. With Zhou Xiaoduo behind his back, he looked at Sha Diao with his knife-like eyes. Chapter 1007. Why don't I find a chance to finish him off with a knife? Sha Diao was really Sha Diao. Sha Diao had gone too far. Zhou Xiaoduo said with grief and indignation. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have gone in. I didn't want to suffer this humiliation and disappointment for no reason. Everyone was getting more and more embarrassed. They really wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Sha Diao said, Zhou, how can you be so stupid? You contributed the most to us being able to open Zhu Wu's inheritance. Before everything is set in stone, they won't let go of you, the best tool. In fact, using your power to open the land of inheritance while you can't get anything from the land of inheritance is in the best interest of our alliance. Zhou Xiaoduo said sadly. Really? Sha Diao nodded. Of course. Speaking of gains, I feel that I have gained a lot and am very satisfied. But compared to them, they must have gained more than me. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense at all. Each of them should have gained much more than me. Sha Han and the others looked straight at Sha Diao. When did this guy become so wise all of a sudden? Every word was on point. But what was he trying to do by saying that? Couldn't he just keep it in his stomach and not say it out loud? Otherwise they would just beat him to death after they went out. Hai Hunshan and the others looked at Sha Hun, Sha Zhe and Sha Yu speechlessly. Their eyes had the same thought. Is this the Sha family? He's really too wise. Your Sha family actually has such a wise person and a pig teammate. The future is just around the corner. This was no longer the second time. He understood everything, but he didn't understand who was inside and who was outside, who was on his side and who was his enemy. Zhou Xiaoduo admitted that he was helping the enemy, but that was at most unintentional and passive. But Sha Diao was blatantly speaking in favor of the enemy. Why are you all acting so weird? Why do you keep winking at me? Sha Diao was very puzzled. Instead of thinking about those crooked ideas, let's hurry up and show the harvest. We promised Boss Swo before that everyone would give him 1/10 of the harvest. Words are like the wind, it's too late to regret. He said with a heavy accent, I know you don't want to give it to me, but I want you to give it to me. There's no use winking at me. A promise means a promise. Everyone, slap. Sha Yu gave herself a hard slap. I was wrong. Why did I wink at him? Such an idiot, the way he looked at him was simply it's my fault. It's all my fault. I was blinded by my own lard. How could a bastard like him understand winks? Not only did he not understand, but he also wanted to strip him clean. Zhou Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted when he heard this. He said, it's my bad luck that I didn't gain anything. It's fate. However, I'm very comforted that you're willing to give me 10% of your gains. I didn't help you in vain. You didn't call me boss in vain. I believe that as the direct descendant of the Wizard Alliance, you won't go back on your words in addition to the great gains you've made. For a moment, everyone was silent. They all looked at Hai Hunshan and Sha Hun. The two of you who were known as the most scheming had to come up with an idea. Zhou Xiaoduo continued, we've been through life and death together. No matter what our original positions were, we've been through life and death together. Although it's inevitable that we'll be enemies in the future, in this space we're still brothers. As the boss, I don't want to take too much and cause more karma. I'll just take a little as a token. Then he looked at Sha Diao and said, Sha Diao, you can do it first. I trust you. You said that you gained the least, so you must have gained the least. You probably didn't gain much. Just give us a token later. Zhou Xiaoduo spoke quickly and clearly before Sha Hun and Hai Hunshan. Hai Hunshan's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, Sha Diao you. Sha Diao laughed excitedly. Zhou, you look down on me too much. I said that my gains were not as good as theirs. That's true, but the number of treasures in Zhu Wu's treasure house is not small. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Before he finished speaking, he had already taken out his space ring proudly. With a swipe of his hand, he poured out the contents of his space ring. Poured out. Poured out. The corners of the other 8 people's mouths twitched instantly. Their faces were full of cramps. Their faces were extremely twisted and ferocious. As far as the eye could see, the ground was full of mysterious light and treasure aura. Endless spiritual aura rose densely. It was colorful and magnificent, like pearls bouncing on the ground. There were hundreds of treasures competing with each other. Obviously Sha Diao was right. His gains were really good. The other 8 people looked at Sha Diao's face like dead fish, and then looked at the treasures on the ground. This guy, actually, really took them all out. We really don't understand. What are you showing off for? You're right. Compared to everyone else's gains, you're indeed the one with the least gains. You're very wise. You've already made the judgment. Too smart. At this moment the 8 people all had an illusion. Was this guy pretending to be a fool, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He knew that he had the least gains and was jealous of others' gains. Then he would drag everyone down with him. But after all, it was just a thought. Because this result would cause everyone to suffer heavy losses, even more than Sha Diao, but it would benefit Zhou Xiaoduo. In the end it would harm the overall interests of the Alliance. If Sha Diao really had such foresight, he would have taken this step sooner or later. Therefore, Sha Diao was still Sha Diao and only Sha Diao. Sha Diao's face was full of pride. Obviously he was very proud of his gains. He said, I only found these. Innate fire essence, I found a total of 250. There's also Master Zhu Wu's notes on the cultivation of the Wu people. And these there are 30 frigid ice essence, 7 earth essence souls, 6 wind essence pearls, 6 gold essence pearls, 6 wood essence pearls and 6 wood essence pearls. Only I didn't find the wood essence pearls. It's a pity that I can't gather all 5 elements. Sha Diao said, according to the agreement I'll give Zhuo 1/10 of the gains. I won't give you the notes. So, I'll use 1 earth essence soul, 1 wind essence pearl and 1 gold essence pearl each. I'll replace them. Frigid ice essence souls, 3 for Zhuo. 25 innate fire essence pearls. Sha Diao counted seriously. He pushed all the gains to one side and finally formed a small pile. 7 earth essence souls, 6 wind essence pearls and 6 gold essence pearls. These were less than 10, so he gave 1 to Zhuo Duo. It was obvious that he wanted to make up for the missing parts of the notes. Sha Diao honestly finished the distribution and said, so, Zhuo, what do you think? I Sha Diao am a straightforward person. But I'll definitely do what I promised you. Zhuo Duo took a deep breath and praised, Sha Diao. You're really good, a real man. You're a man of your word. This really shows me the elegance of the seniors of the Umno Alliance. You're a man of your word. You can be considered a hero. I, Zhuo Duo, will remember this friendship. Zhuo Duo rarely approved of someone from the bottom of his heart, but Sha Diao did it. Although what he did in Zhuo Duo's eyes was stupid and unwise to support the enemy. If it were him, he would never do it. But this sincerity, this boldness of keeping a promise, was enough to move Zhuo Duo. Because of this, Zhuo Duo made up his mind. If he met this guy in the future, he would know his limits. Sha Diao's face lit up. He said, keeping a promise is the moral integrity of the ancestors of the Wu people. Even if we, the descendants of the Wu people, are unworthy, we can't disgrace our ancestors. He said righteously, I'll give you as much as I deserve. I Sha Diao won't do things like embezzling, stuffing my own pockets and destroying the integrity of others. I believe that my brothers won't do it either. Zhuo Duo fiercely nodded his head. That's right, the descendants of the sorcerer tribe are trustworthy, they are honest and trustworthy, they definitely won't do such shady business. On the other side, Hai Hunshan, Sha Hun, and the others couldn't wait to grab Sha Diao, skin him alive and beat him to death. You're awesome. You talk about integrity. If we don't do it, we're not good people, right? But think about it carefully. Now that they've left Zhu Wu Zhurong's palace of inheritance, Zhuo Duo is no longer Zhuo. He's an enemy? You fucking doubt what's wrong with giving him less? If he gives Zhuo Duo less, will Sha Diao die? Will he? She actually dared to make fun of us again and again. Everyone knew in their hearts that Sha Diao wasn't mocking them at all. Those words were indeed what he thought in his heart, and then they came out of his mouth. Since that's what he thought, then that's what he said. But in a situation where everyone had the intention to keep the information to themselves, every word and sentence of those words became the most vicious and sharp mockery. Everyone's expressions didn't look too good. But Sha Diao didn't care about that. After he quickly assigned himself, he even considerately pushed Zhuo Duo's pile towards Zhuo Duo's side. He said considerately, Zhuo, you don't have to be embarrassed. This is what you deserve. You helped us open Zhu Wu's palace of inheritance, so this is what you deserve. Not to mention we've already promised you beforehand. Sha Diao said naively, I'm not afraid of offending you, Zhuo. Actually, I didn't want to give it to you. But since I've already promised you, there's no turning back. I know that you must feel embarrassed now and feel ashamed to accept it like this. But you've indeed contributed a lot, so it's reasonable for you to receive something in return. Hai Hunshan and the others rolled their eyes in unison. Embarrassed? He, Zhuo Duo, would be embarrassed. Chapter 1008. How could a scumbag like Zhuo Duo feel embarrassed when he received your gift? The word, embarrassed, had probably never existed in his dictionary since he was in elementary school. Thank you, brother Sha Diao, for your kindness. Zhuo Duo said with emotion. I have to say, even if we are on different sides, I still want to be friends with you. In modern society there are too many deceitful things. Honest people like Sha Diao who keep their promises are too rare. He sighed. Modern society has developed to the present day. Everyone is calculative and blinded by greed. The teachings of our ancestors and the fine traditions have long been lost. Today, to be able to meet someone as honest and trustworthy as Brother Sha Diao again, I feel that I am not alone in my path. I feel very happy. Zhou Xiaoduo gave him a thumbs up. Good job, Sha Diao. Sha Diao's face lit up. It's nothing. We, the disciples of the Umno Alliance, are all such good men. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded repeatedly with a face full of agreement. Of course. Sha Diao put away his things with a face full of pride. He looked up at Hai Hun Shan and the others who were dumbfounded and asked curiously, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Hurry up, I'm done. It's your turn now. Why are you all standing there like idiots? Hurry up, it's been so long. Now that we've left Zhu Wu's land of heritage, the troops chasing after Zhuo will be here soon. Why are you all dawdling? Why are you all looking at you like that? Hee, we want to eat you alive, bite by bite." Sha Diao, this name of yours is really fucking correct. Every word of Zhou Xiaoduo's was a bait, leading him to say what he wanted to hear. And Sha Diao cooperated very well, not missing a single word. He really trapped all of us in there. In fact, even if we wanted to stall for time until people came, we couldn't show off any more treasures. Now because of you, if we don't take them out, we'll feel sorry for our ancestors and the Wu people. He was speechless. Sha Hun and Hai Hun Shan looked at each other and saw the speechlessness in each other's eyes. A fool and a woman had dragged the two great think tanks into the ditch, unable to climb out. This was probably the case now. Hai Hun Shan sighed. This time there was no need for him to pretend. He was frowning from the bottom of his heart, He couldn't help but take a step forward and say, "My harvest is indeed slightly more than Sha Diao's." Sha Diao said in surprise, "You've got more than me, why did you have that expression on your face just now?" "Really, Hai Hun Shan, it's not good to be too greedy. Shouldn't you thank the heavens and your ancestors for getting these?" Hai Hun Shan said fiercely, "Yes, that's right. So, I'm thanking your 8 generations of ancestors now." Sha Diao scratched his head and murmured, "Why does it sound like you're scolding me?" Hai Hun Shan ignored him and took out the treasures one by one. Soon there was a big pile on the ground. After the distribution, Zhou Xiaoduo got 47 Khanate fire essences, 15 frigid ice water essences, 2 earth elemental souls, 2 gold spiritual pearls, 2 gold spiritual pearls, and 2 wood elemental spiritual pearls from Hai Hun Shan. Sha Diao didn't get any of these. There was another pile. Then it was Sha Hun's turn. Sha Hun was also very happy. His harvest was slightly less than Hai Hun Shan's, but the share he gave was about the same. Then it was Kami no Su. She also looked at Sha Diao with a drooping face. She took out her share and gave Zhou Xiaoduo a share. Then it was Tu Yun Xiao, Tu Yin Yun, Sha Yu, Sha Zhe, and Yin Ziki. In the end, the share they gave to Zhou Xiaoduo was a little more than everyone else's. Among the 9 people except for Sand Eagle, who still looked comfortable and relaxed, the other 8 people all looked as if they had eaten shit. It was needless to say how ugly their expressions were. Thank you everyone. I didn't expect all of you to be so honest and keep your promises. You are indeed the sons of the Wu people. Your words are like the wind and your words carry weight. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of sincerity. This guy didn't seem to have any conscience at all. At the beginning we agreed that you would give me 1/10 of your harvest. But we didn't say how much I would give you. Right? The reason why I pretended that I didn't get anything was for your sake. I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable and fall sick. Hai Hun Shan coughed and sighed. Of course. Since we agreed in advance, we won't go back on our words. We Wu people may not be as cunning as you. We humans in the Dao League. But when it comes to honesty, we are number 1 in the world. Of course. Zhou Xiaoduo beamed with delight. Over there. The enormous body of Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi, which was entirely composed of fire power, had already reached thousands of zhangs high. With an inexhaustible sense of relief and reluctance, he rose into the sky, seeming to have no attachment at all. Just as his feet left the ground, a voice rang out from behind him. Within a radius of several thousand miles, all the people of the Umno Alliance who saw this scene, no matter if they were ordinary people or warriors, all knelt down sincerely with tears in their eyes. Farewell, Master Zhu Wu. Farewell, Master Zhu Wu. The huge body finally started to move towards the sky. Shihai Wu Du and Zhu Mang, the 3 senior magi, all knelt in the clouds, their eyes full of passion. Farewell, Master Zhu Rong. Behind them, Lei Changtian also bowed slightly, his face full of respect. Farewell, Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. No one could be disrespectful to this senior Zhu Wu, who had once wreaked havoc in the past and present and left behind countless legends. The huge figure rose gradually without looking back, getting further and further away from the ground. The heat of the flaming valley as Zhu Rong's figure left, started to spread outwards. The fire energy that was originally condensed and gathered in a certain area was about to go out of control. The sea of fire rose endlessly. The 10 people who were still in the central area were sitting quietly, waiting for the moment to go out. Hai Hunshan and the others did not speak. Their gazes were intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Zhuo Duo, their hearts full of complicated feelings. After they went out, they would immediately go back to cultivate in seclusion, hibernate, and break through again. However, although Zhuo Duo had gained a lot of benefits, it was inevitable that he would fall into the most concentrated encirclement again. There was no need to guess, anyone could guess this result. After waiting for such a long time, it was estimated that the number of people who had the burning order outside would be at least 10,000. Even more were the number of high-level warriors from the Umno Alliance who were waiting for Zhuo Duo outside. Even if there were not hundreds of thousands, there would be at least hundreds of thousands. There were also millions of soldiers who had completely sealed off the path back to the astral souls. If Zhuo Duo wanted to go back alive, it was simply impossible. Yes, he was strong and tyrannical, invincible among those of the same level and could even kill those of a higher level, but so what? As long as Zhuo Duo showed up, no one would dare to fight him head-on. Everyone who saw him would self-destruct at the first moment. If there was a comparison, it could be said that on the path back to the astral souls, Zhuo Duo would have to go through at least tens of thousands of atomic bombs before he could go back. You, Zhuo Duo, are only at the god-reigning level after all. Can you withstand it? That was absolutely impossible. No matter how talented you were, how could you survive in the face of such a sea of people who were indiscriminately self-destructing all over the world? Zhuo, take care of yourself on the way back. Hai Hunshan was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, Actually, I sincerely hope that you can go back safely. Yes, Zhuo, I have always felt that you shouldn't die from self-destruction like this. Sha Hun sighed and said, If there is a day when we meet again and become enemies, an enemy like you should be beheaded on the battlefield with real swords and spears. Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes and said, What a nice sentence you said. Thank you. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. But as they laughed and laughed, their laughter turned into sighs. Just now, they gave all the things to Zhuo Duo without hesitation because they lamented that Zhuo Duo wouldn't live for long. Looking at Zhuo Duo, who was about the same age as them, or even much younger than them, and who was about to enter the death gate again, everyone's feelings were complicated. Why did a genius like you come to the Umno Alliance? Such a purely suicidal behavior didn't seem like something Zhuo Duo would do. Everyone sighed and tacitly stopped talking about this matter. Zhuo Duo sighed and said, There is still some time before this realm reconnects with the outside world. Since you called me boss, I will read your faces as a souvenir. He felt that it had been a long time since he had gained luck points. Although he still had enough luck points on hand, who would complain about having too many luck points? After getting so many treasures from these guys, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give them some benefits. Although Zhuo Duo didn't have a lot of conscience, he still had some. When the 9 of them heard this, their spirits were lifted and they were full of interest. I've heard about the story of Master Zhuo's divination of astral souls. Hai Hunshan said, Since Zhuo is so interested, we naturally want to see it. Zhuo Duo smiled and nodded. Then he focused his power on his eyes and looked at Hai Hunshan's face. Then let's start with you. Hai Hunshan subconsciously slapped the tip of his nose with his tongue. He was a little nervous. It was mainly because he had seen Zhuo Duo's reputation as a fortune teller many times in the information. He knew that Zhuo Duo was really skilled in this aspect. Now that it was about to happen, how could he not be nervous? Your physiognomy. Zhuo Duo was stunned and said, Your physiognomy. Forget it, let's start with Sha Hun. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival today. I will continue to write. Later, when my wife drives over, I will go back to my hometown for the festival. Chapter 1009. Hai Hunshan was stunned. What's wrong with my face? This isn't your true face. Zhuo Duo was speechless. You don't even know your face. Your entire body is not how you should be. My physiognomy focuses on the person's face. How do you expect me to look? This Changsheng Saint robe is completely isolated from the mysteries of heaven on your body. Hai Hunshan smiled bitterly. So that's how it is. With this Changsheng Saint robe on your body, very few people can see through your fate. This is actually a good thing. Furthermore, this Chan Sheng's saint robe also has the intention of protecting you. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly and said, Hai Hunshan, are you sure you have really offended that senior Chan Sheng? His so-called punishment for you is actually a form of love, and a very special kind of love. Hai Hunshan's eyes flickered and said, I have indeed disturbed his cultivation, but he is magnanimous and has his own judgment. I understand. Zhou Xiaoduo said, he must have left you some other words, right? Hai Hunshan said, yes. He left some words. What? Hai Hunshan was silent for a long time and said, Chan Sheng said at that time, the toad robe will protect you and you won't turn back unless you meet the Kuan Peng. If you don't see a dragon or a phoenix in this life, you can stop fighting until you reach the heavens. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and thought, this Chan Sheng's words are even more confusing than my judgment. This ability to deliberately mystify things is worth learning. Gao Zhang. The first two sentences were understandable, but the last two sentences were simply shrouded in fog and had no beginning or end. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and said, Senior Chan Sheng's judgment of Brother Hai is indeed full of goodwill. Not only would it ensure the success of half of one's life, it would also point out the way to protect one's life in times of danger. Brother Hai only needed to remember that when he reached a certain height, if he encountered a strong enemy that he could not match, he must not act rashly. He must know how to turn back and escape. Naturally, he would be able to escape. Also, there is a great opportunity in life. If you can encounter it, you can ensure that you have no worries for the rest of your life. But if you can't, when you reach a certain height, you will reach the end of your life. You can either live in seclusion for the rest of your life or... Zhou Xiaoduo said, but that should be a long time in the future. At least for the time being, you don't have to worry. Hai Hunshan smiled and said, I feel the same way. It is vague and out of reach. It makes one unable to make sense of it. I might as well not think too much about it. If you did not mention it today, Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, when you really encounter it, you will naturally be enlightened. Right now, everything is just speculation. It is hard to come to a conclusion. That's true. Hai Hunshan skipped over. Next was Sha Hun. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Sha Hun, Kami no Su, Tu Yunxiao and the rest. Finally he looked at Sha Diao. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The luck, fate and future development of these 9 people were not weak in any aspect. Moreover, there were no signs of them dying prematurely. The only one with a slightly worse fate was Tu Yunyun. There were faint signs that she would die prematurely. As for the others, each and every one of them had the potential to soar into the sky. This is too good, isn't it? Zhou Xiaoduo was really puzzled by this result. If Sha Hun and the rest's fate were a little stronger, they would almost be able to catch up with Li Chenglong and Long Yuxin. Were the descendants of the Umno Alliance all so awesome? If Sha Hun and the rest were all people with great luck, then were the other descendants of the Umno Alliance the same? How many people were there with great luck like them? They were just a small group of them, right? However, Zhou Xiaoduo still said what he could. First he talked about the past. Then he looked forward to the future and gave a few words of advice. But just this alone was enough to make the 8 people cry out in surprise. Too accurate. I was indeed. You can even predict that I made a big mistake when I was 8 years old. That's amazing. You can also predict that I lost my yang when I was 15 years old. This. Shaja's face was red, but he still exclaimed. I only liked one person. Cough. Sha Yu's face was red. But so many years have passed. That person was just a guard. How could it be? This is not too accurate. It's like peering into the past, predicting the present and seeing the future. That's right, that's really too amazing. After hearing this, the 8 people were all shocked by Zhou Xiaoduo. They were unable to control themselves. Sha Hun squinted, but there was also uncontrollable shock and admiration in his eyes. He said, Zhou, I'm very curious. How can a person like you, who can see through fate, put yourself in such a situation? Is it because a doctor can't treat himself, and a fortune teller can't see his own fate? This inadvertent sentence touched Zhou Xiaoduo's sore spot. He almost cried out loud. He sighed deeply and said, Do you think I want to? I was set up. What happened? Tell us quickly. Let us all be happy. The person who set me up was my father's old enemy. He was very powerful. He was the one who sent me to the Umno Alliance. I'm so angry. Zhou Xiaoduo was so melancholy that his intestines were in a knot. You can't imagine the situation when he threw me here. How could such a thing happen? That person's means are really despicable but also really powerful. Everyone was already shocked when they heard this. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that this matter was very strange. What kind of enemy would do such a thing? If they had some kind of deep-seated hatred for Zhuxiaoduo's father, wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? Losing a beloved son was already the most painful thing in life. Why did they have to throw him to the Wu people's headquarters? People like Hai Hunshan and Sha Hun couldn't help but think deeper. Zhuxiaoduo's strength wasn't that great compared to the high-level combatants, but his father's enemy was able to bring Zhuxiaoduo to the Umno Alliance's territory without anyone noticing. This was a very powerful move. And they didn't know if that enemy was still in the Umno Alliance's territory. If they left after throwing Zhuxiaoduo, then things would be fine. But if they were watching from the sidelines, then this person's strength would be unimaginable. It had to be known that at this moment, there weren't only the people in the Burning Order, many of the Umno Alliance's itinerant cultivators, a large army and many Flying Heavens Dao integration stage or even higher experts. Although they couldn't attack Zhuxiaoduo, they could constantly remind everyone of Zhuxiaoduo's current location. And with so many high-level combatants, they couldn't find that person. That person's strength must be terrifying. If they thought about it from this, then wouldn't Zhuxiaoduo's father's strength also be very terrifying? Although Zhuxiaoduo's background information showed that his parents were ordinary people, and he only had an elder sister with an extraordinary cultivation level, judging from today's situation, Zhuxiaoduo's background was probably not simple either. In the end, no matter who killed Zhuxiaoduo, they would have made an extremely difficult and unfathomable enemy for no reason. This series of analysis was extremely terrifying. They didn't understand it, but it was still very intriguing. After thinking about it for a while, they couldn't help but shudder and sigh. That's more or less what happened. Sigh. Zhuxiaoduo recounted the events with a melancholy expression. He was extremely speechless. This place. To be honest, in my original plan, I didn't plan to come here even if I was a Flying Heavens cultivator, let alone a Flying Heavens cultivator. I had to be at least a Dao integration stage cultivator before I could come here. Who would have thought that I would be thrown here when I was only a Flying Heavens cultivator? This is basically a trap. The 9 of them all broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. Only a Dao integration stage cultivator would dare to come here. Your cautiousness, or rather your love for your life, is probably unparalleled in the entire 3 continents. I really hope you can return safely. Sha Hun and the others said this sincerely. Hai Hunshan said, Zhuo, what do you think the future of our continent will be like? Sha Hun and the others all turned to look at Hai Hunshan and pricked up their ears. The future of the continent? Zhuxiaoduo was dumbstruck. What do you mean? I mean, the safety of the continent. Hai Hunshan took a deep breath. In your opinion, how many years will it take for the demons to return? Zhuxiaoduo was silent for a moment before replying, I really can't tell right now. My cultivation is far from that stage. This really wasn't an excuse. Zhuxiaoduo's manifestation divine ability hadn't improved at all. At the very most, he could only see 3 months of good fortune. Once he saw someone with a higher cultivation base, the benefits would be limited, and the consequences would be severe. In the end, it was all because he was too weak. Hai Hunshan sighed and said, in my opinion, that day isn't far away. Sha Hun nodded silently. Speaking of this matter, everyone's faces were gloomy and their hearts were heavy. Now the 3 continents seem to be fighting each other and the war is getting more and more intense. But in fact, the higher-ups of all 3 sides are consciously training their troops. Hai Hunshan said, this practice is nothing more than preparation for the future return of the demons. It can be seen that no side has much confidence in the future war. They can't fight against the demons with their own strength. In fact, compared to the Demon Alliance's strength now, there's no comparison at all. And there's not much time left for us to grow. Hai Hunshan sighed deeply. So, from this point of view, I don't want Zhuo to die in the Umno Alliance. Because, in the future war against the demons, Zhuo's fortune-telling ability is really too useful. But now we're still in a state of life and death. We want to, but we don't have the strength. Sha Hun sighed. Besides, even if the demons return, the hatred between the astral souls and the Wu people that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. How can it be resolved? Both sides have too much blood on their hands. The so-called alliance is just a thought. At this point, everyone sighed. There's no need to be so pessimistic, Zhuxiaoduo said. The demons also don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. They also have 1 nose and 2 eyes. So, it's really hard to say. Hai Hunshan and the others shook their heads. Many demons have 3 heads and 6 arms. It's not like they don't have more. The number of eyes and noses is also not fixed. Don't be blinded by a single leaf and your thinking is fixed. Zhou Xiaoduo subconsciously sweated. Chapter 10:10. As they chatted, Zhu Rong's remnant soul finally disappeared completely. The ground shook slightly for a moment. Then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the depths of the ground beneath their feet. It seemed that countless torrents were surging at an unknown depth underground. The Red Sun Mountain Range, the holy land for fire elementalists, will probably cease to exist from now on. Hai Hunshan and the others sighed heavily. The surrounding flames suddenly burst into flames. At this moment, the intensity of the fire had reached its peak. Swoosh! Huang's sword and Xiao flew back. Everyone's eyes widened. This is... Before they could say anything, 10 beams of light had already descended from the sky and covered 10 people. This was the end of Zhu Wu's land of inheritance. There was no time for them to ask any questions. Originally, they did not understand Huang's sword and Xiao and wanted to ask, but it was already too late. Everyone's hearts were instantly filled with the melancholy of their impending separation. This melancholy was very special. In the end, they had to return to being enemies. They could not live under the same sky and would not rest until one of them was dead. However, this situation had really come to an end. Their brotherly relationship had come to an abrupt end. Zwa, take care. Take care, Zwa. We will go back into seclusion after we leave. We won't cause you any more trouble. Take care of yourself and return to the astral souls safely. See you again. Everyone cupped their hands. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, don't show any mercy. Because we won't show any mercy either. Take care. A long rainbow-like light flashed. Zhou Xiaoduo felt his body suddenly rise from the ground. He only had time to say one last parting sentence. I won't show any mercy to you either. He only had time to say this sentence before he was pulled up from the ground by a huge gravitational force. The following sentence, I hope we don't meet on the battlefield, was choked in his throat. Of course no one else could hear it. 10 beams of light soared into the sky. The 10 of them were separated into 10 different directions. They were shot out like rockets and no one knew where they ended up. This was Zhu Rong's final protection for his successor. He did not want anyone to find out where his successor had gone. Outside, countless Umno Alliance warriors were kneeling on the ground, gazing at the direction where Zhu Rong had disappeared with great reverence. Even the 3 senior magi were doing the same, with their faces covered in tears. This was Zhu Wu's charm. This was the charm of a true expert. During this period of time, Zhu Rong's display of power and might is where we are heading. Although we didn't obtain anything, we were able to see the true path ahead of us, the strength that we should possess. Seeing the 10 beams of light soar into the sky, the 3 grand shamans and ancestor devil flew up together. Zhou Xiaoduo was within the 10 beams of light. But, which one of them was him? Lei Changtian saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better. Naturally, he was secretly delighted. However, just as he relaxed a little, he immediately became anxious again. In this beam of light controlled by Zhu Wu himself, even he had no way of detecting his grandson's life force. In other words, he had no idea which one was Zhou Xiaoduo, and he had no way of tracking him. This time he had really lost contact with them. If he chased after any one of them, wouldn't he only have a 1/10 chance? Lei Changqian's whole body turned cold. This random teleportation, where did it send my grandson to? The 10 beams of light flashed in the sky and disappeared without a trace. It would be fine if they were teleported to somewhere close to the Sun-Moon Pass, but if they were directly teleported to the back of the Umno Alliance's mainland? Then they would really be done for. Woo, I was wrong. Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. The beam of light's teleportation speed was too fast. He couldn't even catch up with it. He didn't even have a 1/10 chance. On the other side, the Grand Shaman of the West Sea took out his phone and began to issue orders. Attention, there are 10 directions. 3 in the east, 3 in the northeast, 3 in the northwest, 1 in the south, 2 in the west and 1 in the north. Looking at this speed and Zhu Wu's power, they are about 20,000 miles away from the Red Sun Mountain Range. Search within the local area immediately. The 9 Wu people's disciples, once you find them, immediately escort them back to the main family to cultivate in seclusion without any delay. If you find Zhou Xiaoduo, immediately report to the higher-ups and inform me. Do not act rashly and alert the enemy. Yes. Orders were issued one after another in an orderly manner. This order caused the entire Umno Alliance's mainland to be shaken. The subordinates followed suit and acted immediately. As the beam of light gradually disappeared into the distance, the countless volcanoes in the Red Sun Mountain range below erupted simultaneously. A huge amount of magma soared into the sky. Within a radius of several thousand miles, the magma covered the sky and the earth. Thick smoke billowed and covered the entire sky. The 99 volcanoes in this realm spewed magma at the same time. Clouds gathered in the sky, and a torrential rain poured down. This was the eruption of the Umno Alliance's mainland. Using this method to send off Zhu Wu Zhurong, who had wreaked havoc in the world for God knows how many years. At the last moment of Zhu Wu's departure, the dojo released all the fire energy in this realm in one go. From then on, no one would be able to obtain any more fire energy in this realm. Zhu Wu's departure was accompanied by a torrential downpour. It was as if the souls of the past and present were crying for him. A legend of a generation had finally come to an end today. There was no trace of him left behind. An indescribable sense of sorrow filled the entire sky. It filled the hearts of everyone in the Umno Alliance's mainland. Many ordinary people and warriors in faraway places didn't know the reason or what had happened. However, they felt an indescribable sadness in their hearts. They wanted to cry for some reason. Inexplicably, tears flowed down their faces. The ancestor god who had fought for the Wu people his entire life. Today, even the remnant of his soul after the battle would completely leave. From now on he would no longer protect this place. He left in a relaxed and resolute manner. I, Zhu Rong, will only fight in this life. I won't ask for an afterlife. A vigorous life was enough. At the peak of the Umno Alliance's flood palace, a figure flashed. The flood witch, who was in seclusion, appeared at the peak of the mountain. She stood there with a solemn expression. Facing the other side of the mountain, she bowed slightly. Lord, take care. From here, she couldn't even see the thick smoke that covered thousands of miles. She couldn't even see the clouds. However, the flood witch knew what had happened. She knew that Zhu Wu, who she had always respected, had left. There was no trace of him left in this world. Although Flood Magus had been cultivating himself with the cultivation method of Gong Gong Ancestor Magus, the fighting method he used was the fighting method of Zhu Rong Ancestor Magus. In particular, the invincible Thousand-Soul Nightmare Hammer was an extreme move derived from the fighting style of Zhu Rong Ancestor of Sorcery. The flood which stood on the peak of the mountain. She sensed the indescribable aura between heaven and earth. She sensed Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's earth-shattering departure. She had an indescribable feeling that kept attacking her soul. She felt that the sea of fortune she created was suddenly overflowing at this moment for some reason. It even surged crazily. It overflowed and kept rushing in. In an instant, the flood which felt that she was about to explode. However, a little light suddenly rushed into her mind. She looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Then she saw clouds rushing over from all directions like a gust of wind and lightning. One breath. It was just a single breath, but all of the spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 kilometers was sucked dry in one breath. The flood which straightened her body. Her messy hair fluttered in the wind. Golden light flashed in her eyes. She put her hands behind her back. Suddenly she raised one hand and said softly, "Slash." A muffled voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. It sounded like a response. Slash. The voice of this single word seemed to have resounded from ancient times until now, and it had never stopped. All the Daos in the world and all the souls in the past and present shouted at the same time. It was deafening. Suddenly the sky dimmed for a moment. A strong sense of expectation filled the sky above the mountains and rivers of the Umno Alliance. The flood which straightened her body and revealed a faint smile on her face. From her body, a figure suddenly flashed out and stood in front of the flood witch. It was actually another the flood witch. She also had messy hair and a burly figure. She was wearing a green linen robe. Naturally, she revealed a domineering aura that looked down on everything and looked down on the past and present. The two flood witches looked at each other. The flood witch's face was full of warmth and joy. It's been a long time. The flood witch who suddenly appeared responded with a smile. Fellow Taoist, it's been a long time. The flood witch nodded faintly. Fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. I'm looking forward to seeing your great power. The flood witch who suddenly appeared waited cheerfully. The flood witch stood in the middle of the strong wind high in the sky. Her clothes and hair fluttered wildly. Suddenly, she took another breath and shouted in a deep voice again, "Kill!" This time he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to shout out the words, "Fight! Heaven and earth rumbled again. Endless wind, clouds, and thunder gathered above her head and slowly rotated. A huge disk seemed to appear in the sky. It was completely composed of thunder and lightning. It rotated slowly in the air, faster and faster. In a flash, 2 more figures flashed out of the Flood Witch's body like the Flood Witch who suddenly appeared. They also laughed loudly and were full of joy. "Fellow Taoist, it's been a long time. Fellow Taoist, it's been a long time. Haha, I didn't expect that I would finally succeed today and be able to stand in this world. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Flood." The 3 of them cupped their hands together and congratulated the great Flood Witch with sincere words. "Congratulations to the 3 of you, congratulations to the 3 of you." The Flood Witch's original body also smiled. Her face became more and more rosy, and the aura on her body became more and more peerless. At this moment, even the heavens and earth would take a detour when they saw her and temporarily avoid her. He stood with his hands behind his back and said softly with some emotion, "Thank you, Heavenly Tao. From today onwards, the Wu people finally have the power to fight. We have a trace of power to compete with the demon race. Although it's not much, it's still there. The heavens didn't abandon me. The heavens didn't abandon the Wu people. Thank you." The Flood Witch cupped her hands towards the sky and bowed sincerely. "Thank you." In the sky, muffled thunder sounded as if it was responding. "Please help me again." The Flood Witch cupped her hands. "My hammer has yet to appear for the 3 of you." Chapter 10-11. In the sky, the huge disk formed by the lightning bolts spun violently, making muffled thunder sounds as if it was saying something. The Flood Witch laughed loudly. Suddenly, she raised her hand and threw the 2,000 soul nightmare hammers, which were famous in the 3 continents and had never been defeated, into the sky and into the disk. She yelled, "Wu people Chang'an, give me a hand. The 1,000 soul hammers appear in this world." She sank her chi into her dantian and sensed the power of providence that was still rushing toward her. Then she yelled in a deep voice, "Hammers!" Then a muffled boom sounded. The disk in the sky crackled violently, and a 300-meter thick lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky and covered the Flood Witch's entire body. Then 2 phantoms of the 1,000 soul nightmare hammers appeared. Then 2 more phantoms appeared and 2 more phantoms appeared. The Flood Witch's original body couldn't help but widen her eyes. Even though she was in the most magical moment of the connection between heaven and man, the Flood Witch was still shocked. "This is not right. I have my original hammers and now I have 3 more incarnations. 6 more hammers will be enough. Including my original 1,000 soul nightmare hammers, I have 8,000 soul nightmare hammers in total. What a simple number. But now, how come there are 4 phantoms of hammers? Including my original hammers, there are 5 of them. There is an extra pair. Heavens, did you make a mistake?" The 1,000 soul nightmare hammers were still spinning in the middle of the lightning pool, and the phantoms of the 8 hammers were being forged in the lightning pool and gradually taking shape. Just as the Flood Witch's face was filled with confusion, the last 2 shadows of the sledgehammers that were not part of the plan also took shape. However, unlike the other 6 sledgehammers, they didn't stay in the same place. Instead, they got out of the lightning pillar and turned into flowing light in the sky. They sped into the sky and flew away. The Flood Witch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What the fuck? These extra hammers aren't under my control? Where are you going?" The shadows of the 2 sledgehammers really disappeared in a flash. Not only was the Flood Witch confused, but her 3 doppelgangers were also confused and in disbelief. This was simply inconceivable. "Fellow Taoist, you can actually make a mistake in the process of severing the corpse? What the hell is going on? Could it be that Taoist brother Flood's true self is actually illiterate? There are 4 of us, 4 pairs of sledgehammers, 1 pair for each of us. 8 sledgehammers are perfectly balanced. What? Did you have to create a 5th pair, and then let the 5th pair fly away? What kind of explanation was that? What was going on? What's more, the pair that flew away, who exactly were they prepared for?" The first doppelganger of the Flood Witch had already opened its hand and stretched out its arm, ready to welcome the arrival of its life companion weapon. But the 2 hammers didn't even pay attention to it, and directly flew away. This doppelganger of the Flood Witch, who had stretched out his 2 arms, suddenly froze on the spot, not knowing what to do next. "What happened to the boss? My sledgehammers. Why did they fly away?" When the 4 doppelgangers of the Flood Witch were all confused and in disbelief, the shadows of the other 3 pairs of sledgehammers almost got rid of the thunder and lightning one after another, rotating violently in the sky. Then they fell down, and when they fell into the hands of the 3 doppelgangers, they had already become real. 3 pairs of murderous weapons, which were almost the size of a water tank, appeared all of a sudden. It was inevitable that many things would happen in the world. The thunder and lightning in the sky continued to roar, until the original body of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer finally fell down, like a feather, and fell into the hands of the Flood Witch. The huge thunder disk in the sky started to slow down from its violent rotation, as if it had used up all its energy and started to recuperate. The Flood Witch couldn't bear it anymore. She frowned and looked at the sky, saying, "I only have 3 doppelgangers. What's the reason for the first pair of hammers? Why did they fly away?" Hearing this question, the lightning disk's rotation immediately paused. Then the Flood Witch seemed to have heard something. She frowned and said, "How is this possible?" But the thunder disk had completely stopped rotating, and turned into a dark cloud that covered tens of millions of miles. With a muffled sound of thunder, the entire Umno Alliance, from the south to the north, from the east to the west, started to rain heavily at the same time. In some of the colder regions, huge snowflakes floated down like woolen blankets. All the people of the Umno Alliance, no matter if they were ordinary people or warriors, felt clear-headed and clear at this moment, as if they had understood something. They felt that the road ahead was bright and clear, and there was no obstacle in their way. Those who had injuries, whether it was obvious or hidden, were all healed unknowingly. Those who had illnesses also felt a lot lighter. Many warriors even felt that their bottlenecks had loosened at this moment. Some even broke through directly and advanced to the next level, but they were still in a daze. There were also many geniuses who had suppressed the agitation of their real essence many times. They originally could not suppress their real essence anymore, but now they found that their dantian, which seemed to be full and could not be compressed anymore, had a capacity again. At least they could suppress their real essence once more or even twice more. Many high-level cultivators who had reached the end of their lives and had signed the burning order actually felt that their lives had been extended at this moment. Maybe they could fight for a bit more, and with the increase in their lifespan, they could go one step further. That the entire Umno Alliance suddenly fell into a state of thunderous cheers at this moment. It shook the entire Umno Alliance for tens of millions of miles. The Flood Witch stood on top of the mountain and suddenly laughed bitterly. "Is it that little guy who came?" The Umno Alliance changed overnight, and the root of it was actually him, the one with great luck. Before she finished speaking, the Flood Witch stared at the heavy rain. The entire Umno Alliance was filled with vitality because of this. Above the clouds, something seemed to flash past. "Oh." The Flood Witch suddenly stood up and shouted, "Since you passed by me, why didn't you leave some gifts for me?" When he landed again, there was a huge water ball in his hand. The water ball was as big as 4 or 5 basketballs. It was extremely clear, shining in his hand. 9th Heaven Spirit Spring. When the Umno Alliance's land was filled with vitality, the 9th Heaven Spirit Spring, as an innate spirit object, instinctively came to collect some vitality to promote its own evolution. However, the Flood Witch discovered it as soon as it came. Although it tried to escape, the Flood Witch still took away nearly 1,000 pounds of it. This was not a simple case of stealing a chicken without giving up the rice. It was an extremely huge amount. Before this, all the 9th Heaven Spirit Spring in the 3 continents for millions of years added up together was not enough for this amount. However, the Flood Witch at this moment intercepted it with a stretch of her hand. No wonder there were so many geniuses in the past. It turns out that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, even an innate spirit object like the 9th Heaven Spirit Spring could be obtained so easily. Before this, I was still too weak. It was a sin to not have enough strength. The Flood Witch put away the 9th Heaven Spirit Spring and then laughed loudly. "Today I, the Flood, finally have a glimpse of the Great Tao. Congratulations, fellow cultivator." The 3 doppelgangers of the Flood Witch congratulated at the same time. One of them said, "Deity, I'm afraid that our 3 doppelgangers are not part of the 3 corpses? May I ask, how did you split us? Why are we like your replicas? It's really different from the legend of cutting the 3 corpses to prove the Tao." The Flood Witch laughed loudly. "Of course it's different. I'm not cutting the 3 corpses to prove the Tao." He raised his head and laughed. "I, the Flood, have a clear conscience in all my life. There is no good or evil in me. I only have a heart for battle, a soul for slaughter. I only have one great Tao, and that is fighting. Only fighting. Fighting for a lifetime. Fearless." The 3 Flood clapped their hands and laughed at the same time. Well said, well said. You've won my heart." "In that case my name will be Hong Zhan," said the Flood Water, who was the first to be materialized by the doppelganger. The second doppelganger said, "Okay, then my name is Hong Sha." Well, the shy and kill is a bit too fierce. Let's call me Hong Sha. In that case, my name is Hong Zhan. The three of them laughed loudly. From now on, I'll work with all of you to protect the Wu people with all my blood. The flood which bowed solemnly, from now on life and death will only depend on fighting. Everyone, the flood, thank you in advance. I'm just being polite. That's how it should be. The three of them laughed. The flood which looked up to the sky and roared. The three of them also laughed. Their figures flashed and returned to the body of the flood, becoming one again. Traceless and traceless. After all, the doppelganger had just been created. It still needed a long time to get used to it. Then it could be said that they could cultivate and do their own things. The flood which stood on top of the mountain and looked into the distance. She murmured, "So you have to be faster." Then she turned her head and looked in the direction where the two hammers flew. She frowned and whispered, "Why is that little guy here?" He wanted to go and take a look, but after thinking about it, he held back. "I'm not going. I'll take responsibility for my own life. Kid, don't die." When the Umno Alliance changed, the Tao League and the Astral Souls also sensed it clearly. Because of the heavy rain, the Umno Alliance's army retreated, which was rare. Everyone in the Umno Alliance felt the infusion of life energy. At this time, none of the Umno Alliance's commanders urged their soldiers to fight with their lives. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could they waste it? The Tao League and the Astral Souls that bordered each other also had different weather changes. Originally, the Tao League's territory was sunny, but now it was cloudless. Chapter 10-12. The Astral Souls continent was in a rainy season. However, when the Umno Alliance's continent fell into a torrential downpour, the Astral Souls continent stopped all of a sudden. Then the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed and the sky became clear again. The Astral Souls continent was in a rainy season. However, when the Umno Alliance's continent fell into a torrential downpour, the Astral Souls continent stopped all of a sudden. Then the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed and the sky became clear again. The sun was shining at an unprecedented intensity. The change was very obvious. It was so obvious that the heavenly kings of the Tao League who were supervising the battle at the front line could clearly feel the resentment of the heavens. It seemed to be complaining about something. So disappointing, so disappointing. Look at him, and then look at you guys. It was the kind of sour feeling that other people's children had not disappointed them. Although it wasn't expressed in words, it was already on the surface that they really didn't understand what was going on. Why did the heavens and earth move, and the universe lose its color? On the other side, far away, Yu Xingqian stood up in front of the secret chamber. He felt the vibration in his godly soul and sighed. He broke through again. He truly stepped onto the path of Tao that no one has ever stepped onto for so many years. Looking at his own hands, Yu Xingqian's heart became more and more gloomy. That path of Tao was something that he probably wouldn't be able to step onto for the rest of his life. Ever since his wife died in the battle and the explosion that shocked the entire Sun Moon Fortress reached his ears, his life was no longer complete. He didn't have the chance to be complete anymore. Old Zhua, from now on it's all up to you. Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch, looked expectantly at the secluded cultivation room. Ever since his wife died, Yu Xingqian didn't want to live anymore. His life was no longer complete. The birds that used to fly together were now alone. No matter how long his life was, what was the point? Back then, the woman whose life was intertwined with his was no longer there. Even if I have earth-shattering achievements, what's the use? Who am I going to show off to? Who would be glorified by this? Just to kill people? Just for the reverence of others? No. My achievements have always been for the sake of the person I love. I roam the pugilistic world, I battle the heavens and the earth, I advance bravely, my name shakes the entire continent. I went through fire and water, I fought hundreds of battles, I broke through to the heavenly king stage, I became an imperial emperor. I only did it for the pride in your eyes. You're proud. This is your man. Now the arrogance in his eyes was gone. It no longer existed. Then even if I become a saint, I won't have a pair of white hands holding a cup of fragrant tea and whispering to me in a soft voice, "You're amazing. You've worked hard." There was nothing left. All of his efforts were meaningless. I still exist now for the sake of the future of the astral souls, but for myself, I no longer want a future and I no longer look forward to it. After the battle, he was no longer in a hurry to go home. After the battle of life and death, when I was covered in wounds, no one would bandage my wounds with heartache. I no longer have a person who can let me release my weakness in front of her. My exhaustion. In the vast world, I'm the only one left. I'm only waiting when one day. When you meet an enemy you can't fight against, when you can't fight against them, you will turn your own life into fireworks, just like you did back then. Yu Xingqian smiled bitterly. He felt the shocking aura of his old enemy in the distance. He felt the intense shock in his soul, but his heart was still calm, without joy or sorrow. He took out a bottle of wine from his ring, opened the bottle cap and drank 2 mouthfuls. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. Wait for me. Oldswood, good luck. In the secret chamber. The endless smoke, the countless merging. Originally there were still countless figures moving about, but for some reason the process suddenly sped up. Almost all of them had disappeared, and now it was finally coming to an end. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding didn't choose to keep their appearances before they transformed. Instead, they kept their appearances when they transformed into the mortal world. This was necessary, because the two of them were worried that their son and daughter would feel unfamiliar after seeing them. Therefore they abandoned their past appearances. No matter how beautiful they were, no matter how peerless they were, they couldn't compare to the familiar image of their parents in their children's eyes. The two of them sat peacefully, not stagnant in the world. Around them there were still wisps of fog circling, spiraling and merging into their bodies. That was the aura of their souls, making the final integration. At this most critical moment, the two of them both felt the vibration of the heavenly Tao soul. The two of them instinctively opened their eyes, feeling the aftershocks of the great Tao. The flood has broken through. Zhuochanglu took a light breath. He has embarked on the final path. The flood which is worthy of being a hero of a generation. In this life he should be invincible in this world. Wu Yuding also sighed and said with some admiration, after embarking on the path of the great Tao, he is actually willing to share this kind of fluctuation of the heavenly Tao with his opponent. Just this magnanimity alone makes me ashamed of my inferiority. Indeed, the flood which is a rare opponent, a rare enemy. Zhuochanglu said matter-of-factly, but don't forget he has another identity. He is our relative. You should do this. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Hurry up, let's finish the last bit of integration and get out quickly. Our son and daughter must be waiting anxiously. The agreed time should be almost over. Zhuochanglu wanted to say, it's already over. But after thinking about it he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, okay, after the integration I will also give the flood a shock. It's only right to reciprocate. You are still half a step away. Wu Yuding ruthlessly exposed her husband's pretentiousness. Originally you were neck and neck, but the flood took another step and is still ahead of you. But just now, for some reason, endless power of providence suddenly surged in. It's enough to make up for it. Zhuochanglu was complacent. Besides, originally there was a lot of difference. Now that I am only half a step away, it's also an achievement. Well, half a step ahead of me, 1 step ahead of you. Wu Yuding closed her eyes. Just you wait. Wait. I will wait. I have a son, a daughter, a son-in-law and a daughter-in-law. Am I afraid of you? Zhuochanglu snorted and closed his eyes. But in the end he still felt a little guilty. He secretly opened a crack and took a few more glances before closing his eyes and peacefully going into seclusion. Thinking of his son and daughter, Zhuochanglu subconsciously revealed a warm smile at the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he beat that kid that he didn't know if he wanted to beat him up even more now. Nian Nian is probably crying when she misses us now. Her eyes are red. That girl just loves to cry. No matter how high her cultivation is, it's useless. She will probably be like this for the rest of her life. Sigh. I should hurry up and finish my seclusion and send a message to the two of them that we are just sitting here and can't move. We are also anxious. At about the same time, Li Chenglong was also frantically looking for Zhuoxiao duo. Originally, it was still the holidays, and Zhuoxiao's disappearance should have been confirmed a few days or even more later. But unfortunately something happened. As expected, something happened on Xiang Chang's side. Well, to be more precise, something happened to Zhan Shuajuan's Zhan family. After the Chinese New Year, as the new son-in-law who was already engaged, Xiang Chong naturally had to make a trip to Zhan Shuajuan's house. Li Chenglong had always kept Zhuoxiao's words in mind. He knew that Zhan Shuajuan could be in trouble at any time, so he shamelessly brought Xiang Bing and followed his brother-in-law to his in-law's house. After going to the Zhan family they were naturally treated well. After staying like this for a few days they returned to Qianlong together. Nothing happened, so Li Chenglong heaved a sigh of relief. On the way back, Li Chenglong received a call from Yi Changqing, asking him to immediately go and check on Meng Zhangjun and the others who had gone out to train. There was no news from them until now, and they didn't even return home for the Chinese New Year. When Li Chenglong saw that they were about to arrive at Fenghai City, he finally put his heart that had been hanging in the air for a few days back into his stomach. After bidding farewell to Zhan Xuejuan and Xiang Chong, he brought Xiang Bing and went to the training ground where Meng Zhangjun and the others were at. However, not long after Li Chenglong left, Zhan Xuejuan received a call from home, saying that there was great news and asking her to return quickly. The meaning was that there was great news about the bloodline of the Zhan family. Zhan Xuejuan naturally didn't say anything and immediately returned. Xiang Chong naturally followed his sweetheart. The so-called great news was related to a celestial fate. Back then, the ancestors of the Zhan family had formed a connection and received a stick of incense left behind by a celestial. It had been enshrined in the Zhan family's ancestral hall since then. The celestial who gave the incense had said that if the incense burned spontaneously, it would be an opportunity. At this time, all the descendants of the Zhan family had to join in the incense and pray. Then they would use the power of their bloodline to inject a jade pendant that was left behind together. At this moment, whoever the jade pendant lit up in their hands would be bound by the celestial fate. At that time, a great opportunity would naturally befall them. Not long after Li Chenglong and the others left, a strange fragrance that had been silent in the Zhan family for a long time suddenly rose. It was really strange and the fragrance spread far and wide. At first, everyone was surprised by the sudden appearance of the strange fragrance and didn't think about the incense in the ancestral hall. After all, this matter had happened too long ago. In fact, most of the Zhan family members didn't even know about this past. When they found the source of the strange fragrance, the elders of the Zhan family who knew about it became excited. Then they naturally gathered all the descendants of the Zhan family who were not at home and hurried back home. This involved an extraordinary celestial fate. How small could it be? Zhan Xuejuan, who had just left, naturally received this news. As the #1 genius in the family, she was naturally summoned back immediately. Chapter 10-13. Don't worry. Zhan Xuejuan smiled. Look at me. What kind of immortal would fancy me? Xiang Chong only felt that the crisis in his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Looking at Zhan Xuejuan in front of him, he felt as if he was in a dream or in a misty cloud. That kind of misty, illusory, and unreal. It seemed that at any time she would be blown away by the wind and turn into a cloud. But this woman was clearly his fiancée, the person he loved deeply. Xiang Chong forced a smile and said, "But it was said that you don't have to do anything except practice. There may be many opportunities, but they may not be opportunities." Don't worry, don't worry. How could such a big raindrop fall on my head? Zhan Xuejuan smiled. She kissed Xiang Chong lightly on his face and comforted him. When this is over, we will immediately return to Fenghai. It won't take long, at most half an hour. I'll be back in no time. She said as if she was comforting a child. Don't worry. Be obedient and wait for me here. At this point, what else could Xiang Chong do? He could only agree. Okay, then you must be careful. If you find anything wrong, come back quickly. Okay. Zhan Xuejuan felt Xiang Chong's concern for her. She couldn't help but smile gently. She only felt that her heart was infinitely warm and comfortable. She turned around and strode away. His unusually tall and fit body was still as masculine and valiant as ever, full of vigor and vigor. Xiang Chong only felt that his heart was beating like a drum. Seeing Zhan Xuejuan leave, he finally couldn't help but follow her. You go back. Zhan Xuejuan turned around. No. Xiang Chong shook his head. Go back. Be obedient. Zhan Xuejuan's face was a little red. You do your thing. I won't disturb you. I'll just watch from the side. Xiang Chong was very determined. Zhan Xuejuan bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with shyness, tenderness, and gentleness. Suddenly he had a feeling that he wanted nothing more. As a woman with such a husband, what more could she ask for? This life was enough. When we return to Fenghai, let's pick a date to get married, Zhan Xuejuan said, biting her lips. Ah. Xiang Chong was overjoyed. Are you serious? Idiot. Zhan Xuejuan rolled his eyes and turned away. Is what you said true? Xiang Chong shouted from behind, his face full of joy. Zhan Xuejuan did not answer. You can't go back on your word. Xiang Chong's face was full of smiles as he walked. A gentleman keeps his word. Xiang Chong shouted. We'll get married when we get back. You said it. Shut up. Lower your voice. Zhang Xuejuan's face was red. He was unhappy. Many of the Zhan family members heard and could not help but roar with laughter. Oh oh oh. Everyone cheered. Zhang Xuejuan's face was red. She lowered her head and rushed forward. Xiang Chong grinned and smiled happily. He followed behind and looked into the ancestral hall. He felt that today had suddenly become so beautiful. The surrounding Zhan family members also looked at him kindly. Occasionally, two people would come over to tease him, and Xiang Chong would reply with a chuckle. Everyone seemed to be very happy. In the ancestral hall, the descendants of the Zhan family kept coming forward to test it. Drop after drop of Zhan family blood essence dripped on the jade pendant. However, the jade pendant did not have any reaction. A group of men tried one by one, but no one had any reaction. The Zhan family went from their initial ecstasy to extreme disappointment. Could it be that this immortal fate was not fated with the Zhan family? Women. Even if they could, they would still belong to another family. And this was also the reason why Zhang Xuejuan, the number one genius of the Zhan family, was placed at the back. Because the men had to be tested first. Zhang Xuejuan also understood this point. After all, she was going to get married. Once she got married, she would belong to another family. With her talent and the resources that the family had invested in her all these years, that it was already very generous of them to not let her stay at home. All the men had failed. The Zhan family members were extremely disappointed. But things had already reached this stage. How could they stop? Hence, they arranged for the Zhan family women to continue testing. However, no one could make the jade pendant change. Until Zhang Xuejuan cut her middle finger and dripped her blood on the jade pendant. At this moment, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a bright red light. The red light was very gentle. Even Zhang Xuejuan herself was stunned for a moment. It's done. There's a reaction. Everyone in the Zhan family was stunned. Then they cheered in unison. It would be best if there was a man with immortal fate. But as long as there was someone in the Zhan family who could trigger immortal fate, it was still a great opportunity. It's Xuejuan. Xuejuan has immortal fate. That's great. That's great. Haha, it's finally done. It's immortal fate indeed. God bless the Zhan family. The inside was in an uproar. Everyone in the Zhan family was dancing with joy. Xiang Chong was standing at the outermost entrance. He was an impatient person to begin with, so when he heard this, he couldn't help but squeeze in, wanting to take a look. Only Zhang Xuejuan, who was directly involved, faintly felt that something was wrong, because she found that in the red light that suddenly appeared, the jade pendant seemed to have a touch of faint black qi, rising along with the red light. It was just that it was covered by the red light. Those who were not close would not be able to see it. This black aura vaguely made one's heart palpitate. And Zhang Xuejuan, who was closest to him, faintly felt that this was very wrong. If it was really immortal fate, why would there be such an uncomfortable black aura? Just when Zhang Xuejuan vaguely felt that something was wrong and wanted to do something, she was stunned to find that the jade pendant had already stuck to her hand. The light seemed to be getting brighter and brighter, but the blood in her body was also continuously flowing into the jade pendant. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. The red light became brighter and brighter. It dyed half the sky red. The cheers grew louder and louder. As the red light became brighter, the black aura also increased. Gradually it formed a vague door. Inexplicable music seemed to come from the heavens, making people feel relaxed and happy when they heard it. This is immortal music. This is immortal music. The Zhan family members were all trembling with excitement. Xiang Chong squeezed in desperately. Let me see, let me see. He had already seen Zhang Xuejuan in the red light. She was like a fairy. For some reason, Xiang Chong felt that she was very far away. It was as if Zhang Xuejuan was standing in this red light and was separated from him by two different worlds. It was unreachable. He squeezed forward with all his might. He widened his eyes and shouted with a trembling voice, Xuejuan. Xuejuan. How are you? Zhang Xuejuan was stunned. Her eyes were a little confused. The cheers of the people around her seemed to come from the heavens. Her consciousness was gradually blurring. It was as if she had forgotten everything. Her body was also a little light. It was as if she was about to fly off the ground and ascend. However, when Xiang Chong's voice sounded, Zhang Xuejuan's heart suddenly became clear. Xiang Chong, yes, it's Xiang Chong. It's the voice of my lover. It's him. I want to marry him. I want to spend my life with him. Become an immortal? I don't want to. I want to get married. I want to stay. Zhang Xuejuan struggled with all her might. Suddenly she finally regained a trace of clarity. In the red light in front of her, the black gas was becoming more and more obvious. The door was already very clear and open. Others still couldn't detect it. But when Zhang Xuejuan suddenly regained a trace of clarity, she had already seen a ferocious demonic aura, something that looked like a monster, as if it was going to come out from here. It looked excited and its eyes were shining. It was about to rush out. Zhang Xuejuan was horrified. She only felt that all the hair on her body suddenly stood up. She felt that something was wrong. She came to a conclusion: this was definitely not an immortal fate. Then she suddenly remembered what Xiang Chong said. The gods with Xiaoduo once said that she had a great disaster. This was not an immortal fate. Zhang Xuejuan bit her lips and instantly made a decision. This was an immortal fate. Evil and unorthodox ways. How can I let you have your way? At the last moment when the door was about to form, Zhang Xuejuan activated all the remaining strength in her body. With a clang she pulled out her sword and shouted. Without hesitation she cut off her left hand. Using the most extreme method, she resolutely stopped the process of blood pouring into the jade pendant. With a fierce kick, she sent the broken hand and the jade pendant flying. The heavenly music stopped abruptly. The demon that was about to rush out suddenly froze in the door, as if it was solidified. At this moment, a furious roar came from the door. "How dare you, lowly servant!" Xiang Chong had just squeezed in when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. With his eyes wide open, he shouted, "Xuejuan!" Zhang Xuejuan felt that the black gas was like silk threads that had completely tied her up. She couldn't retreat. With all the strength in her body she shouted, "Don't come over!" The long sword in her hand was thrown out like lightning. With a bang, the sword hilt hit Xiang Chong's chest and sent him flying. Zhang Xuejuan shouted, "Back off! You back off! Everyone back off! Don't come over!" Boom! That red light suddenly spread out and threw everyone away. Then, the black light lingered and spread, and the door was rapidly closing. Zhang Xuejuan panted and looked forward to it. It looked like it was about to close. But at the last moment when the door was about to close, the black smoke turned into a big hand. It reached out from the door and grabbed Zhang Xuejuan. "Lowly servant, you spoiled my plans." With a whoosh, Zhang Xuejuan's blood-stained body was caught by the big black hand. "You are indeed a heroine that only appears once in tens of thousands of years. Just when I was about to succeed, you still spoiled my plans." A ferocious voice gradually disappeared as the door closed. Cutting off the hand and feeling the pulse. "You are really bold. Let me see how hard your bones are." With another whoosh, the red light, the black gas, the door, and the source of all the trouble, the jade pendant, all disappeared. It disappeared together with Zhang Xuejuan. A roar came from an unknown space. It was Zhang Xuejuan's heartbreaking roar. "Don't wait for me. Don't look for me." The voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 10:14. The door was suddenly closed. The red light and the black gas suddenly disappeared. Zhang Xuejuan's screams seemed to still reverberate in the air. Only Zhang Xuejuan's severed left hand was left on the ground. The Zhan family members who were cheering until their voices were hoarse were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did it suddenly? Xuejuan. Xiang Chong let out a hoarse roar, rushing forward with all his might. But the door was completely closed. Xiang Chong missed his target and crashed into the offering table in the ancestral hall, breaking it into pieces. "Xuejuan, where are you? Where did you go?" Xiang Chong almost went crazy. Where did she go? Xiang Chong frantically tried every method he could think of, but he was still unable to find any information about Zhang Xuejuan. The only thing he had left was the incense burning in the ancestral hall of the Zhan family. However, after the jade pendant disappeared, the incense had turned into an incomparably foul smell. The Zhan family members were dumbfounded. Wasn't this an immortal fate? What? Did it suddenly become a disaster? Where was Zhang Xuejuan? Where was the immortal? That music? Where did the red light go? What exactly happened? No one could explain. Xiang Chong did not cry, nor did he go into a daze. He just went crazy, but he forced himself to calm down. He used the knife to stab his arms and legs a few times before he regained some consciousness. "I can't go crazy. I have to wake up. I have to go find her." He broke the burning incense, leaving a small half of it that was not completely burned, and carefully picked up Zhang Xuejuan's left hand on the ground. The jade hand was still warm and soft, as if there were still remnants of her gentleness. Xiang Chong held the severed hand, feeling as if a knife was cutting his heart. He took Zhan Xuejuan's left hand and bid farewell to the Zhan family members. I have to go find her. I will find her no matter where I go. Xiang Chong quickly rushed back to Fenghai City to find Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo. He knew that the only person he could count on to help him was probably Zhuo Xiaoduo alone. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo had made a prophecy in advance. Zhan Xuejuan's disaster. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo might have a way to deal with it. He frantically contacted Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not be contacted. No matter if it was by phone or any other means of contacting him through the internet, none of them could be reached. Xiang Chong almost went crazy. He could only choose to ask Li Chenglong for help. Xiang Chong was very clear-headed. He knew that his IQ was not high enough, let alone now that his mind was in a mess. At this moment, only Li Chenglong was quick-witted and could help him, calmly helping him to plan. Li Chenglong was now on his way back. He lived up to everyone's expectations and found the severely injured Meng Zhangjun and the others. He also rescued them. Then on the way back he received a call from Xiang Chong. Li Chenglong rushed back through the night and saw Xiang Chong. Then he forcefully detained Xiang Chong in the villa and did not allow him to take a step out. At this time it was easy to get into trouble. Zhan Xuejuan was already in trouble. Xiang Chong could not have any more accidents. Looking at the dazed Xiang Chong, Li Chenglong only felt waves of powerlessness at this moment. He only thought of one sentence: fate, destiny, irreversible. Zhuo Xiaoduo had long predicted that Zhan Xuejuan would meet with a calamity of certain death. Therefore, he specially instructed himself to keep a close eye on her so that she could avoid the calamity. However, everything was fine and she had already left the Zhan family. But because he was transferred away by a phone call, the subsequent events changed and took a turn for the worse. First, Zhuo Xiaoduo was busy with something and disappeared. He did not know how to deal with Zhan Xuejuan. He could only try his best to prevent the possibility of anything happening. Everything was going smoothly, but at the last moment, a phone call and a mission transferred him away. Because of this there was a gap. Zhan Xuejuan, who had already left, was called back and killed herself. Tell me, with all these things happening one after another, where can you go to reason? Thinking back to Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Li Chenglong could only feel his heart palpitating. Destiny. Even if you know it, you may not be able to escape it. Li Chenglong frantically searched for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The current situation was beyond his ability to deal with. However, he was shocked to find that Xiang Chong could not contact Zhuo Xiaoduo, and he could not contact Zhuo Xiaoduo either. Even their unique communication method was useless. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Li Chenglong only felt that it was inconceivable. He could not believe it. Everything was inconceivable. Xiang Chong had just encountered such an irreversible thing, and on the other side he could not contact the key person who could help him the most. Who dared to say that this was not God's will? Where did Zhuo Xiaoduo go? Li Chenglong had chosen to look for Zhuo Xiaoduo himself when he had discovered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had disappeared. This was because too many people and things were involved in this matter. What if Zhuo Xiaoduo had only returned to his hometown? What if he had gone to the Nine Heavens Pavilion to accompany Zhuo Xiaoyan? Or perhaps he had gone into closed-door training. Li Chenglong knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo had such a space. He would not be able to receive any news as long as he went in to train. It was no different from him vanishing from the face of the earth. Therefore, Li Chenglong rushed back to the Phoenix City at night to confirm the situation. He visited Hu Ruoyun and teacher Hu, and learned that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left. So he ran back again. Even if he suddenly had an epiphany and was in that space, Zhuo could not have stayed there for more than 24 hours. Li Chenglong calculated silently. His phone was always charged. Since he had rushed back from the Phoenix City, he had been anxiously calling every few minutes. He had been full of hope every time. He had hoped that the other party would come out of closed-door training. However, his hopes had been dashed every time. If Zhuo had really gone into closed-door training for some reason, and had encountered a critical juncture, it might have taken a little longer. But it would not have taken more than 36 hours. He is not a person who would not give instructions. Li Chenglong was burning with anxiety. He rushed back to the Fenghai City, and returned to the villa as soon as possible. He burned incense for Grandma Shi, and the principal changed the offerings. Then he sat in the living room and waited quietly for Zhuo Xiaoduo's reappearance. However, 24 hours had passed and there was no news. 36 hours had passed and there was still no news. At this moment, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Gao Qiao, Yuyena Zhen Pia Piao, Pai Yibao, and the other members of Zhou Xiaoduo's gang had already been waiting in the villa. However, they did not dare to enter the living room. They could only wait outside. It was probably because Li Chenglong's temper was unprecedentedly hot. It was almost as if he would explode at the slightest provocation. No one wanted to, mainly because they did not dare to provoke Li Chenglong at this time. Li Chenglong sat in the living room for a long time. His eyes were slightly closed. He seemed to be taking a nap, but in fact he was thinking nervously. Where did Zhou go? If he did not act on his own initiative and had an accident, then what kind of accident could it be? A life and death crisis? If it wasn't for the sudden turn of events with his character, he wouldn't have left no traces behind. Then the person he's facing must be an extremely powerful expert, one that far surpasses us. No, it should be far beyond what Boss Zhou can handle. 36 hours. I can't wait any longer. The situation has changed. It is not at a level that I can handle alone. Li Chenglong did not hesitate anymore. He took out his phone and called Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian. Zhou Xiaoduo was missing. When Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian heard this breaking news, they were almost scared to death. The two of them rushed to the villa immediately to confirm the situation. In particular, when Zhou Xiaoduo was last seen in Phoenix City, they called Hu Ruoyun and her husband to confirm it repeatedly. Then the two of them reported this big news to their superiors. Yi Changqing immediately called Nan Jingqian, the chief of the southern region. Marshal Nan. Nan Jingqian's voice was very bright. Changqing, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Marshal Nan. Something happened on our side, Yi Changqing said. What could have happened on your side? Minister Nan should be in the military camp, having a meal with his subordinates. He could clearly hear the sound of laughter and shouting next to him. Zhou Xiaoduo is missing. Yi Changqing's mood was unusually heavy, and his tone was unusually cold. On the other side, Nan Jingqian suddenly paused. Then he heard a sudden sound. Obviously, Nan Jingqian came out of his room. He hurriedly asked, What? Say that again? Yi Changqing sighed. Zhou Xiaoduo is missing. He should have disappeared during the Spring Festival break. We can't contact him no matter what. As he spoke, he went into detail about the investigation, the last traces of Zhou Xiaoduo before he went missing, and the people he came into contact with. Then he went into detail. On the other side, Marshal Nan had been holding his breath for a long time, but he didn't say a word. He listened quietly and summarized the information. He seemed to be very calm and unperturbed. When Yi Changqing finished, Nan Jingqian asked with unusual calmness, Is there anything else you want to add? Yi Changqing thought quickly and looked at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong shook his head. No, that's all the information we have now. Information about Zhou Xiaoduo must not be spread. You just wait quietly. Remember, don't spread even a single piece of information. No one is allowed to spread it. Wait for my call at any time. Marshal Nan immediately hung up the phone. The room fell into an unprecedented silence. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. He felt his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. His legs were a little weak. How is it? Li Chenglong asked. Don't spread the news. Don't act rashly. Don't spread the news. Yi Changqing staggered and sat on the sofa. He looked at Li Chenglong and said, Besides you, who else knows? No one. No one. No one. Gao Qiao's eyes suddenly flashed and said, Sister Nian? She's swollen. You didn't tell her, right? Li Chenglong shook his head. How dare I? The most important thing now is her. When no one is looking at her, I don't dare to say anything. Who can guarantee how she will react? Chapter 10-15. Gao Qiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, It's good that he didn't say anything. Now that something has happened to Zhou, what I'm most afraid of is that our family is in a mess. If Sister Nian loses control, we will be even more helpless and helpless. What should we do next? Wait. We can only wait. When Xingqian sat down slowly, his eyes focused. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time he said softly, Xiaoduo is good at divination. He can see life and death, fortune and misfortune. He knows better than anyone how to seek fortune and avoid calamity, avoid death and prolong life. He will be fine. Maybe he is just temporarily trapped and can't contact us. No news is actually good news. As Qiao said, let's not think too much and panic. Minister Nan has already intervened in this matter. He will find a way to find Xiao Duo's whereabouts. Everyone nodded silently. Although when Xingtian's words were meant to comfort himself, at the moment, no news was indeed good news. There was no need for him to panic. After the assassination attempt by the Dao Alliance's Skysore Realm expert, everyone had truly become jittery and paranoid about the dangers of every bush and tree. At this time, Xiao Duo suddenly disappeared for no reason. Moreover, he disappeared on the way back to Fenghai from Phoenix City. No one dared to continue thinking about what this meant. If they forced themselves to think about it, they wouldn't think in a good direction. Only a moment later, the sky above Fenghai suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. An unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly arrived. With a boom, the person broke through the sky and came in. It was the king of Zhuolu and his wife, who had arrived in Fenghai. The king of Zhuolu, Yun Jianghu, by Yun Ferry, and by Yun Duo were surrounded by the biting cold air from the sky. They landed in the villa's courtyard with a whoosh and teleported to the living room in the next moment. What happened? Is this what happened? Search the entire way. Yun Jianghu's aura was fully unleashed, and his murderous aura soared to the heavens. Capture everyone who was on the road or passed by that day. Also, search for the auras of all the experts on this road and capture them. Exterminate all the bandits on this road and interrogate them one by one. Bai Yun Duo jumped in fright. Isn't this a bit too loud? This is big? The murderous intent in Yun Jianghu's tiger-like eyes was piercingly cold, and a tyrannical aura rose from his body. Once any suspicious points are confirmed, blood will flow for thousands of miles, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It will be nothing more than a trivial matter. Li Chenglong and the others were stunned by the conversation between the couple. Who is this? Why is it so easy to put people in misery and suffering? Move out now. Yun Zhonghu's cloak fluttered as he turned around and walked out. From now on, all officials and organizations in the astral souls are to listen to my orders. My orders are strictly enforced. If there is any disobedience, if there is any negligence, the bloodline of all 9 generations will be wiped out. Do not blame me for not warning you. At this moment, Yun Zhonghu had completely gone crazy. Now, he really wanted to kill someone to vent the huge negative emotions in his heart. Little junior brother had gone missing. The only bloodline of master and mistress had gone missing. Pass down my orders. Investigate the 12 major cities in the vicinity first. Uproot all the Dao League and Umno Alliance's strongholds, spies and spies. I want to interrogate them personally. The Dao League is still in alliance. Bai Yun Duo said worriedly. We still have to report this to Uncle Yu. Even if we are not afraid of being held accountable, it will still be troublesome. Alliance special fuck. Troublesome, fucking troublesome. Yun Zhonghu's eyes were red. Who cares about the alliance now? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. Tiger Guards, Yun Kai assemble. Give up on everything and rush back quickly to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yun Zhonghu pointed at the dozen Tiger Guards and Yun Kai behind him. 3 days. Yes. Heavenly King. More than a dozen people sat in more than a dozen directions. All of them unleashed their auras and whistled away. During this time there were people coming and leaving continuously. In the sky above Fenghai the wind and clouds surged and the sky changed color. The wind blew in the sky and the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtun, arrived with a murderous look on his face. Have you found anything? Have you found any clues? No. All of you go and help. A figure flashed. Nanjing Qian had also arrived. You still haven't found anything? Hurry up and go back to your southern army. You're just causing trouble here. The king of Zhuolu cursed. Get lost. Nanjing Qian paused. His eyes were a little red. Then he turned around and left. If you find anything, send me a message as soon as possible. Then he flew into the sky. What should we do? Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu looked at each other. Should we inform? Both of them rubbed their hands. Xiao Duo, go to Shangjing and keep an eye on Xiaoyan. Don't let her know about Xiao Duo's disappearance and don't let her run around, Yun Zhonghu said to his wife. Okay. Immediately. Understood. Bai Yun Duo rushed into the sky like a stream of light, galloping far away. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others saw the series of changes and the arrival of several important people. They were all stunned and speechless for a long time. This time, the heavenly kings of the right and left came with their original faces. They didn't disguise themselves, so they were naturally recognized at a glance. The many guesses they had about Wuxiao's identity in the past were finally confirmed at this moment. As expected, there was indeed a great background behind this kid. Otherwise, the heavenly kings of the right and left wouldn't have come in person as soon as something happened to this kid. Moreover, they directly tore through space to come here. Their urgency was unprecedented. Even when they were at the Sun and Moon Pass, facing enemies 10 times their number, the two heavenly kings weren't so flustered. What should we do next? We still have to talk about it. Yu Dongtian anxiously transmitted his voice to Yun Zhonghu. Master is now at the most critical moment. Yun Zhonghu's eyebrows twitched. We are about to achieve everything. If we are disturbed at this time, it is very likely that all our efforts will be in vain. But if we don't say it, we will be beaten to death. Yu Dongtian's eyebrows also twitched. Let's look for it first. Look for it for 2 days. Yun Zhonghu gritted his teeth. 2 days later, if we find it, then it's fine. If we can't find it. If we can't find it at that time, we will consider whether to tell Master. I will bear all the consequences caused by this matter. Yun Zhonghu repeated and made up his mind. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. You will bear the blame? Are you sure you can bear it? Shouldn't you tell my father first? Yu Dongtian looked hesitant and said, My father is guarding. What I mean is, if he's here to take the blame, the both of us will feel better. Yun Zhonghu looked at Yu Dongtian a little angrily. You are getting more and more overboard. Now you even want to push the blame to your own father? Yu Dongtian had an embarrassed look on his face. Uncle, you can't take the blame for this matter. Yun Zhonghu said, Fuck, I have been confused by you. Is this the time to push the blame? Master and mistress are in closed-door cultivation. The task of looking after little junior brother naturally falls to me. If something happens to little junior brother, then it is my problem. Even if Master doesn't say a word, I will still be ashamed. At this time you still have the mood to think about pushing the blame. Do you believe that I will beat you to death with one punch? Okay. Let's look first. What if we find it soon? Okay. Who do you think did it? Yu Dongtian asked telepathically. The Tao League is more likely. Yun Zhonghu gritted his teeth. I think so too. The sky flickered and a tyrannical aura shrouded the sky. A person in white descended from the sky. It was a woman in a white robe. Her face was picturesque and her appearance was peerless. What happened? The woman frowned and looked at the two heavenly kings. Wu, don't worry. Nothing happened. Yun Zhonghu hurriedly bowed. Why did she come out? She was famous for being untouchable. Looking at the entire Astral Souls continent, she was one of the 3 most untouchable women. She was ranked before his wife, second only to his master's wife. The woman in white carried a guqin on her back. When she heard Yun Zhonghu's words, the guqin suddenly appeared in her hand. Her slender hands gently plucked the strings. It's really nothing. Yun Zhonghu said anxiously, it's a matter of the younger generation. You don't have to worry about it. Are also very busy. Hurry. The woman in white snorted. After a moment of silence, she said, Where is your master? My master is in seclusion. Yun Zhonghu coughed and replied, Of course. Cough. He is in seclusion with my master's wife. Boom. Yun Zhonghu was immediately sent flying more than 3 feet. Damn it. The woman in white flew away. Before she left, she kicked Yun Zhonghu to vent her anger. Even if you don't say it, I will investigate it myself. Yun Zhonghu looked sullen, but he did not dare to speak. When the woman in white left, he finally stood up with a grimace. He still had lingering fears. Didn't they say that there is still some time before the Battle of the Worlds? Why did she jump out now? You ask me, but who should I ask? Yu Dongtian, who had been pretending to be a quail at the side, finally came back to life. How scary. That master's wife of yours is really not scary. You dare to say it to her face? I don't dare. Let's get down to business first. It is said that the people of the Tao League and the Feng family have been very active in the White Mountain and Blackwater area recently. They are looking for information everywhere. Yu Dongtian said. Well, I heard about this too. They seem to be looking for someone, the king of Zhuolu said. But the person they are looking for seems to be the third prince. It has nothing to do with little junior brother. The heavenly king of the right nodded. That little guy from the royal family is an idiot. After doing such a thing, he actually left clues for the Tao League. I think they will find out about him soon. Yesterday, the Feng family and the Feng family already sent a few experts to Shangjing. The king of Zhuolu said lightly, but this matter is not within my jurisdiction. I have no intention of interfering. The heavenly king of the right said, "Me too." The two of them stood in the sky and chatted. The entire Fenghai city under their feet, including all the movements in the surroundings, was within the range of their divine senses. As time passed, the two of them became more and more impatient. Chapter 10:16. The two heavenly kings felt their hearts beating faster and faster. They had a vague feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Unfortunately, there was nothing to talk about. They could only stare and endure. By the way, there was a sudden rainstorm in the Umno Alliance yesterday. You think it has something to do with Xiao Duo? Yu Dongtian tried to find a topic to talk about. It's two different things. It's two completely different things. Yun Zhonghu said, that strange phenomenon was caused by the Flood Witch's breakthrough. Sigh. Yu Dongtian was also a little envious. Flood. This senior is really a genius. He's worthy of being invincible. If little junior brother grows up, he won't be inferior to him. The life of invincibility won't belong to him forever. Moreover, there's still Master. After Master completes his breakthrough this time, he might not necessarily be inferior to the Flood Witch. Yun Zhonghu said slowly. Suddenly, the murderous intent in his eyes exploded. No matter who took little junior brother this time, I'll definitely make him pay the price. The topic was back again. Yu Dongtian looked at Yun Zhonghu, who was about to explode, and tactfully kept quiet. On this day, from Fenghai to Phoenix City and the surrounding areas, all the bandits were unlucky. All the strongholds of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League were uprooted. There were no exceptions. All the nearby cities, all the organizations, all the armies, all the officials, all the martial artists, were all included in the unified command. The entire country's machinery operated with unprecedented efficiency. The power it exerted was really terrifying. Countless people had committed crimes their whole lives. They originally wanted to continue living freely, but today they were dealt with. Countless people were caught at the right time. Countless people were caught because of inappropriate comments. Under the command of the furious King Zuolu, this road and the surrounding 9 major cities were cleaned up as if they had been washed away by a rainstorm. Those who escaped the net time and time again were really. Not a single one was spared this time. Moreover, this sweeping storm continued to spread to the surrounding cities, becoming more and more intense as time passed. The Umno Alliance was fine, but the Dao League was a part of the alliance. Very soon, the higher-ups called to protest and asked for the release of the people. However, in the eyes of the king of Zuolu, there was only one word for it. Scram. In Shangjing, Zhuo Xiaonian was already restless and anxious. Since returning to Shangjing, Zhuo Xiaonian had completed several tasks in a row. She should have eliminated her hostility, or at least not be so motivated. Balancing work with rest was the right thing to do. However, she didn't know why, but she felt that her heart was full of murderous intent. She couldn't get rid of it, so she killed several batches of targets in a row. Every time he passed by the third prince's residence, this feeling would increase dramatically. The thought of directly killing his way in and slaughtering his way in would never go away. The more he thought about it, the more intense it became. As a result, she was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. I didn't even get to spend New Year's Eve with Gouda. This new year is such a waste. Zhuo Xiaonian was very unhappy about this. Although he tries to take advantage of me when I'm with Gouda, but I can beat him up. Not to mention that after the first day of the new year, she couldn't get through to Zhuo Xiaoduo when she tried to call him. If it was just once or twice, it wouldn't be a big deal. Maybe this brat entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate, so it was reasonable that he couldn't get through to her. If it was 3 or 5 times, it would still be reasonable. After all, she called him within 1 or 2 days. However, on the 3rd day of the new year, 2 days had passed. Not only did this brat not take the initiative to call her back, but he also couldn't get through as before. This was a problem. Obviously, he's got a lot of guts. If he doesn't get beaten up for 3 days, he's going to do whatever he wants. Zhuo Xiaonian was fuming. She was already planning thousands of torture methods in her heart. The next time she saw Gouda, she would definitely teach this disobedient fellow a lesson. This was intolerable. Even if she could tolerate it, she couldn't tolerate it. However, Zhuo Xiaonian liked to think about things that were pricking her lungs. She thought that Gouda must be busy flirting with girls, right? Or perhaps he was trying to please some shameless woman who seduced her fiancé, or flirting in front of other girls. The next time I see him, I'll beat him to death. No, I can't beat him to death. The next time I see him, I'll have a cold war with him. I'll ignore him. He'll be anxious to death. I'll let him coax me. He won't be able to coax me even if he tries 8 or 10 times. The number of times I call him is more than the number of times I call him. I can't forgive him so easily. I must keep a tight grip on him. Another day passed impatiently. On the 4th day of the new year, she still couldn't get through to Gouda. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel restless. Although little doggy liked to talk nonsense, he wasn't someone who didn't tell him what to do. Could it be that something had happened? Did something happen? Originally, because she was annoyed, she planned to use the mission as an excuse to divert her attention. However, she became absent-minded and her temper became more and more fiery. According to Zhuo Xiaoyan's understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo, he would definitely not ignore her calls. Especially after so many times in one breath. The wheels of time were turning. Seeing that it was the 5th day of the new year, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't hold it in anymore. I have a mission tonight and tomorrow morning. After I finish my mission and catch these scums, I'll immediately ask for leave and go to Fenghai. I'll see what happened that night. When Zhuo Xiaoyan went out on a mission, she immediately used her peak returning mysterious realm freezing energy and froze the target, the entire bandit nest, into ice. Her method was fast, simple, and violent. Everyone who went out on the mission with her was terrified. What the hell is this still returning mysterious realm? Even a peak flying heavens expert wouldn't be able to do this, right? The next morning, after handing in the mission, Zhuo Xiaoyan directly asked for leave. I have something to do and need to go to Fenghai. Let's temporarily set the time for leave for a week. It might be delayed. It's okay. Half a month is fine. Zhuo Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. When other people asked for leave, they would be scolded. However, when it was her turn to ask for leave, not only was she happy and comfortable, but she was also more considerate. If she asked for a day, she would be given 2 days. If she asked for 2 days, she would be given 7 days. If she asked for a week, she would be given half a month. Zhuo Xiaoyan was naturally aware of the obvious difference in treatment. While he was grateful, he also raised his vigilance. You're being so lenient and considerate to me. You don't have other thoughts, do you? Even though the old man in front of her looked old and senile, Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't let her guard down. If you really have other thoughts, with my current cultivation I can freeze you into an ice cube in a matter of minutes. If the leader in charge of the returning mysterious realm group knew that Zhuo Xiaoyan had such thoughts, he would probably vomit blood. It's not that I have other thoughts about you. It's just that you have too much background. I really can't afford to offend you. As usual, Zhuo Xiaoyan exuded a gust of cold wind. She directly soared into the sky and left Shangjing. However, the cold wind around her was much colder than before. However, she didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. As soon as she left Shangjing, she met Bai Yunduo, who was rushing towards her. Zhuo Xiaoyan obviously knew Bai Yunduo. When the starry mountains opened, Bai Yunduo was standing in the sky and monitoring all the teams. Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that this patrol inspector was a big shot who stood at the peak of the entire astral souls. Now that she saw her, even someone as arrogant as her didn't dare to neglect her. She was the first to greet her. Hello, patrol inspector. Zhuo Xiaoyan? Bai Yunduo pretended to be surprised. You're Zhuo Xiaoyan from the 9 Heavens Pavilion, right? Your codename is Civet? Zhuo Xiaoyan said respectfully, that's Xiaoyan. I didn't expect patrol inspector to know me. Zhuo Xiaoyan really didn't expect Bai Yunduo to know her name. Under normal circumstances, her information was far from being qualified to enter the eyes of such a big shot. She really didn't expect this high and mighty patrol inspector to know her. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel proud. You look like you're in a hurry. Where are you going? Can you tell me? I'm going to Fenghai. What a coincidence. I just came back from Fenghai. Bai Yunduo smiled confidently. Oh, you're going to Fenghai to see your brother? How do you know everything? Zhuo Xiaoyan was surprised. You and your brother are both on the top genius list of the astral souls. Bai Yunduo casually made up a list and smiled amiably. And on this list there are only a total of 6 people. Even if I don't want to be familiar with all of you, I really can't do it. Ah, I see. Zhuo Xiaoyan was enlightened. Everything made sense. Zhuo Xiaoyan was well aware of her and Puppy's innate talents. She knew that if there was such a list, the 2 of them would definitely be the first and second place at the top. This wasn't out of modesty. The esteemed master had already proved this point. It wasn't surprising that the astral souls had another list of heavenly talents that they paid special attention to. Zhou Xiaoyan even thought that Li Chenglong might be among the 6 people. She just didn't know where he was ranked. Zhou Xiaoyan had heard too many times from Zhou Xiaoduo about this person who had been by Puppy's side for the past few years. If you're going to see Zhou Xiaoduo, you might as well not go. You won't be able to see him even if you go. Bai Yunduo chuckled. Well, what do you mean, master? Zhou Xiaoduo rushed back to his hometown in Phoenix City on New Year's Eve to visit his old friends. Due to a chance encounter, his Taoist heart was enlightened and his state of mind was greatly improved. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon High School specially arranged a 1-month hellish cultivation for him. During this period, he's not allowed to bring any communication devices to prevent it from affecting the cultivation. Bai Yunduo said, I believe that after this cultivation he'll be reborn. He might even be able to catch up with you. Bai Yunduo smiled and said, How is it? This is great news, isn't it? Are you happy? Are you happy? Chapter 10:17. Happy? Happy? Zhou Xiaoyan widened her eyes. Apparently she was shocked by the good news. There was only one thought in her mind. Is he going to catch up with me? Oh, how is this possible? What kind of cultivation is so effective? How can I be reborn? With Bai Yunduo's endorsement, Zhou Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't have any doubts. However, a strong sense of danger grew in his heart, and he couldn't stop himself. Oh no. Oh no. Little doggy said that if he catches up with me he will do that. So embarrassing. Bai Yunduo looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's cold face, suddenly flushed red. It was so beautiful that she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. As an experienced person, how could she not know what was going on with Zhou Xiaoyan? She was very familiar with the relationship between the two. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed as she thought about the uncertain future. She said faintly, Little Nian, should I tell you that your cultivation progress is a little slow? Your brother used to be much slower than you, but now he is about to catch up with you. When she said this, the Lady of the Clouds felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Xiaoyan's cultivation progress, let alone herself, even in the eyes of the top 2 people in the astral souls. It was definitely unprecedented. Well, if Zhou Xiaoyan met Zhou Xiaoduo, it could only be said that she was born at the wrong time. Otherwise, she would be the most powerful person in the world. No one could compete with her. This kind of cultivation progress, even compared to those ancient almighty people in the legends who encountered one opportunity with each step, was still one of the best. Very few people could compare to him. Whoever dared to say that Zhou Xiaoyan was slow would probably be despised to death. He immediately retorted with a single sentence. This is slow? How fast are you? However, Bai Yunduo's words had hit Zhou Xiaoyan's weak spot, and it had instantly broken through his mental defenses. That's right. Compared to little doggy, my cultivation progress is indeed slow, too slow. Zhou Xiaoyan's state of mind became more and more unstable, and his heart was burning with anxiety. However, she was now thinking of ways to improve herself. She must not let little doggy catch up with her. It would be too embarrassing if little doggy caught up with her now. Since she would not be able to see Zhou Xiaoduo after going to Fenghai, Zhou Xiaoyan immediately extinguished the thought of going to Fenghai. Little doggy is cultivating desperately. Why should I go there? To watch him catch up with me? From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xiaoyan had never doubted that Inspector Baiyun Fairy, the most powerful person in the astral souls, would lie to her. The Lady of the Clouds would never lie to him. Who was he? Why would such a high-end and high-class person come here to lie to her? Was she a university student who suspected that the country's leader was lying to her? This was simply impossible. She would be excited for a long time just to meet her. How could she have any doubts? Zhou Xiaoyan was probably in this situation now. Thank you for telling me. Zhou Xiaoyan wanted to go back as soon as possible. Once she went back, she would go into seclusion and seize every moment to cultivate and improve. What are you going to do? Go back and cultivate. Cultivate? Bai Yunduo's face was full of smiles. Anyway, I don't have anything important to do in Shangjing. Where do you live? I'll go with you. Maybe I can give you some advice on cultivation. Speaking of which, part of the reason I came here this time is because of you. Because of me? Zhou Xiaoyan was surprised. The great Baiyun Fairy came here to look for me? What? Am I such a big shot? Aren't you giving me too much face? Zhou Xiaoduo is working hard to improve his cultivation, and you also need to improve your cultivation. You need to improve even more. Bai Yunduo said lightly, in half a year there might be a grand competition between the 3 clans. At that time, the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, and the Astral Souls will all send their top talents to determine the strongest junior. This competition is still classified as a top secret. Only 2 people from each continent will participate in this competition. The Astral Souls has chosen Yuan's Wuxiao duo. It's already a sure thing. Although Wuxiao's battle prowess is extremely high, his cultivation base is still lacking. At the very least, he still needs to take a big step forward to ensure his victory. I hope that he can meet the requirements with this opportunity. Your current cultivation realm has reached the lower limit of the set standard, but I'm afraid it's still not enough to get the first place. Bai Yun Duo said, since I have nothing to do, I plan to go to Shangjing to do some things. At the same time, I want to urge you to work hard and improve your cultivation realm. Let's go. I'll go back with you. I want to see the results of your cultivation during this time with my own eyes. You little girl, sigh. You've been slacking off recently. Zhuo Xiaoyan was brought back by Bai Yun Duo in a daze. Then she was immersed in the intensive training conducted by Bai Yun Fairy. Bai Yun Duo used her unique method to squeeze out Zhuo Xiaoyan's potential to the extreme. She personally joined the competition and pointed out many of Zhuo Xiaoyan's shortcomings. After a few rounds, she squeezed out all of Zhuo Xiaoyan's spiritual energy. Then she let Zhuo Xiaoyan recover while she stayed by her side to protect her. She completely isolated Zhuo Xiaoyan from the outside world. Her cultivation realm was much higher than Zhuo Xiaoyan's. Every time she could control her spiritual energy very carefully. She could make Zhuo Xiaoyan completely exhausted, drained her spiritual energy, and shriveled her dantian to the point that there was not a trace of it left. But at the same time she would never hurt her origin. In this way the spiritual energy in her dantian was absorbed from nothing to the limit. When her dantian was full again, not only did she have new insights, but she could also slightly expand the capacity of her dantian every time her dantian was full. At Zhuo Xiaoyan's level, it was extremely difficult to expand the capacity of one's dantian. It was directly related to the number of times one had to compress one's cultivation. If one continued to compress like this, Bai Yun Duo could even push Zhuo Xiaoyan's cultivation to a whole new level on top of the already shocking foundation. Zhuo Xiaoyan naturally knew the benefits of this. This kind of cultivation method was more than just twice the result with half the effort. It was basically a heaven-sent opportunity. Her cultivation realm improved by leaps and bounds. She's indeed the top of the continent, the top of the mythical level. Zhuo Xiaoyan was full of admiration. I can't let that little dog catch up with me. This is a good opportunity. I must take this opportunity to widen the distance between us. I must widen the distance even more. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were unprecedentedly resolute. Finally, during a break in cultivation, Bai Yun Duo asked Zhuo Xiaoyan, Little Nian, how many times have you suppressed your cultivation at the peak of the returning profound realm? Currently only 19 times. There's still a lot of room for compression. Zhuo Xiaoyan answered honestly and respectfully. Cough. Bai Yun Duo only felt her throat itch, so she coughed and said, How many times do you think you can suppress when you really break through to the sky realm? Zhuo Xiaoyan calculated and said, I originally expected to suppress about 45 times. However, this time, with the help of Master's extreme compression of her dantian, I estimate that by that time, I should be able to suppress 3 or 4 more times. Her eyes were shining as she said, If I work harder, I should be able to suppress it to 50 times. If I can suppress it to 51 or 52 times, that would be even better. Bai Yun Duo closed her mouth and used all her willpower to control the expression on her face. She nodded gracefully and said, Not bad at all. Your performance has far exceeded the scope of ordinary prodigies. However, you still have to work harder. It won't look good if the elder sister is beaten to the ground by the younger brother. No, definitely not. Zhuo Xiaoyan was full of fighting spirit. She said, After this special training, I'm confident that I can still beat little doggy single-handedly. It won't be a problem. Bai Yun's mouth twitched. Okay, let's continue. I'll give you a hand. I hope your wish comes true. Zhuo Xiaoduo was thrown far away in the beam of light. He felt like he had been shot out of a rocket launcher, through thousands of mountains and rivers like an egg. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away from the Red Sun mountain range, which was a sea of fire that was thousands of miles in circumference. He also caught a glimpse of the mountains under his feet, which flashed past in a hurry like a line. Hundreds of mountains were left behind in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was not shocked at all. Instead, he was filled with joy. It was indeed Zhu Wu's inheritance. It was indeed awesome. Apart from the inheritance, there was also a layer of protection. It was very thoughtful and strict. Especially for the current me, it was tailor-made and infinitely suitable for me. Looking at the densely packed human heads that looked like ants, there seemed to be at least a few 100,000 of them. Then, looking at the Wizard Alliance's banners that flashed past, Lin Li felt a chill run down his spine. Zuo Duo suddenly had a feeling of being trapped in a hopeless situation, but he had escaped with his life. Awesome. This is really awesome. I didn't expect there to be such a trick. In this way, I have directly escaped the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, with my current speed, each person is in a different direction. The higher-ups of the Umno Alliance will definitely not be able to determine where I am. It's getting harder and harder to determine. Since the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance can't determine where I am, that hateful old man, who is in the hinterland of the Umno Alliance, will naturally be even more powerless. I can only completely get rid of him. I have gotten rid of this huge trouble. Zuo Duo felt relaxed all over. Looking outside the beam of light, he saw thousands of mountains and rivers flashing past. Under the extreme relaxation, he could not help but feel refreshed and even high-spirited. For a moment, he was in the mood of being lonely at the top, and his poetic interest was greatly aroused. Traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Jianghu in the evening, the golden crow in the sleeve is bold. No one in the Umno Alliance knows me. The sound of the waves flies across hundreds of thousands of lakes. Yes, it can't be the sound of the waves, it must be the sound of the waves. Chapter 10:18. Zuo Duo felt that he had been overindulged. I traversed the Umno Alliance over thousands of mountains and rivers, rowing a boat without a paddle. His words were full of self-satisfaction, and he even wanted to continue. What's the big deal about traveling to the North Sea in the morning and Jianghu in the evening? It's just that the distance I traversed in these 2 seconds was several times greater than his, alright? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel that he was high and mighty. He had a subtle feeling that a person at the peak would feel cold. A sense of loneliness arose in his heart, as if there was no one else but him. Hundreds of thousands of strong enemies besieged and millions of troops chased and intercepted. What kind of dangerous situation was that? This is simply a matter of 10,000 deaths. But I, Master Zhuo, passed through it so easily. To me, this kind of deadly encirclement is not something that can be done with a wave of my hand. I'm already thousands of mountains and rivers away without taking away a single cloud. Although it's not my own ability, but this doesn't stop me from being overindulgent. Because I'm in a good mood. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move in the beam of light and was still tightly imprisoned, Zuo Duo would definitely stand with his hands behind his back, standing in the wind and showing off his cool and graceful manner. Looking at the mountains that seemed to be lined up like flickering lights and passing shadows, and in an instant, thousands of mountains flew past in front of him, Zuo Duo became more and more comfortable. That old bastard whose name I don't know, let's see how you're going to monitor me. You're really too vicious. What kind of grudge do you have with my father that you actually put the blame on me? Just you wait. Wait until I achieve great success in my cultivation, I'll definitely take revenge. Even if I can't deal with you for now, I'll still deal with your descendants. I promise I'll take care of them until they cry for their parents. Since this old bastard has descendants, he must have sons, grandsons, great-grandsons and the like, right? Can't I beat one of them? Since he has a daughter, he must have a grandson or something, right? Can't I, Zuo Duo, beat your grandson to death? When I go back and see them, I'll definitely. As he thought about it, anger rose in his heart, and evil grew in his guts. Dozens of revenge plans were lined up neatly in a row. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a dark and lush green, endless forest? Damn, how could there be such a vast forest? He was clearly moving at such a fast speed, and thousands of mountains and rivers were nothing to him. Why was it that he still couldn't see the end of it? Wasn't this forest a bit too big? The forest in front of them was filled with black smoke. That was boundless demonic aura. Waves of dense demonic aura crisscrossed high up in the sky, directly blocking the falling meteorites from far away. No one knew how far they fell, but they couldn't fall into the forest at all. It was as if there was a huge energy shield above the forest, just like a human city. Zuo Duo saw such a strange scene and subconsciously looked up. He saw that the forest covered at least dozens of mountains. It was too dense and too vast. It was not difficult to guess that there must be countless big demons in the forest from the dense demonic aura in the sky. This is clearly a dangerous place. I can't go in. I have to go over it quickly. Why do I feel that the more I look at it, the clearer it is? Zhuoxiaoduo subconsciously looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. The forest in front of him was huge, but it was still nothing compared to the high-speed movement he had done before. The main reason why he couldn't see the end of the forest wasn't because the forest was too big, but because his movement speed had slowed down. The beam of light shield had also disappeared without him noticing. He was in a state where his head was in front and his feet were behind. He was like a rocket that was shot out of the barrel, diving down. And the current position made Zhuoxiaoduo inexplicably think of a cartoon he had seen in his dream. It seemed to be called Astro Boy. My current posture, don't I look like Astro Boy who is flying? But I don't seem to have the power to fly. I'm still being imprisoned. Oh heavens, oh earth, oh Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, you won't let me crash like this, will you? Unfortunately, Zhuoxiaoduo's repeated encounters had exhausted too much of his luck. He didn't even have time to cry out in surprise before he was already in this diving position. He looked at the earth and the forest crazily rushing towards him. The sense of déjà vu was getting stronger and stronger. Finally. Oh yeah. Zhuoxiaoduo closed his eyes. Using his hard skull, he smashed it straight down. Bang. Fuck. Bang. Fuck. Bang. Fuck. After 8 consecutive sounds, Zhuoxiaoduo used his hard head to smash through 3 large trees. Only then did he manage to use the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra to protect his body. Following that, he continued to smash through the upper half of 8 large trees that were as thick as houses. The impact was truly shocking and extraordinary. Extreme speed brought about extreme impact. Zhuoxiaoduo was like an indestructible divine weapon that directly pierced through everything. Bang. He crashed into a big tree. Fuck. He crashed through a big tree and went straight through it. At the very end, there was an abnormally muffled bang. There was no friction. Zhuoxiaoduo's entire body directly stabbed into a big tree in front of him. The last big tree was much bigger than the previous ones. It was almost as thick as Zhuoxiaoduo's villa in Fenghai. Its height was at least a few thousand feet high. It was really at the level of a giant tree. Zhuoxiaoduo's head, which he had placed high hopes on, played a powerful role like a drill and directly stabbed into the hard trunk of the tree. His head, neck, chest, lower abdomen, and most of his body were stabbed into the big tree with a burp sound. Only his 2 legs were left outside, drooping down dejectedly. At the right time, the hole that was pierced through was too sudden. Due to the friction at high speed, there was even a puff of black smoke coming out from the direction of Zhuoxiaoduo's, but it rose in spirals. The big tree trembled and then a dull sound came out from the trunk of the big tree. It sounded like the movement of a person who was about to suffocate to death. What the fuck? Behind him, diagonally facing the sky, was a huge and penetrating hole that extended into the sky. A hole that was connected by 11 big trees was, of course, a continuous hole. How could it be a lie? At this moment, from the holes of the 11 big trees that were directly pierced through, there was also a puff of black smoke rising in spirals. It seemed that wherever the mountain wind passed, there would be signs of a fire or even a fire. Such high speed, such rapid friction, such a sudden explosion of a large amount of heat. It seemed that the forest was about to be set on fire. At this moment, the big tree that Zhuoxiaoduo was embedded in suddenly moved. The towering treetops that reached into the clouds swayed slightly, and a heavy downpour suddenly fell within a radius of 10,000 feet. Walalala. As soon as the black smoke rose, it disappeared in an instant. The 11 big trees that were pierced through only reacted at this moment, like humans who had woken up from a dream. Their branches and leaves swayed, sending a message of gratitude. Thick branches bent down from the treetops, and used their branches and leaves to caress their bodies that were inexplicably pierced through. They were filled with an inexplicable pain. At the next moment, a wave of anger and confusion rose to the sky. This was too inhumane. Too inhumane. What the hell was going on? In the words of the human race, it should be unworthy of being a son. We just grew up here quietly, lived a peaceful life and did not offend anyone. Was this 2-legged beast crazy? Did we offend him? Why did it descend from the sky out of nowhere and pierce through my body? At this moment, half of Zhuoxiaoduo's body was embedded in the giant tree, and the tree began to move again. It was so uncomfortable that it kept trembling. It directly crashed into my body and it was still moving continuously. It was still setting fire. Damn it. It's so painful, it's so bloated. The huge tree was furious. 2 thick tree vines dropped down with a swoosh, and wrapped around Zhuoxiaoduo's thighs, one on each side, while the other was filled with raging flames. In an instant they tied him up tightly and then pulled him out with great force. Go away. Swoosh. Zhuo screamed as he was pulled out, as if someone was pulling out a needle from his own body. Then 2 tree vines wrapped around Zhuo and swung him in the air. Then, with a whoosh, he was thrown out like a baseball. Go away. Zhuo was thrown out like a spinning top and flew high into the sky. Above the vast forest between the countless branches of the trees, he traveled at an extremely fast speed. However, wherever he passed, it was not a smooth journey but a path of punishment. Countless trees and thick vines swung nimbly. Each of them used their full strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swooshed at the tree vines whipped the air with explosive sounds, whipping Zhuo's body viciously. Pa pa pa, the sounds were all connected together. The vines had already formed countless illusions. Wherever Zhuo passed, at least tens of thousands of vines were already swinging in advance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Revenge. Revenge on this abominable 2-legged beast. In just a few seconds, Zhuo had already endured no less than 1,000 tree vines whipping him. He spun around like a spinning top, and there were even afterimages of him rolling around. Because the driving force of being thrown away was too great, even thousands of whips couldn't stop him from being thrown away. Buttocks. Now it was impossible to tell where the buttocks were. His whole body was swollen, and Bai's face was swollen like a pig's head. It was indescribably miserable. Zhuo only felt that he had become a spinning top that was being whipped by thousands of people at the same time, that he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, being bullied by dogs. He was so aggrieved. But now, his dantian and meridians were finally unblocked, and the flow of his true core energy was no longer obstructed. Ouch! Zhuo let out an extremely aggrieved roar, and the Flaming Sun Sutra was instantly activated throughout his body. His entire body was like a small sun, suddenly emitting an enormous amount of heat, spreading out to the extreme. Boundless heat suddenly rose, protecting his entire body. You're still beating me, are you done? Chapter 10:19. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of tree vines were still waving towards Zhuo, but Zhuo grabbed them casually. With a shake and a twist, he actually tied a knot with himself as the center. Countless tree vines were entangled in one place. Zhuo took this opportunity to get rid of the tree vines whipping him. Immediately, the tree vines began to catch fire again. That was the enormous heat generated by the scorching sun divine art. The extremely hot chi was able to burn the tree vines and counterattack. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? How dare a bunch of tree demons bully me? Zhuo was furious. You've been punished to stand on trees for so many years. How dare you provoke me? I'll roast you one by one. Burn all of you. For a moment, the raging flames soared into the sky and stretched endlessly. Countless tree vines were still unwilling to give up and continued to entangle him. However, this level of attack was nothing to Zhuo, who had recovered. Both of his hands were yin and yang. With a twist, more tree vines were tied together like a gourd. It was a mess. Then, as usual, a small flame flashed. The true fire of the scorching sun divine art suddenly exploded. It was still a small explosion and continued to burn. The raging flames were about to soar into the sky. Wait. Don't set the fire. An old voice said, "Please be merciful. Please be merciful." The voice of the speaker was quite strange. It was a sound produced by the vibration of soul power and mind power. The accent was extremely ancient and strange. In addition, there was a hint of a muffled sound. Zhuo was stunned. After all, he was in a foreign land and did not dare to act rashly. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. There's someone in this world? In the forest there was a flash of green light. It was like a firefly. Countless trees automatically poured water from the top of the trees and quickly extinguished the fire that had just been ignited. Countless broken vines twisted as if they were in great pain, and quickly retracted back into the tree. His vision instantly became clean and refreshed. As far as the eye could see, a tall giant that was at least dozens of meters tall staggered out from the dense forest on the other side. His entire body was covered in fluttering vines and tentacles. The forest was extremely vast and there was almost no space between the trees. However, the giant in front of him moved at a relatively slow speed, but no matter where he went, there was no obstruction. Clearly, it was impossible to cross the boundary. Even Zhuo would be stuck in the small space if he walked over there. However, the giant seemed to be at ease and walked over casually. After he walked over, the trees behind him were still the same. There was no difference from before. It looked extremely magical and incredible. The closer they got, the clearer Xiaoduo could see the true appearance of the giant. He saw that the green leaves covered most of the giant's body, but they still could not cover the giant's legs and body. What covered was the extremely hard bark of the tree. The face was also covered with ancient mottled bark. It was a shocking sight. Only the pair of eyes were as bright as autumn water, untainted by a trace of dust and pleasing to the eye. Xiaoduo took a closer look and found that there was a round hole at the base of the giant's thigh. It seemed to have been drilled by a red-hot soldering iron. It felt burnt and there was a smell that had just appeared. This shouldn't have been drilled out by me just now, right? Xiaoduo could not help but mutter in his heart. Looking at that part, it was a little mysterious. If it was a little bit deeper, it would be the most important part for a human being. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had just drilled out. He could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, it was the front side. If it was the back side, I would have been a joke for the rest of my life if I had drilled in with my head facing down. I drilled into the giant's reincarnation of the 5 grains. Xiaoduo's thoughts were undeniably strange. As he thought about it, he even shuddered. Young friend, don't look anymore. This hole was drilled out by you just now. The giant's words were full of helplessness. He looked at Xiaoduo with some annoyance. Just now you drilled your head. Here. If it wasn't for the fact that the old tree is relatively hard, you would have drilled your way into its stomach and destroyed its vitality. Xiaoduo coughed and said, I'm sorry. It was really not my intention to come here. If I had a choice, I would not have landed in such a way. The giant rolled his eyes and said, Young friend, please retract your supernatural power and spare my descendants. The surrounding flames were extinguished, but the flame in Xiaoduo's hand was still burning. It was the tree demon's biggest nemesis. The giant looked at the flame in Xiaoduo's hand and was a little afraid. Who are you? Where is this place? Xiaoduo held the flame and had an expression that said, I have your weakness. It was a little like a petty person intoxicated with success. Since these trees were so afraid of fire, wouldn't it be easy to deal with this matter? I may not be afraid of other things but fire. Aha, I'm not bragging, but I can even set fire to little chicks. I was thrown here all of a sudden. I am unfamiliar with this place. How can I not be intimidated? Therefore he held the flame even more and waved it left and right. He said proudly, This supernatural power can't be retracted. Aha, it can't be retracted. The giant's old bark-like face showed an extremely human-like expression. It was obvious that he hated the flame in Xiaoduo's hand. This is the heavenly spirit forest. I don't know why you suddenly fell here from the sky, the giant said in a muffled voice. Moreover, you hurt 11 of our people as soon as you landed. It's hard to explain the reason just by saying that you didn't want to, right? As he spoke, he gestured with his big hand that was full of vines at his thigh. His face, which was full of old bark-like skin, actually twitched. The burls on it also trembled. As if recalling the pain, he said, Including me, there are 12 of us. He said with some indignation, You made a hole in all of us. Xiaoduo said very innocently, I didn't want to make a hole for all of you, but I had no choice. If I had a choice, why wouldn't I come from hundreds of thousands of miles away just to make a hole for all of you? The giant looked at him seriously. After he finished speaking, he actually thought seriously for a while. Then he said in a muffled voice, But you made a hole and caused us harm. Those 11 clansmen of mine were seriously injured when you went in and out of their bodies. As the giant spoke slowly, the branches and leaves of many big trees nearby swayed. Then burly giants walked out from the huge trees. Their vines fluttered and gathered in this direction. A few giants walked and their vines entangled with each other. They couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. Then the earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like an earth bowl turning over. Then they stood up shakily and continued to walk in this direction. Xiaoduo, who was in the middle of a group of giants, was like a little mouse crawling under the feet of a human. If he wanted to talk to the giant, he had to stretch his neck hard to see the giant's big face. Fuck, am I short? I'm almost 1.9 meters tall. Among humans, I'm definitely the tallest. But why is it that here it's like entering a giant's country? This feeling is really fucking awesome. Xiaoduo said hesitantly, It's a long story. I can't explain it in a short time, but it's really too tiring for me to talk like this. My neck hurts when I raise my head, so I'm not in the mood to talk. Do you understand what I mean? The first giant thought seriously for a moment before he understood what Xiaoduo said. Then he nodded and said, This is easy. Then the vines fluttered as if they were sending a message. Then another giant stretched out his huge hand and held the other giant's hand. Then between the two hands 2 vines intertwined with each other and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a natural old-fashioned wooden armchair. It stood tall about 60 meters above the ground, just at the same level as the previous giant's head. Zhuoxiaoduo was about to jump up when he felt 2 vines quietly growing under his feet. They steadily lifted him up all the way. As the vines grew rapidly, they reached the left side of the old-fashioned wooden armchair. They lifted Zhuoxiaoduo to the top of the armchair. Then with a whoosh the vines pulled away from Zhuoxiaoduo's buttocks. Zhuoxiaoduo naturally took advantage of the situation and sat down on the old-fashioned wooden armchair. As soon as he touched it, he felt that it was thick and soft under his buttocks. There was even a faint fragrance. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Zhuoxiaoduo patted both sides and said, "If only there were 2 more armrests here." Before he could finish his sentence, new green vines suddenly grew on both sides and naturally grew into 2 armrests. What's more, there were a few bright flowers on the left side of the armrests. The branches and leaves stretched out, and the fragrance of the flowers wafted. It was very pleasing to the eye. Zhuoxiaoduo placed his hand on the chair and leaned his back against the soft backrest. He sat in an imposing manner and suddenly felt that he was insufferably arrogant at this moment, as if he was above everyone else. Especially when he could look at the giant in front of him without raising his head. This feeling was simply too good. It was indescribably pleasant. Now that I'm sitting and you're standing, it's clear who's superior. This is the only way to accurately reflect my position as Master Zhua. However, this method was indeed not bad. If he had such a thing at home, wouldn't it be much more convenient than a robot? It can grow at any time. Even when I'm eating, these vines can take food for me at any time. Even when I'm in the toilet, I don't have to wipe myself. Zhuoxiaoduo's imagination ran wild. That kind of life was simply hee. Chapter 10:20. The giant looked at Zhuoxiaoduo and frowned. "This. Young friend, is it convenient to talk now?" "Yes, it's convenient." "Heavenly Spirit Forest? Where is that?" Zhuoxiaoduo asked. "Why does it sound so unfamiliar?" The giant's mottled face showed a trace of sadness. "Heavenly Spirit Forest is the place of the spirit race." "Spirit race? You're not tree demons or monster race?" Zhuoxiaoduo was really shocked. Of course he had heard of the spirit race. As one of the 9 native races of the astral souls, the spirit race, the Wu people, the Tao League and the human race were all part of the astral souls. But didn't the spirit race leave the astral souls after the exile? Why was there still a spirit race here? This was the territory of the Wu people? And why would the Umno Alliance allow the spirit race to occupy such a large territory in the Umno Alliance? He had never heard of other races in the Umno Alliance before. This matter was indeed a little unexpected. The giant's big watery eyes stared at Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help but take a step back. After all, the giant's eyes were much bigger than his head. In the giant's watery eyes, he could clearly see his own reflection. It was even clearer than a mirror. Zhuoxiaoduo could even look into the giant's eyes and see little acne on his face. His hair had already turned white. He could squeeze it out now. He suddenly had the urge to squeeze the acne on the giant's eyes. Of course he couldn't do that. If he sprayed the acne into the giant's eyes, the giant would probably go crazy. Tree demons? Monster race? No, young friend, you're wrong about us. Very wrong. We're not monster race, we're spirit race. Tree demons are not the same as us. Cough, where did you come from? Why do you want to hurt us? The giant stared at Chu Yunxing in confusion. Our spirit race has always been at peace with the rest of the world. Even though we've been living in the Wu people's territory for thousands of years, we've never interfered with each other. But you, Zhuoxiaoduo said with a wronged expression, would you believe me if I said I was thrown here? The giant hesitated for a moment. Its huge eyeballs spun like wheels before it said in a simple and honest manner, I do. Zhuoxiaoduo was speechless. Believing everything he said? Was he that gullible? What do you want to do here? What can you do? The giant asked. The surrounding giants looked at Zhuoxiaoduo curiously. It was a rare sight. Some vines even fluttered in the air. It seemed like they had the urge to touch Zhuoxiaoduo. Two-legged beasts, how rare. What was that? It was so small. But why isn't there any tree bark on his body? This was too unsightly that the giant who was talking to Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes and stopped the curious clansmen around him. Zhuo Duo was speechless. I really didn't want to come here. I was thrown here by a super strong cultivator. I don't even know where this place is. Why would I take the initiative to come here? All the surrounding giants nodded in unison. They had an expression that said, "What you said makes sense. We understand everything now." Then the giant nodded in understanding and asked, "Then why did you come here?" Zhuo Duo was on the verge of collapse. He realized that these big guys' brains weren't that good. They kept asking the same question over and over again, explaining each time and asking in a different way. Can't you guys think for a second? No, I didn't want to come here. I was thrown here by someone. Zhuo Duo said helplessly, "Do you understand?" He had an urge to go crazy. For the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to meet a soldier. All the giants nodded in unison. Around Zhuo Duo, 7 or 8 heads nodded furiously. There were actually a lot of giants gathered here. There were at least a few hundred of them, but Zhuo Duo could only see 7 or 8 of them at the front. The rest were all blocked by the giants. Those 7 or 8 heads surrounded him. They were no different from the thickest wall. "Then when are you leaving?" the giant in front of him asked honestly. "I want to leave now," Zhuo Duo said. "Then you can't leave now." The giants shook their heads together. "You heard us. You can't just leave like this." "Then what do you want?" Zhuo Duo asked. The giants looked at each other. Their little fingers, which were as thick as Zhuo was, scratched their heads like a saw. Then they looked confused and shook their heads together. "You don't know what you want? And you're asking me this question?" The giants were dumbfounded. They continued to scratch their heads in confusion. Crack, crack, crack. Zhuo Duo sighed and used his hand to prop up his head. He weakly leaned on the thick and soft armchair. He truly felt that he had been treated courteously, and there would definitely be no conflict. This group of big guys didn't look like they were the type to fight. They probably wouldn't be able to get into a fight. But these big guys were all one-track minded. There was no way to communicate with them. "I knocked a hole out of you. Yes, I admit it. But what can I do? You don't expect me to repair the hole, do you? If you were a human, I would heal you, but you are a tree. I don't know how to heal trees. If you could give me some suggestions, I would have some room to bargain. But you don't give me any direction. What do you want me to do? I might as well fight to my heart's content." Zhuo Duo leaned weakly on the chair. His whole body was paralyzed. The giants stared at each other in confusion. Why did this two-legged beast suddenly stop talking? Let us think about the problem. If we could think about it, why would we ask you? This two-legged beast was a little unreasonable. He was also a little dumb. What should I do to deal with this guy? What a headache. I've never encountered such a situation before. I have no place to learn from. Let him go? That would be a loss. Not let him go? Then what should I let him do? At this moment, an elegant voice said with a smile, Okay. Don't make things difficult for this little friend. Let him come over. I'll ask him." This voice was very smooth and pleasant to the ear. It had a strange rhythm. Not only did Zhuo Duo and the giants understand it, but it seemed that even the dense grass on the ground understood it. They actually shook neatly. Zhuo Duo stared and saw a layer of dense grasshopper plants on the ground. The giants looked as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly stepped aside to make a path. Then everyone exerted their strength. The green halos flickered one by one. The 2 vines on the armchair that Zhuo Duo was sitting on grew all the way under it. They carried Zhuo Duo and grew crazily. They actually grew for more than 2,000 meters and steadily carried the armchair that Zhuo Duo was sitting on to the front of a flower bed. They actually forgot that Zhuo Duo could walk on his own. They obediently grew Zhuo Duo over. Zhuo Duo looked around. The surrounding trees were shady, and the sky was completely covered. Below there was a flower bed. The flowers in the flower bed were like satin, blooming brightly. It was extremely dazzling. Immediately after, the completely intact flower wall suddenly split into 2 without a sound in the field of flowers as far as the eye can see. There was an entrance. Zhuo Duo looked around and saw that there was a flower room inside. It was a flower room made completely of flowers. A white-robed old man with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows was looking at Zhuo Duo with a smile. "Young friend, you have come from afar. What a rare guest. Please come in and have a chat." The old man's voice was clear and elegant. It made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Zhuo Duo stood at the entrance of the flower bed. He frowned and said uncertainly, "Spirit race?" The old man smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, I am from the spirit race. In fact, I may be The only pure-blooded spirit race person in this world. He looked at Zhuo and said, "If I am not wrong, although this is the continent of the Wu people, you are a human and not a Wu people." "Yes, I am a human." Zhuo was very polite and said obediently, "Senior, nice to meet you." After confirming the other party's identity, he immediately changed his attitude. Just by listening to the old man's words, he knew that this old man was an old monster who had lived for who knew how many years. His strength was absolutely terrifying. At the very least, he was at the level of a current giant. At the very least, with his current strength, he definitely could not deal with him. Not to mention that he had the entire forest behind him. How could he be a match for him with his weak arms and weak legs? Since he was not strong enough, he had to be obedient. Therefore, Zhuo's mouth was immediately smeared with honey. "Senior's style is truly admirable. Good style, good manners. Just by looking at you, Senior, I can already imagine how outstanding the spirit race was back in the day. It is a pity that this junior was born a few 100,000 years too late. It is a pity that I was not able to witness the spirit race's style." As he spoke, he walked quickly into the flower bed. After Zhuo entered, the flowers on the left side of the entrance automatically closed and covered the entrance. Then Zhuo found that the place he was in had changed its appearance. It was no longer a simple flower bed. At this moment, what came into view was a very ordinary-looking farmyard. There were 3 thatched cottages, a courtyard, mud walls, a small door, and even a small toilet. In the courtyard, there was a small tea table with a small teapot and 2 small teacups on it. Only the old man in white looked the same as before. He was making tea and entertaining guests. Opposite the old man there was a small chair. "Honorable guest, please sit." The old man had a kind expression. His white eyebrows almost reached the corners of his mouth. They fluttered in the wind, looking extremely elegant. Zhuo smiled kindly and innocently. He sat across from the old man and said, "Senior, what is your name? You're really in a good mood, spending your days leisurely in this forest by yourself. This kind of carefreeness, this kind of self-cultivation, this kind of temperament. I admire you to the extreme." Chapter 10:21. He gave a thumbs up and said, "You're a wise man with great magnanimity. This is how it should be, how it should be. I'm really envious of you." The old man chuckled and said, "Since you're so envious, why don't you stay here with me and spend your days leisurely? Wouldn't that be great?" Zhuo was dumbfounded and shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I'm still young. How can I live such a life? Please don't make fun of me." The old man smiled faintly and said, "You're right. You're still very young." It was clearly a very common phrase, but this old man actually made it sound very meaningful and lingered in the air. Zhuo smiled but didn't say anything else. "Distinguished guest, please have some tea." The old man picked up the teapot and poured tea. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes as he said slowly, "Since I can remember things, you're the second person to come here." Zhuo picked up the teacup and thanked him first. "Thank you very much. Good tea. I wonder who your first guest is." Cough cough. "What tea is this?" The moment the tea entered his mouth, Zhuo's face changed greatly. His eyes widened and were full of disbelief. The tea flowed down his throat into his stomach and then into his stomach. Zhuo only felt that his whole body had fallen into a state of laziness. Then, the feeling spread from his meridians to his meridians. It was an indescribable comfort and smoothness. This was a completely unfamiliar energy. At least, Zhuo had never seen it before. It wasn't spiritual power, mental strength, or vitality. It wasn't any of the known forms of energy, but it was an extremely special and beneficial energy. At this moment, Zhuo was so comfortable that he almost moaned. He tried his best to hold it back, but he could still clearly feel that his meridians were nourished by the warm energy of the tea. Even many peripheral nerves, which should have been worn out or slow due to cultivation, were all revitalized at this moment. Although this kind of energy was completely foreign and unknown, it was obviously filled with great benefits. Zhuo licked his lips and smacked his lips. The way he looked at the teapot suddenly became heated. The old man smiled faintly and said, "These are just some small trinkets. Please accept them as a token of my respect. If you find them acceptable, why don't you take some with you when you leave?" "All right." Zhuo agreed without hesitation and did not hold back at all. "Such good things, even if you give me more, I won't complain about it. Only a hypocrite would pretend to be polite." I won't pretend to be hypocritical. If you give me something, I'll accept it. The old man pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and continued to make tea. A sad look gradually appeared on his face as he said, "Young friend, you must have come this time because of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, right?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. His expression became more respectful as he said, "You even know about this. You are indeed an expert and knowledgeable senior." The old man shook his head gently. His face was full of indescribable melancholy as he said, "I knew it. This is what we agreed on back then. What we agreed on back then." This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more shocked. For a moment he didn't know what to say. This old man made an appointment with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong today? Is this possible? But if this old man was telling the truth, then how old was this old man in front of him? More than tens of thousands of years old. Maybe hundreds of thousands of years old or even millions of years old. This old man's lifespan is too long. The old man smiled faintly. The melancholy on his face only appeared for a moment before it quickly disappeared. He poured another cup of tea for Zhuo Xiaoduo. His white eyebrows moved slightly as he said calmly, "Young friend, since you have received Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance and came here personally, you don't have to leave in a hurry. I wonder if you are interested in listening to a story while sipping your tea?" "Senior, this junior is all ears." Zhuo Xiaoduo responded even more obediently. He sat in an extremely well-behaved manner with his shoulders and back straight. In the face of this old monster. A super old monster who had the status and qualifications to make an appointment with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong and was still alive until now, the only thing Zhuo Xiaoduo could do was to be as obedient as possible. He couldn't afford to offend this old man. This old man was very likely the first person in the 3 continents under the starry sky that he couldn't afford to offend, right? Previously, there was a person in charge of the Wu people who came to this place. He was also the first person I mentioned and his name was Hong Miao. This person was able to come here by chance. He lost his way during his training and came here by chance. At that time Hong Miao was only a young man, and his strength was only so. The old man said calmly, "He went deep into the forest and was chased by the masters of the demon clan and the demon clan. He was severely injured and panicked. He accidentally entered the heavenly spirit forest and was sent here by those big guys. Then he received Zhu Wu's inheritance from me. He felt that the sword Dao was lacking in murderous aura, and it was difficult for it to be compatible with him. Thus, he collected the essence of the void from me and made 2 big hammers before he left. Since then, no one else has entered the heavenly spirit forest until now. Compared to you, Hong Miao was able to come here because of fate. He was driven into a corner not because of his ability but because of his luck. But you, my young friend, belong to the restriction that was agreed upon long ago. After you received Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance, you were sent here." The old man smiled faintly and said, "Therefore, the 2 of you are very different." Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Hong Miao. Who was Hong Miao? Logically speaking, someone who was able to obtain such a peerless heavenly fate and leave this old man's place with great gains should not be an ordinary person. He should be famous. However, no matter how hard Zhuo Xiaoduo searched through his memories, read any books, and heard of countless legends, he still couldn't find any trace of Hong Miao being related to him. The only reasonable guess was that the old man had mentioned 2 big hammers just now, so this Hong Miao should be famous for his big hammers. Could he be the invincible Great Flood Sorcerer? However, this was only Zhuo Xiaoduo's guess. There was no evidence to prove it. Naturally, he wouldn't say it out loud. He just pretended to casually pick up his teacup and drink his tea respectfully. He took advantage of the old man openly and continued to listen to the story. "It's been a long time, really a long time." The old man raised his head slightly as if he was deep in thought and reminiscing. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "Hong Miao went deep into the forest and finally entered the heavenly spirit forest because he was chased by the masters of the demon clan and the demon clan. There are still demon clan and the demon clan in this forest?" The old man's thoughts were interrupted by his words. He frowned and said, "Isn't this a very normal thing? Don't be impatient. I'll sort out what happened back then. It's really too long ago. It's a little blurry." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, "Be quiet. Don't interrupt." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded obediently and sat upright. He picked up his teacup and drank his tea cutely with a serious face. "That was 100,000. 20. No, how many years ago? It's really too blurry." The old man calculated and finally gave up. He said, "Days pass here. Sometimes I sleep for a few years or even decades. I have little contact with the outside world. I really don't know how many years have passed. There's no time in the mountains and time passes in the forest. His words were full of disappointment. Zhuo secretly clicked his tongue and drank his tea obediently. He said, "That's not important. You have a long life. Time passes by. It's just a trivial matter." The old man nodded. "That's right. It's not important. It's really trivial. I remember that time. I suddenly gained spiritual intelligence. It was His Majesty Spirit Emperor who casually enlightened me." The old man said, "I still remember that after His Majesty enlightened me, the first thing I heard when I gained spiritual intelligence was His Majesty Spirit Emperor's faint surprise. He said, 'Hey, this grasshopper plant has such a strong fate. It's really unexpected.'" Go. Zhuo almost spat out the mouthful of tea with great willpower. He forcefully swallowed it down, causing his stomach to churn for a while. He almost laughed out loud. "Grasshopper plant? If I'm not wrong, it should be porcelain? The original body of this kind old man in front of me is actually this? You really can't judge a book by its cover. The sea can't be measured with a pint pot. However, whether it's grasshopper plant or porcelain, they should be the most common wild vegetables, right? Well, it's probably because he gained wisdom overnight, plus countless years of training and tempering. Isn't there a saying that standing in the wind, pigs can also fly? Zhuo looked obedient on the surface, but his mind was filthy. I still remember that back then, it was a great war between the 9 races. They attacked each other, causing the world to lose its color and the sun and moon to dim. The old man said, full of memories, "First it was the dragons, phoenixes, Chilants and 3,000 demon gods. They fought so hard that the world was worried and the living creatures were silent. Later on, the demon race took advantage of the situation and rose. The 2 demon emperors unified the demon court and called themselves the Heavenly Court. They stood above all the other races and looked down on their peers. Compared to the demon race, who was at the peak of their power, the other races were indeed slightly weaker or more than one level. For example, the demon race rashly intervened in the Dragon Han calamity. Countless elites of their race died, but they were not angry that the demon race stood at the peak of the heavens. They fought with the demon race and were the most miserable. They were almost beaten to a pulp. Only the Dao race could contend with them. As for the others, even the Western race was defeated repeatedly and did not dare to invade the borders again. After that war, the spirit race retreated into the forest of 10,000 spirits and hid from the world. Then, the Wu people fought against the heavens with the earth and fought with the demon race for the lead of the world. They really fought until the world was shattered and the sun and moon withered. Then, for some reason, the demon race, the Western race, the spirit race, the soul race, the human race, and others were also involved. At the start of the war, this old man was only a small blade of grass that had just gained sentience. But one day, just as the spirit race was about to enter the war, His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, suddenly summoned me. At that time, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor was with Water Wizard Lord Gonggong and Earth Wizard Lord Hutu. Chapter 1022. Lord Spirit Emperor. Lord Zhuwu Gonggong. Lord Zhuwu Hutu. Zhuo was filled with respect when he heard that. His mouth was dry, and he could not help but drink another large cup of water to suppress his shock. His back could not help but straighten. The old man's gaze was very distant as he slowly said, "So it was these 3 supreme beings who worked together to calculate the calamity of this battle. It was a calamity of the world, a calamity of the earth. However, they were powerless to break the situation because even the 3 of them were trapped in the calamity and couldn't escape. Their own luck had already merged with the great calamity. At that time, the demon emperor's 10th prince was wreaking havoc in the world, causing suffering and suffering. The Wu people were already secretly plotting to eliminate him in one fell swoop. However, eliminating the 10th prince would definitely arouse the demon emperor's anger. Once the demon emperor was angry, the world would definitely be turned upside down. This battle would eventually turn into a catastrophe, causing the world to be reshuffled. In order to stop the source of this catastrophe, Lord Water Shaman had already quarreled with the Fire Shaman many times. But in the end he could not stop it. The entire Wu people were united in fighting. War with the demon race was already imperative. The only difference was whether it was sooner or later. Water Shaman and Lord Zhuwu Hutu pried into the secrets of the heavens. After paying a huge price, they obtained a premonition that once the war began, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering, all races would be wiped out, and the earth would suffer a calamity. However, the other Zhu Wu Huda thought that his strength was invincible in the world. He thought that using this battle to overthrow the demon court and rule the world was inevitable. He did not listen to the two Zhu Wu Huda Hutu and insisted on fighting. It was also at this time that Lord Water and Lord Water secretly came to find His Majesty Spirit Emperor and told him a method. They hoped that the grass spirit of the Spirit Clan, which was aloof from worldly affairs, would be involved in the great calamity. They would use the spiritual being with the weakest cultivation and the least backlash from the heavenly Tao to stir up this world-destroying calamity, hoping that the heavenly Tao would be merciful and leave a chance of survival. His Majesty Spirit Emperor was silent for a long time before he finally agreed. However, he smiled and said, "Even so, the Spirit Clan and the Wu people will definitely be punished by the heavens for interfering with the heavenly Tao and messing with the heavenly Tao. In the future, I'm afraid the two races will not be able to survive." However, the Water Wizard and the ancestor of sorcery Hutu were very insistent. They said that as long as the human world survives and the world is not destroyed, living beings can reproduce, and all things can survive. What's wrong with you and me dying? The old man's eyebrows fluttered in the wind. His expression was one of frustration and apprehension, but most of it was one of excitement. These were the emotions that overflowed when he was reminiscing. Back then, as the weakest spiritual being in the world, it was actually able to meet the supreme emperor of its own race, as well as the almighty beings of other races. How could it not be nervous and excited? And then? Zhuo was so engrossed in the story that he couldn't help but ask. After that, we worked together to formulate a plan. And then, the battle began. The old man sighed softly and said, "At the beginning of the battle, the god of war of the Wu people, Zhu Wu the Great Yi, came out of the race. He used his body to manifest the will of the heavens, and his soul to incinerate the mysteries of the heavens. He stood above the clouds and stepped on the peak of Buzhou. He drew the bow of chaos and shot the heavenly arrows. He turned all his cultivation into 10 arrows, chasing the sun and setting the sun. Wherever the 10 arrows passed, they hit the target. The 10 princes of the demon clan were all shot down to the dust. The 10 arrows were mighty. They broke the demon's body, shattered the demon's soul, and destroyed the foundation. The 10 princes of the demon clan were all about to be killed on the spot. At the right time, the heavens and the earth were silent, and everything was silent. Zhuo suddenly felt his blood boiling. He didn't dare to breathe and waited with bated breath. Wasn't this the legend of Yi shooting down the 9 suns? But according to the old man, the 10 arrows controlled the heavens and hit the target. Shouldn't the 10 suns be destroyed? How could there be one more day left? It was also at that time. When I was still a grass, I scattered all my spiritual energy in the vast heavens and earth. The land thousands of miles under Buzhou Mountain was full of my clones. Thousands of miles were boundless. There were wild grasses and grasshoppers everywhere. What's more, all the wild grasses and grasshoppers reversed their vitality and transported it to the extreme. They absorbed the power of the earth and bloomed toward the sky, deriving infinite vitality. With the infinite vitality as a screen, the last remnant souls of the 10 princes of the demon clan were able to shelter under my body. Even though Zhu Wu the Great Yi used the demon god's eye to search, he couldn't find the remnant souls of the 10 princes. In the end, he took the bow and left, but he didn't complete the task. The 10 princes of the demon clan survived because of this. But also because of this, the war of witches and demons broke out. The great tribulation of heaven and earth began, but it was no longer a calamity of destruction. There was a hint of vitality hidden in it. The old man's face was full of reminiscence. Before this, the 2 lords of water and earth promised me that I would live forever in the heavens and earth, and nothing would hurt me. I would be born when there was soil and I would live when there was water. After that, the demon king also promised me that as long as the heat didn't extinguish, the yang fire wouldn't hurt me. He would benefit the world and benefit the people. At this point, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and fell into a trance. Zhuo couldn't help but think of the legend of porcelain among the people. This magical wild herb was so weak that it would break with a touch. Its roots were not developed and its leaves and stems were like a bag of water. It could be said to be extremely weak. However, such a weak porcelain would not die no matter how hot the summer was. Even if it was pulled up by the roots and hung on a rope for a few days under the sun until it was like charcoal, as long as it was thrown on the ground and saw the soil, it would come back to life in a day or two and regain its green color. If it was nourished by rain, it could spread out a large area in a few days. Even if it was hung on a rope, as long as there was enough dust floating over, it could still survive if its roots were touched by it. It was really magical. It was said that during the famine years, this kind of wild herb was not poisonous and even had a lot of nutrients. It was enough to be eaten to alleviate hunger. No one knew how many lives it had saved. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't taste good, it would have become a common dish on the table. Could it be that the real reason was the blessing given by the top leaders of the witches and demons? In the legend, the catastrophe of witches and demons was first triggered by that battle. The demon king knew that the Wu people blocked the heavenly secret and shot the princes, so he was furious. He launched the demon court to attack the Wu people. The war started. As for the sorcerer tribe, they were well prepared. A long and drawn-out great war of heaven and earth began. At first, the two sides were evenly matched. They fought fiercely until His Majesty Dong Huang suddenly entered the battle with a strange army. He killed Zhu Wu and De Yi, causing the Wu people's 12 citadel heaven formation to be incomplete. The Wu people fell into a disadvantage and the scales of victory began to tilt. Then, the princes of the spirits and demons were killed by a tyrannical force when they passed by a certain battlefield. The mastermind was vaguely pointed to the top leaders of the demon race. The Princess Royal of the Spirits and the third disciple of the Western Spirits, Golden Cicada, also died, causing the situation to become even more out of control. This led to a series of investigations, but for some reason, it turned into a war between the 9 races. A long and drawn-out war. In that war, not only did the most powerful Wu people and the demon race suffer great losses, the other races were almost completely wiped out. Our spirit race was no exception. His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, was seriously injured by the Demon Empress. It is said that the top figures of each race and many powerful figures also fell in that war. In the end, all the races suffered great losses. They no longer had the power to reform the world. They could only retreat with hatred and recuperate. However, at that time, another unforeseen event occurred. In the end, the 6 races were separated from the continent and drifted in the stars. The old man sighed softly. This is what happened in the past. Zhou Xiaoduo sensed that something was wrong. 6 races? Aren't there 8 clans? Because at that time there were still 2 clans left. However, after an unknown number of years, just like the previous 6 clans, they split up and evolved into the 8 clans outside. However, after the Great War of the Shamans and Demons, only 6 clans left, or rather were expelled. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "This is what I experienced. How can it be false?" Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt dizzy. But it was because of this unforeseen event that I gained an extremely powerful fate. This is called the merit of saving the world. At that time I didn't know the reason. After all, no matter how powerful the fate was, it was nothing to the weeds. But one day, Zhu Wu Zhurong suddenly came to find me. He pulled me out of the ground and brought me to Mount Buzhou. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed. He felt that Zhu Wu Zhurong was really something. I came to find you, pulled you out of the ground and left. If that's the case, you're lying in the ground while I'm standing? How can that be? On Mount Buzhou, Lord Zhurong used my soul as a guide to predict the future. After a while he laughed and said, "I guessed right. This bunch of weeds of yours really has a great fate. In the future it will spread to the whole world. It's really a powerful fate that can reach both the past and the present. Since that's the case, I need your help." The old man smiled bitterly and said, "At that time I was held in the palm of Lord Zhurong's hand and exposed to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. When I was dazed from the sun, he gave me something wrapped in true fire, and said, if I throw someone over, he'll be my successor. You have to give this to him. If there's no one, you have to swallow it yourself. Consider it my compensation for using your fate." Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed. He was really stunned by Zhu Wu Zhurong's actions. Even if he was just listening, he was still dumbfounded. He even felt a little cramped. You almost dried a bunch of weeds under the sun, and then threw a ball of fire onto it. And then you asked them to preserve this ball of fire for you? Let a bunch of withered weeds preserve a ball of true fire. Cough, cough. This action made Zhou Xiaoduo's balls cramp. Even after it was preserved for a certain period of time and no one came to take it, this ball of fire will be used as compensation. How can a bunch of weeds swallow a ball of fire? This action is truly well understood. There's no one else in history who can do this. But the most ridiculous thing is that this bunch of weeds actually managed to preserve it until now. They're all talents. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. he prostrated himself in admiration. Chapter 1023. It had been kept until now. Didn't that mean that it was going to be handed over to him? Wait, if he didn't see it, the old man could swallow the genuine fire as compensation. Now that he had seen it, the genuine fire and its contents would be handed over to him. But didn't that mean that he would have to pay for it? Swishaoduo was indeed worthy of his reputation. His focus was always different from most people. When it came to the exchange of wealth, he would be particularly attentive. After all, he was a genuine Pishio, the kind that could only get in and not get out. The old man smiled bitterly. Master Zhurong really thinks highly of me. After all, I'm just a blade of grass. No matter how high my cultivation is, I'm still just a blade of grass. How could I swallow his genuine fire? How could he say that if no one came to find me, I would swallow it myself? I can only keep waiting for a very long time. Master Zhurong said that if no one came to find me and I couldn't swallow the fire, I would let the fire swallow me. The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't bear to look back. Ahem. Swishaoduo also felt as if 10,000 divine beasts had just galloped through a public toilet after a rainstorm. Zhuwu Zhurong was really a genius. The old man sighed even more. It's not over yet. When it was finally over, Lord Zhurong threw me to the ground and left. We were in Mount Buzhou just now. How could I absorb the abundant power of the earth at will? It was a pity that I struggled for a long time and finally found some ordinary soil. After recovering my mobility, I used my soul power to wrap Lord Zhurong's true fire of inheritance. Later, as my cultivation improved day by day, I could finally try to use the power of Mount Buzhou and reproduce bit by bit at the foot of the mountain. However, when I returned to the flat ground, I didn't know how many years had passed. At that time, the battle of the liches and demons was coming to an end. I used the earth energy of Mount Buzhou and worked hard to improve myself. Finally, I was able to derive a little bit of genuine spirit energy and made contact with His Majesty Spirit Emperor. But His Majesty Spirit Emperor was already seriously injured at that time. He felt that the catastrophe between heaven and earth was coming to an end, and that there were more masters above the heavenly Tao coming. In the end, His Majesty Spirit Emperor told me that this time, the Spirit Clan was really going to leave this world. After that, in the vast starry sky, no one knew if they could return after thousands of years. But on this continent, there was still one last Spirit Clan descendant. At that time I was still confused. I didn't realize that the last Spirit Clan descendant that His Majesty Spirit Emperor was talking about was actually me. Spirit Emperor His Majesty said, "My child, you have saved the lives of hundreds of millions of people in this world, and you have done a lot of good deeds. You also have the favor of the Spirit Emperor, the blessings of the two Ancestor Magi, and now you have the trust of Zhurong Ancestor Magi. Therefore you can't leave. At that time I'll leave this forest for you alone. You can wait there for your destined one. If you leave with us, it's because the heavenly Tao didn't mean it. If you don't leave, it's because there's a mission for you to wait. Then you can wait." Then, His Majesty Spirit Emperor left a few words for me and left. Now I still remember them clearly. They were, don't leave, give birth to this world and let the flowers of all worlds bloom." Swishaoduo pondered over these words. He felt a little enlightened. But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to understand anything. Since then, I've been here, constantly using the wind to spread my descendants. Until now, even I don't know how many descendants I have out there. Every year I spread out billions of seeds. I just hope to achieve what His Majesty Spirit Emperor said, "Let the flowers of all worlds bloom." The old man sighed softly. Swishaoduo felt a surge of emotion in his chest. He couldn't help but say, "You've already done it. Your descendants have already spread across the 3 continents. Inside and outside the 7 seas, in the mountains and deserts. Under the heavens, wherever the sun shines, your descendants will be there." Even when the world was turned upside down and the world was in great calamity, and people were in misery and suffering, your descendants not only lived for a long time, but also saved countless lives. It's far from enough to say that your descendants are in the hundreds of millions. Since ancient times, you've saved trillions of lives. You've benefited the world and helped the people. You've fully deserved it. You've also achieved the "let the flowers of all worlds bloom." Swishaoduo said with admiration, "Your life's great wish has already been achieved. Now many places in the outside world are flourishing. There's more and more food and people don't have to eat porcelain anymore. But your legend is still circulating among the people. The old man's eyes were filled with gratification. He said softly, "So, I'm called Purslin in the outside world? I didn't know until now that I've always known that I was called Grasshopper." Zhuo took a deep breath. "Although you and your descendants were not the only ones who saved the people during the famine, no one can take away your achievements and your good deeds. Sorry for the disrespect, big brother." Duo bowed respectfully. It was only at this moment that this bow came from the bottom of his heart. Facing such an old man who had contributed to the people of the continent all his life, no one could not be respectful. Not even an inch. Never leave. Give birth to a lifetime. Let the flowers of all worlds bloom. Zhuo's heart was in turmoil. It was indescribable. "It's my duty, it's my duty." The old man smiled kindly. "This is my mission. I'm only afraid that I haven't done enough. How can I thank you?" "You've done enough. I believe that the people of the continent will remember you and thank you." Duo said seriously, "I think that with what you've done, you should become a sage. You should become a sage." These 5 words made the old man's heart palpitate with fear. He trembled and his eyes widened. At this moment, the sound of thunder suddenly appeared in the 9 heavens. The rumbling sound of thunder rumbled in the clouds above the 9 heavens as if they were queuing up for a journey. It rumbled and rolled across the sky until a very long time later before it slowly disappeared. The human world was once again filled with sunset. Colorful clouds covered the sky. On the shore of the West Sea, suddenly a huge wave rose up. A huge toad, almost as big as the 1,000 village, rose up from the sea. Its body was surrounded by huge silver waves and it soared into the sky. The entire West Sea was also surging with waves, clamoring and surging. The giant toad somersaulted in the air and transformed into a red-robed Taoist with a transcendent air. A bright and dazzling red cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, surging and churning. The Taoist in red looked disappointed and angry. He looked at the sky and tried to control his emotions. He asked softly, "In my previous life I didn't have a stable footing. I didn't do things secretly. I revealed the secrets of heaven and offended others. Karma went round and round. In the end I died. In this life I've never harmed the lives of ants, I've never dared to speak a single word, and I've never suffered the slightest bit of evil karma. Finally, I have hope of attaining the Tao. But this time, who was it that stole my destiny and stole my Tao fruit? Why don't I have a chance in this life? What? After 10 million years of cultivation I died. After another 10 million years of cultivation, someone stole it. Why is that? Why is that? The heavenly Tao is unfair." The red-robed Taoist looked at the sky and asked softly. In the sky, the thunder was still faintly discernible. It seemed to be an answer, but it didn't seem to be. The red-robed Taoist waited for a long time. The thunder in the sky was already far away, but he still stood there in a daze and didn't move for a long time. His face was full of confusion. He kept muttering to himself, "Why? What? Who can give me a reason?" But he didn't get an answer. In the distance, the wind and clouds rose. The West Sea Great Shaman came over as fast as lightning. "Senior Changxing." The West Sea Great Shaman cupped his fists and bowed. "Why are you in the mood to come out today?" The West Sea Great Witch said this out of politeness. He didn't expect Changxing to answer anything. Since Changxing appeared in the West Sea, he hadn't said a word. He hadn't opened his mouth at all. Even if he took the initiative to show up this time, he still didn't change his original intention. Maybe it was just to say hello, and then Lord Changxing went back to cultivate in seclusion. Sometimes the West Sea Great Shaman didn't understand. You just cultivated silently like this but never went out. Even if you cultivated to be invincible in the world and supreme in the region. What's the use? But he wasn't Changxing. Naturally, he didn't understand the original intention of cultivation, and he didn't dare to ask in detail. Because the West Sea Great Shaman knew that Changxing's cultivation was very high. He could be said to be an extremely terrible existence in this world. He was definitely not a match for him. Moreover, it was still unknown whether or not the Flood Boss was a match for this Toad Saint. The West Sea Great Shaman was already very satisfied that Changxing was stable and didn't stir up trouble in his territory. How could he rashly make trouble? Hearing the West Sea Great Shaman's question, Changxing slowly turned his head and said lightly, "Tell me, why can't I become a saint?" The West Sea Great Shaman was shocked when he heard this. He really didn't expect Changxing to open his mouth. And the moment he opened his mouth, he asked such a high-end question. Why can't you become a saint? For me, this problem is simply too far away. I'm still working hard to break through to the level of sage to be. Well, strictly speaking, according to the ancient times, I'm now working hard to break through to the peak of zenith heaven. That you actually asked me why can't I become a saint. If I could answer this question, wouldn't I also? The West Sea Great Shaman actually felt a little inferior because of this question. I'm a little tired. I beg for monthly votes. I'm going home to eat. Chapter 1024. The West Sea Shaman's thoughts were very complicated. Obviously, he was confused by this sudden question and even felt inferior. Damn it, did all the powerful people talk like this? He even felt a little autistic. He felt that his self-esteem had been seriously hurt. Well, I'm inexperienced. I really can't answer, the West Sea Shaman said hesitantly. Inexperienced? How long had it been since he used this word to describe himself? The red-robed Taoist Chan Xing was silent for a long time before he said, I heard that the Flood Witch of the Wu people has inherited the legacy of Gong Gong, and she has dabbled in the legacy of Zhu Rong. She is recognized as invincible in this world, right? The West Sea Shaman said proudly, Senior, what you said is true. I, the Flood Boss, am indeed invincible in this world. Puff. Chan Xing exhaled a breath of air from his nostrils. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of, if the tiger doesn't show its head, the monkey will be king, was obvious. A strong sense of disdain and sarcasm suddenly filled the air. When the West Sea Shaman heard this puff, he immediately felt insulted. In an instant, his face and neck turned red, and the unique temper of the Wu people suddenly rushed up. He stared at Fang Qi and asked, Senior, what do you mean? When his temper rose, he didn't care whether he was a saint or not. Even if he exploded, he would splash his blood all over. How dare you insult my boss? Damn it. Chan Xing's face changed and he became extremely regretful. Then he raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. This slap was extremely heavy. He said angrily, In your previous life, you offended people because of your words, and you were infected with inexplicable karma, which led to your death. In this life you still don't know how to repent. With your temperament, you deserve to be unable to become a saint and lose your Tao. Seeing this, the West Sea Shaman was stunned and didn't know how to react for a long time. What was going on? At this moment, suddenly, another figure floated out of Chan Xing's body. His face was full of shame as he said, I was wrong. Chan Xing's face was filled with anger and regret, while the other Chan Xing's face was filled with regret and shame. The West Sea Grand Magus groaned in his stomach. He only felt that his anger was suddenly stuck in his throat, unable to be released. I understand now. No wonder this Chan Xing never spoke to anyone his whole life. It turned out that he had another companion. From the looks of it, he was actually able to chat with his clone every day with relish. The West Sea Great Witch's mind was filled with thoughts. He didn't know if this Chan Xing would summon a few doppelgangers to play a game or something when he was lonely. For example, the Astral Souls invented a very fun game called Do Diju, Level Up, Mahjong and so on. Why would they be so happy when they bet against themselves? I misspoke. The previous Chan Xing said to the West Sea Great Witch, Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. I don't dare. Senior is too polite. The West Sea Great Witch's anger also disappeared. As a senior, he had already apologized in person. What else do you want? If you continue to be pretentious, you don't want face. At this time, the other Chan Xing also said, It's my fault. My Tao heart was biased for a moment. It's all my fault. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. Did he have to apologize to each person once? The West Sea Great Witch replied again, I don't dare. Senior is too polite. But later the Chan Xing said, However, I don't know if your Flood Witch is so invincible in the world. I wonder how her combat power is compared to the 12 Zhu Wu of the Wu people? The West Sea Great Witch was stunned and said, She is far inferior. This was the truth. Although the Flood Witch was powerful, she was still far behind the 12 Zhu Wu. Although the West Sea Great Witch was a little angry, he had to tell the truth. The Chan Xing said again, Compared to Dong Huang, Tai Yi, Demon Emperor Di Jun, how are these people? Not as good. The West Sea Great Witch answered honestly. But the anger in his heart was surging. What did he mean? Compared to Yuanshi, how is Tong Tian? The Chan Xing asked again. Still not as good. The West Sea Great Witch was a little angry. Qi. The Chan Xing's nostrils flared again. The meaning was very clear. How dare he claim to be the best in the world when he couldn't beat this and that? The Chansheng's face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "You." In the end, this toad saint's face was filled with shame. He slapped his own mouth and said, "I was wrong. I didn't change my nature. My Tao heart is biased. I will go in right now." After that, his body floated and merged with the original Chansheng again, never to come out again. The Chansheng sighed deeply and said, "Fellow Taoist, sorry to offend you." The West Sea Great Witch was about to get angry, but the guy was gone. He could only say bitterly, "It's okay." For a moment he felt a little out of his mind. There was a feeling of drawing out a knife in anger, but there was nothing in front of him. He had nowhere to use his strength. "Fellow Taoist, please tell me where your boss Flood is now?" The Chansheng asked. "Well, my boss Flood is now in seclusion. I'm afraid it's difficult to receive you." The West Sea Great Witch's face changed. "Well, I know. I'll find another opportunity myself." The Chansheng sighed softly and said, "Goodbye. I'm indebted to the West Sea for taking care of me for many years. In the future I'll have an explanation." "Sir, where are you going?" The West Sea Great Witch was shocked. "The opportunity has passed. It's meaningless to stay here. There are 3,000 great Taos. Although they are all rugged and difficult to traverse, there will always be other paths ahead." The red-robed Taoist said softly, "The mountains and rivers are so big. I want to take a look." Then he said softly, "Goodbye." His body did not move, but a white cloud rose from under his feet. It leisurely carried his body and soared into the sky, galloping into the distance. The West Sea Great Witch watched the Chansheng leave and could not help but frown. This existence had been silently cultivating here for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, for some unknown reason, he had actually left just like that on a whim. The West Sea Great Witch was furious. However, what this fellow said was really right. It was fine if he did not open his mouth, but once he opened his mouth, it was really infuriating. If he spoke like that normally, it would be better if he did not open his mouth. Because no matter how many lives he had, he would be beaten to death sooner or later. How could he be so infuriating? Although my boss Flood is the leader of the Great Witches, he is still just a Great Witch. How dare he ask me if I can compare with Zhu Wu? This is bullshit. If we were at that level, we would not be called Great Witches, okay? How dare he ask us to compare with Demon Emperor, Dong Huang, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian? Is there a need to ask? Is there a need to ask? At the end of the sentence, the sound made me so angry that I almost self-destructed. Damn it. What a bastard. He picked up the phone and dialed, "This is the West Sea. Well, tell Boss Flood that there is a hateful red-robed Taoist. He is Chansheng from the West Sea. He will probably go to discuss Tao with him. Tell Boss to be careful. This fellow's cultivation is ridiculously high, and his mouth is also extremely annoying. Tell Boss to be careful and deal with him carefully. If he can't deal with him, summon our brothers to go over and kill him together. Call me first." "Well, okay." Then the West Sea Great Witch turned around and left. Is Hai Hunshan back? Did he find him? On the other side. In the dense forest. In the straw hut. Zhuxiaoduo and the old man sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious. Zhuxiaoduo kept calling the old man senior, and even poured tea for him. He was very attentive. However, in the time it took for the old man to drink 1 cup, he had to drink at least 3 or 4 cups. Until now, he had drunk so much that his stomach was slightly bloated. But he still kept drinking. This water was really good stuff. He did not know when he would be able to drink it again. He must not waste it. Now that he could drink more, he had to drink as much as he could. "What's your name?" the old man asked kindly. "My name is Zhuxiaoduo." Zhuxiaoduo showed a harmless smile. "This name? Ah." The old man smiled. "It's full of childish charm." Ahem. Yes. "Senior, I wonder if it's convenient for you to give me your name?" Zhuxiaoduo finally asked. The old man's face showed a grateful expression. "Back then, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor gave me a name. I'm called Wanxingsheng." Wanxingsheng. Zhuxiaoduo could not help but praise. "Wanxingsheng, this name is really good. Buddha is born in all homes. All people are born because of this." "I don't dare to be called Buddha." The old man hurriedly waved his hand and refused, saying, "The title of Buddha is an honorific of the Western clan. I'm from the Spirit clan. I don't dare to be called Buddha." "Elder Wan, you just said that there are still demon clans and devil clans in this heavenly spirit forest?" Zhuxiaoduo asked. "Yes." Wanxingsheng said, "This is the territory of the Spirit clan. If you walk further out, it's the territory of the demon clan. And then, in the opposite direction, it's the territory of the devil clan. Back then, when the boundless mighty force split the Yuanzhou mainland, because this old man was protected by the heavenly way's luck, the karma of living beings was entangled. It can be said that the heavens borrowed the power to preserve this forest. This place is a place shared by all living beings, not just one clan or one bloodline. A long time ago, this forest was called the Demon Spirit Forest or the Demon Spirit Forest, not the Heavenly Spirit Forest. It was not until the continents split that it changed its name to the Heavenly Spirit Forest. Both the demon race and the demon race live in this forest. However, the ancestors of the two races probably knew that it was the heavenly Tao that allowed this forest to be preserved in the first place. Therefore, they would not come here for no reason. The three directions, well water and river water, do not interfere with each other. Not really. The demon race and the demon race still frequently fight, but they coexist peacefully with us and rarely invade each other. But if you go out, no matter which direction you go, there will be a place that you have to pass. Wan Xingsheng looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with some worry. You have to be careful. Chapter 1025. Danger? That's not a problem. Zhou Xiaoduo did not take it to heart at all. For him, it was much better to make his position clear as to whether he was a friend or a foe, than to not be able to distinguish between friends and foes in the Heavenly Spirit Forest. Not to mention that he was too embarrassed to make a move. Zhou Xiaoduo was now bursting with confidence. He felt that even if he was not invincible, he would be hard-pressed to find a worthy opponent. I can also use the Sky-Shaking Gong and the Sky Thunder Mirror. I have two treasures of the Umno Alliance in my hands. Who else dares to make trouble? I still have the Wuhuang sword. After this incident, it has recovered a lot of energy. I also have Xiao. After this incident, she has improved greatly and can be a very strong helper. Who else dares to make trouble? I still have the sword, the hidden weapon, the Starry Sky Everlasting Stone, the 99 Cat Hammer, and the reactivated space of the Tower of Annihilation. Who else dares to make trouble? Why should I be afraid of the demon clan? Why should I be afraid of the demon clan? As long as they are not big demons, why should I be afraid of small demons? I will kill them with a hammer and take their inner elixir. The more the better. I will not refuse anyone. I am the Zongjing Umno Alliance. Even 3 million soldiers could not catch me. Little friend, based on the way you came here, you must have obtained the inheritance of Zhu Wuzhu Rome. It seems that the promise from that day can finally be fulfilled. Wan Minxing looked at Zhou Xiaoduo again. After a while he said in a low voice, looking at your cultivation, although you belong to the branch of heavenly fire Qi Yang, with the combination of yin and yang and the protection of soft water, your bones do not belong to the branch of real fire of Zhu Rome. Your body is much weaker. This is a little strange and puzzling. He sized Zhou Xiaoduo up and said with a frown, moreover, your current cultivation is only at the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage. You're about to enter the soul formation stage and return to the void stage. Although your advancement isn't slow based on your age, it's really difficult to say that it has anything to do with the inheritance of the Zhurong Grand Shaman. The reason for this is like a mess that can't be solved. Senior, you have a great eye. You can see the big picture with one glance. Everything you see is right. You're really good. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more respectful. This Wan Xingsheng was truly extraordinary. It was not surprising for him to be able to see through Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation with just a glance. But to be able to see through his cultivation method, the level of his cultivation method, and even the source of his cultivation method so clearly, this was the first time Zhou Xiaoduo had met someone with such eyesight. At a glance, it was so clear that one could see the bottom, and from a small detail one could see the whole picture. What kind of cultivation and vision did he need to have? Well, without experience, this old man should be the most inexperienced cultivator in the world. However, the more this was the case, the more it proved that this old man was a great cultivator, a super great cultivator. Wan Minxing smiled faintly and said, little friend, have you forgotten that one of my missions in life is to wait for the arrival of the successor of Zhu Wuzhu Rong? Even if I am honest, the primordial fire of Zhu Rong raged in my body for hundreds of years before I finally took it out and settled it down. How can I not have a deep impression of it? In terms of understanding of the primordial fire of Zhu Rong, even if Zhu Wuzhu Rong came back to life, he might not be able to understand it better than me. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled bitterly, but even so in the entire world up until now, I've only met senior who can see it so clearly. Wan Minxing smiled more and more indifferently. After all, this kind of thing was too common for him. It was not enough to reach the apex. Even if he was praised, he would feel that the other party was too ignorant. Was such a small thing worth flattering? What he was concerned about was another situation. Little friend, you came to this place and inherited the heavenly beam of light. Naturally, it is Zhu Wu Zhurong's method. This is not enough to reach the apex, but it is reasonable. What makes me surprised, or rather interested, is that you clearly do not have any traces of Zhu Wu Zhurong's inheritance in your body. You are also not of the Wu people's bloodline. You are a pure-blooded human. Wan Minxing said, this is the main reason why I am having second thoughts. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that he was not going to pass the inheritance to me? Did he want to take it for himself? Well, what did this old man say just now? Even if Zhu Wu Zhurong came back to life, he might not be able to understand the primordial fire of Zhurong better than him. Could it be that he wanted to replace him and become another fire god, the sovereign of all flames and flames? It couldn't be. But I really did receive Zhu Wu Zhurong's inheritance. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a little wronged. Of course, before I was thrown here, I really didn't know where I was going. This old man believes in that. Wan Minxing had a benevolent expression. I'm not doubting you, but you really have nothing to do with Zhu Wu Zhurong. I have a space ring here, which was given to me by Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery in the inheritance palace. Can this prove it? Zhou Xiaoduo took out the space ring of Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery. The space ring does not prove anything. The so-called Zhu Wu's inheritance is only what you said. It is not enough to prove it. Wan Minxing was very insistent. What I want to see is the Zhu Rong primordial fire. He sighed and said, let me say something to you. The primordial fire given to me by Zhu Wu Zhurong is right here. There is no harm in giving it to you. But you must know that if you don't cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire, whether you can take it away is secondary. Once you come into contact with the primordial fire, you will inevitably burn yourself. You must not think that you can take in the primordial fire of Zhu Rong just because you cultivate a fire-type cultivation method. The primordial fire of Zhu Rong is the essence of all flames and flames. Even the Demon Emperor's Grand Sun primordial fire is inferior in purity. I'm not making things difficult for you, and I am not exaggerating. It is the truth. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Then what should I do? Wan Minxing did not answer. This was not a question that he should be thinking about. If Zhou Xiaoduo could not deal with it on his own, then they were not fated. He could only give him a few reminders. It was impossible for him to give more advice. Then I can stay here for a few days, right? In these few days I will cultivate the cultivation method that Zhu Wu Zhurong passed on to me. I have successfully cultivated the Zhu Rong primordial fire. This does not violate the agreement between you and Zhu Wu, does it? Zhou Xiaoduo did not give up and asked. Haha, of course you can. Wan Minxing smiled meaningfully and said, however, Zhu Wu Zhurong's cultivation method is not that easy to learn. My young friend, you have to be careful. You must not be rash. Once the primordial fire backfires, even I will not be able to save you. These words were said in an extremely polite and tactful manner. However, the hidden meaning in his words was that he was not optimistic about Zhou Xiaoduo's ability to cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire. Who was Zhu Wu Zhurong? He was the universally recognized god of fire, the leader of all flames and flames. He was an invincible expert in the world except for a very few people. His cultivation method naturally had its own uniqueness. How could it be something that just anyone could cultivate? You want to cultivate to the point where you can even fuse the essence of the Zhu Rong primordial fire that originated from Zhu Rong after staying here for a few days? I just don't know if this young man is the only one in this world who is so thick-skinned, or if everyone in the world is like this. There is no need to be humble and self-confident. That I will wait and see. Anyway, when I accepted your request, I have my own mission and corresponding restrictions. If you do not meet the requirements, I will not give it to you. Senior, where do you think I should stay? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with a sneaky look. Although the Tower of Annihilation had been reactivated, he would not use it if he could. It was never a bad thing to keep a trump card. Just here. Wan Minxing smiled and waved his hand. Then Zhou Xiaoduo saw that the courtyard had suddenly more than doubled in size. In an open space, 4 vines suddenly grew rapidly. In an instant, lush greenery covered the courtyard and green light flashed intermittently. The vines grew rapidly and slowly thickened. Then they constructed and grew on their own into a greenhouse. The four walls and the roof quietly took shape. Then, in the house, not only did the tender green leaves grow into a bed, there were also tables and chairs. Everything was complete. At the door. Well, a door decorated with many fresh flowers opened with a push and closed with ease. It was seamless. This is really a wonder of nature. It's amazing. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With just a few vines, he could actually get whatever he wanted. It was simply too miraculous. It's just a few rui vines. Wan Minxing did not care. If you like it, I will give you some seeds of the rui vines when you leave. Thank you, thank you. I like it so much. I dare not refuse an elder's gift. Thank you, thank you. Zhuoxiaoduo was so happy that he could not close his mouth. This thing could be said to be the best choice for a family trip. You should rest. The old man smiled faintly. Then he looked outside and said, I have guests. Yes? Zhuoxiaoduo was a little dazed when he heard this. You're alone in this endless forest, surrounded by giants. Where did the guests come from? Could it be that those giants came to visit you? Although he was curious, Zhuoxiaoduo knew the principle of speaking too deeply with a new friend. He automatically walked into the vine room and looked outside through the window. The rui vines really did as he wished. They grew vines on the window, leaving only a small gap for him to see outside. However, if one looked in from outside, they would not be able to see him at all. Then he heard a very strange voice from outside. Is Elder Wan here? Little Peng is here to visit Elder Wan. The voice was unusually sharp, as if it was squeezed out from the throat. What made Zhuoxiaoduo more concerned was that the voice contained a hint of demonic aura. Then another voice sounded. Elder Wan, Little Devil 19 is here to visit. Chapter 1026. Wan Minxing said warmly, Come in. Following his voice, the wall of vines and flowers outside automatically parted to form a door, and the two of them entered. Well, let's say there were two people. One of the guys was about 3 meters tall. He was wearing a pair of jeans from who knows where. There was a hole in the jeans and it looked a little damp. He wore a well-ironed suit, paired with a snow-white shirt tucked into his belt and a bright red tie. He didn't look very elegant. Instead, he looked a little out of place and was a little silly. However, the most eye-catching thing about this person was that behind his two arms, there were two extremely large wings. Just like that, it walked in dragging its two wings on the ground just like a rooster that had just lost a battle. But this person held his head high and his chest out. He didn't look like he lost a battle at all. Looking at its face, it had a pointy oval head with black hair all over its face. It had a pair of sinister and unruly eyes, a hooked nose, and a mouth that was as sharp as a woodpecker's. It also had two furry ears on each side of its head. His head was like an owl, his wings were like a big eagle, and his legs, well, he could be considered a human. He almost forgot to mention that this guy was actually wearing a pair of shiny leather shoes. They were definitely specially made for him. Because the leather shoes were like two small boats. No matter if it was a human or Wu people, they wouldn't have such big feet. As for the other one, he was completely black from head to toe. He didn't have any clothes on his body, only a body of black fur. However, it already covered everything, leaving behind a pure color. There was a curved horn on its head and it actually had 5 eyes. When it blinked, the 5 eyes flashed continuously, like 5 searchlights sweeping back and forth. At this moment, this person's 5 eyes were blinking as they looked at the clothes of the guy with the wings next to him. There was actually some envy in his expression. It seemed that the other party's clothes were very high-end and classy. I don't have anything. I'm ashamed that he had a sense of inferiority like a pauper meeting a millionaire, but he still tried his best to put on a self-esteem of, I'm proud of being poor, I'm proud of being poor, you're rich, but I won't eat a single grain of rice from your family. Under such gazes, the man in a suit with wings became even more arrogant, complacent, and high-spirited. Four-eared Rock, are you in charge of the demon race this year? The old man Wan Minxing sat down leisurely and asked the man in the suit. Yes. Elder Wan, I have a name now, Rock Four-eared. I'm not called Four-eared Rock anymore. Rock Four-eared smiled flatteringly, but he still couldn't help showing off his new name. He glanced at Mo Sergio who was standing beside him. Country Bumpkin, do you have a name? Demon? Mo Sergio? Just your name. Ehe, you really make me Rock Four-eared Rock. Inside, Zhuoxiaoduo almost laughed out loud. Four-eared Rock? It's not as good as Four-eared Rock. What's more, what's the difference? Alright, Rock Four-eared. Wan Minxing's temper was very good. Zhou Xiaoduo had verified this. He actually praised him. Rock Forward, your name is very good. Then he looked him up and down and said, your outfit is also very good. Rock Forward became more and more complacent. He tidied his suit, straightened his clothes and straightened his tie. His face was full of pride as he said, the other day I went to the Wu People's City and heard them say that this is the most popular thing now. So, I bought a few hundred sets of each. I was supposed to have a hat but my head is too pointy so I can't wear it. As he spoke he took out a hat from his ring and put it on his head. It was actually a white hat on its pointy head. It looked like a bony mushroom with a drooping lid. He sighed and put it down again. Unless I change my head. But if I change it, no one in the demon spirit forest will recognize me. A group of children will think of me as a fat sheep and want to eat it. Damn it. Mo Sergio, who was standing at the side, was not happy and said, Roxy Air, I'm very envious that you have a new name. You can go to a human city and dress up so beautifully. I'm also very envious. Your clothes are indeed very cool. I'm also very envious. But there is one thing you need to understand. This is the demon spirit forest, not the demon spirit forest. Rock Fourier turned his head. His eyes suddenly became fierce. What qualifications do you demons have to put the word demon in front of the demon spirit forest? Do you deserve it? Do you demons deserve it? Mo Sergio was not to be outdone. Do you demons have the qualifications? Last time we clearly came to an agreement. If we want a name for this forest, it will be called the Demon Spirit Forest. Rock Fourier was furious. Clearly it was called the Demon Spirit Forest. You demons are not willing to give up. You actually want to be ranked in front of us demons? Not only are you delusional, you have no sense of shame. Back in the day when the two demon emperors united the world, you demons were just a low-level race. You could only be slaves. We beat you when we wanted to beat you when we wanted. Mo Sergio was unable to restrain his anger. You also said it was back in the day. How many years ago was that? At that time your ancestor was just an unhatched egg. Can't you stop talking about it every time? Do you have any shame? Rock Fourier was still full of glory. These are the glorious deeds of my ancestor. If I forget, then I forget my roots. If I keep talking about it, then I am a filial son. Back in the day my ancestor, Lord Rock Fourier, followed the two demon emperors. He fought against the heavens and fought against the earth. He made immortal contributions and was worshipped as the demon master. Mo Sergio sneered. How come I heard that the rock demon master later betrayed the demon emperor? No, it should be that he betrayed the demon race. Fuck you. Rock Fourier jumped up as if his sore spot had been poked. He cursed, what good things do you demons think you are? In the end your demon ancestor was still. Mo Sergio was also furious. That's fate. That's fate, you know? Divine power is not as good as fate. Haven't you heard of this saying? Mo Sergio's words seemed to make sense, but anyone could hear the bitterness in his words. No. I only know that your ancestor was defeated by my ancestor, and you are also defeated by me. That's it. Rock Fourier was getting more and more aggressive. The two of them quarreled more and more fiercely. Whoosh. Rock Fourier took out his demon head saber, his eyes flashing fiercely. Mo Sergio also took out his mace and gritted his teeth. Just as the demon were about to fight to the death, Meng Qi suddenly stopped. I'm going to kill you, you demon brat. See if I don't kill you, you demon brat. Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to control himself so that he wouldn't burst out laughing. These two fellows were really too amusing. Could they be doing a crosstalk? Ahem. Just as the two demons were about to fight, Wan Minxing finally coughed and said in a slightly displeased tone, Are you going to fight in my place? Mo Sergio and Rock Fourier's expressions changed. They rubbed their hands and laughed awkwardly. In the blink of an eye, his ferocious expression had turned into one that was harmless to both humans and animals. Ah, we're just bickering. Rock Fourier put his demon head saber back under his suit. It's fine. Arguing every day is good for the body and mind. Mo Sergio put his mace back into his spatial ring, but when he saw that Rock Fourier did not put away his demon head saber, he took out his mace and carried it on his back. 1. It was convenient to use, and 2. It was to guard against accidents. Tell me, what are you doing here? Wan Minxing saw the actions of these two idiots and felt helpless. However, he was really good at maintaining his composure. At the same time, he also had a good temper and self-restraint, so he felt that the current situation was rather cheerful. I was ordered by the boss to deliver some demon cloud water to you, Elder One, Rock Foreyear said. I was also ordered by the boss to deliver some demon cloud water to you, Elder One, Emo Sergio said. Wan Minxing said kindly, then put the things down and go back quickly. Help me thank your bosses. The two fellows happily took out a large bucket of water from their rings. Each bucket weighed a few hundred caddies and placed them in the courtyard. Then the two began to dawdle again, looking at each other with daggers in their eyes. What they meant was, why aren't you leaving? Clearly they both had something to do. What is it? Spit it out. Wan Minxing asked. Ahem. Rock Foreyear coughed. Ahem. Emo Sergio also coughed. They glared at each other, but no one was willing to speak first. Why aren't you leaving? Aren't you done with your business? Rock Foreyear was furious and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Why aren't you leaving? Are you still not done with your business? Emo Sergio retorted coldly. That's enough. If you have something to say it all together, Wan Minxing said with a smile. He didn't seem offended in the slightest. As an astral, he was watching a beasts and a demon bicker like an old man watching his grandchildren bicker. His temper was quite good. It's like this. Fourth Rock glared at Emo Sergio and said, Our boss wants to ask Elder Wan for instructions. Today there was the power of extreme flame true fire in the sky. It crossed the border and fell here. Cough cough. Is the ancient prophecy coming true? Is? Really? Ahem, is it that our ancestors are about to return? Boss said that the ancient prophecy about Zhu Wu's true fire is? That? Whether or not our ancestors are going to. Rock Foreyear desperately wanted to speak clearly, but he was getting more and more confused. He stuttered as he asked in confusion. Chapter 1027. On the other hand, Emo Sergio was also stuttering and stammering. It was obvious that he didn't know what he was asking either. But he still asked bravely, My boss asked me to ask Elder Wan. Does this mean that our good days are coming? Yes, it's this. Wan Minxing's expression became serious. Why didn't your boss come and ask himself? And he didn't send anyone else but you too? Rock Foreyear and Emo Sergio looked at each other. This question is so profound. We don't know anything either. Anyway, we were sent here without knowing anything. Wan Minxing's face darkened. Looks like your boss is afraid of being scolded, so he sent you two who don't know anything. The two of them didn't know what was going on, but they felt that it was awesome. What you said was so profound. We don't understand. I've told them not to ask about such things. How is it a good thing? This is a tribulation, do you understand? Wan Minxing was exasperated. I just won't listen, I won't listen. Emo Sergio and Rock Foreyear were even more confused and a little scared. They felt as if they had been thrown into a pit by their boss because the old man in front of them was the strongest in this huge forest. It was just that his temper was good, so good that everyone ignored it. But once he got angry, it was already a catastrophe. What else did he say? Rock Foreyear thought hard. Boss also said. Suddenly he stammered and couldn't say anything. His eyes were lost. Then he patted his head and took out a crumpled piece of paper from his space ring. He opened it and read, Fire Shaman Scripture, a Great Era. Wan Minxing sighed sadly and waved his hand. No need to read it. His expression was a little sad. Fire Shaman Scripture appears in the ninth heaven, a catastrophe is coming. A great era descends and the heavens mourn. How many hearts of the saint can change with a single thought? A great era, how can it be so easy to get through? He sighed softly and his expression was sorrowful. Then he suddenly froze. He abruptly turned his head and looked at the small house that Zhuxiao Duo was in. He was surprised and bewildered. Elder Wan Yu. Fourth Rock's eyes were filled with worry as he asked. I'm fine. Wan Minxing came back to his senses, but he still seemed to be distracted and in a daze. After half a minute he finally sighed softly and said, Go back and tell your boss that even if the great era comes, it is not something they can touch. Everyone has been living in the Wu people's territory for so many years. It is already a great fortune that we have not been destroyed. There is no need to ask for more. If the great era comes and you still want to do something, you must be prepared to bear the brunt of it and turn into ashes. Trash like you who have been staying here for a long time may not be able to survive if you act rashly. In the face of a life and death crisis, no one will care about the alliance of the past. Therefore it's better to be honest. If you don't do anything, there might be a slight possibility that you can preserve a little bit of your vitality in the Great Tribulation. But if you want to do something. Wan Minxing smiled coldly and said, that is, the disaster of extinction is not far away. Roxy and Mo Sergio did not fully understand, but the two of them did their best to memorize everything that Wan Xingming had said, as well as his expression and tone of voice, without missing a single detail. This almost made the two of them die of exhaustion. One must know that they used their soul strength and origin strength to memorize everything to ensure that there was no mistake. Because their boss had said that they must not miss anything, and that they must repeat everything. Otherwise they would directly swallow it. With their lives at stake, how could the two of them dare to be negligent? Listening to Wan Minxing's words, the two of them did not even dare to ask questions. They just repeated it over and over again. Then, Fourth Rock took out a piece of paper from his ring and handed it to Wan Minxing. Wan Minxing felt more and more helpless. He said coldly, the more you use the thinner the friendship becomes. Go back and tell your boss that this is the last time. Yes, I will definitely pass it on. Fourth Rock nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After reading the paper, Wan Minxing said indifferently, you're right. Great tribulations are often caused by fire. The first heavenly tribulation was caused by heavenly fire descending upon the mortal world, causing the heavenly tribulation. The second Qilin tribulation was caused by the prosperity of the Wu people. The third was caused by the fire wizard Zhu Rong. The fourth. In short, all tribulations have their own cause and effect. This is the fundamental reason why no one dares to truly exterminate the fire wizard. And after a few great tribulations until now, do you know what kind of tribulations they are? The demon and demon shook their heads at the same time, their faces filled with confusion. Wan Minxing was about to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. Blood spurted out of his mouth and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a while, Wan Minxing took a deep breath and stood up with difficulty. He coughed and spat out a pool of bright red blood. The entire ground was instantly dyed red by the blood that sprayed out. It dyed the ground within a 2-meter radius red. As this mouthful of blood was spat out, an extremely dense life force rose from the blood light and instantly enveloped the entire forest. With this mouthful of blood as the epicenter, the surrounding trees and bushes of an unknown distance suddenly grew in a circle with a hualala sound. If one happened to look down from high up in the sky at this time, one would see that the borders of the entire forest had expanded by several dozen miles. Moreover, it was expanding in every direction at an extremely rapid pace. This sudden increase in area was simply terrifying. However, tracing back to the source, Wan Minxing's mouthful of blood had caused the entire forest to expand by a large circle. Such a density of life force was truly terrifying to the extreme. The act of spitting out blood itself gave the demon, as well as Wuxia Duo who was in the house, a fright. It can't be. Wan Minxing shook his head regretfully. He muttered, I wanted to use this opportunity to tell you some things, but the heavens won't allow it. What can I do? His eyes swept across the window of the small house regretfully. Wuxia Duo couldn't help but shudder. This is for me? Anyway, it's definitely not for the demon because these two idiots definitely wouldn't understand. It's useless to tell them. Then it's most likely for me. You can go back. Wan Minxing's usually rosy face turned pale. He took a few deep breaths and slowly regained his composure. He said, tell your two bosses what to do. I've already made it very clear. If they're willing to listen, they'll never leave the forest for the rest of their lives. If they don't listen, then when they decide to leave the forest one day, they'll have to be prepared. Once they step out of this forest, they'll never return for the rest of their lives. Because if they return, they'll turn this last piece of peaceful land into a monstrous battlefield. They'll turn this peaceful land into ashes. Wan Minxing's face was pale, but his voice was stern. As for the prophecy, I advise them not to worry about it. Even if the demon race really return, when those who drifted out see you again, it's still uncertain whether they'll acknowledge your identities. Be careful. Rock 4's and Mo Sergio's ignorance had already become a habit. Although they nodded repeatedly, no one expected them to really understand. It was probably because the two of them were scared out of their wits when they saw Wan Minxing vomiting blood. Now they could only nod instinctively. This guardian of the forest, the source of life in the forest, the ancestor revered by thousands of creatures, suddenly vomited blood after being asked a few questions that this responsibility was not something the two of them could bear. Elder Wan, please take care. Cough, we won't say anything else. We'll leave now, leave now. The demon and the demon hurriedly stood up as if their buttocks were on fire. Remember to pass my words back without missing a word. Wan Minxing coughed and said tiredly, you two go. The monster and the devil quickly turned around and left. After they walked out, they saw the two fellows who were like fire and water huddled together, reciting each other's words in a low voice. They were like two children checking each other's recitations before the teacher checked on them. That although she looked very ugly, she actually looked a little cute based on her current behavior. Wan Minxing watched the two fellows leave, his body swaying a little. He sighed softly, bent his body and staggered to Zhou Xiaoduo's door. He said softly as if he was talking to himself. You heard it, right? Zhou Xiaoduo pushed the door open and said, Elder Wan, some of your words were specially said to me. Of course I have to remember it. Wan Minxing nodded as if he wanted to say something but he didn't. After thinking for a long time he finally asked, you just said that your name is Zhou Xiaoduo? Yes, I'm Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. Well, how much is a lot? Wan Minxing asked curiously. Yes, how much is a lot? Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to say too much but after thinking about it he didn't say it. Extra. My parents were just joking with me. How am I extra? How am I extra? The entire Zhou family is counting on me to carry on the family line. Sister Nian, can she give birth to a child alone? It's all because I've exhausted all my strength. Excellent name. Wan Minxing smiled kindly and said, you can cultivate in this room. When you feel ready, come out and find me. I'll wait for you. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo agreed without hesitation. Vaguely it seemed that Wan Minxing's attitude towards him had changed a little, but he couldn't tell why. Wan Minxing turned and left. However, the vitality in the room suddenly became stronger. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while and took out the phone to test again. There was still no signal. The phone could only be used as a clock. He sighed and threw it into the space ring. How annoying. Chapter 1028. Forget it, I'd better concentrate on my cultivation and master the Zhu Rong primordial fire as soon as possible. After all, the most important thing is to quickly cultivate and absorb the primordial fire before I can leave. Looking at old man Wan's expression, it seemed to be different from before. There was something wrong with it. Previously, I didn't have the ability to absorb the primordial fire, so you wouldn't give me the primordial fire inheritance. But now, even if I successfully cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire, you still won't let me leave before I finish absorbing the primordial fire. This action was simply contradictory. You've already confirmed that I'm the real descendant of the Zhu Rong, and my identity can't be fake. But that even if you're thinking for me, you're afraid that I'll rashly use the primordial fire and end up burning myself, unable to save myself. But with the cultivation and knowledge he's shown before, and even said that he has a thorough understanding of the primordial fire, he could have directly given me the primordial fire inheritance sealed away and let me deal with it myself. Wouldn't that have ended this karma? But he chose the most tedious way to solve it. He wants me to cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire to the point that I can absorb the primordial fire inheritance. But to complete all of this, it's not something that can be done in a day. If I'm not careful, it'll take a long time. What I lack the most now is time. It's been many days since I went missing. I'm afraid that the other side has already discovered that I'm missing. But the current situation is that I can't leave before I finish absorbing the primordial fire inheritance. Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely anxious. It was not that he had to leave. As long as he could send a message outside, it would be fine. However, there was no signal at all. Previously, when he saw Roxy Air's attire, Zhou Xiaoduo had some hope. This demon was dressed like this, and his words revealed that he had been to the Wu people recently. This meant that this realm wasn't completely isolated from the outside world. That was why he tried to use his phone to contact him. However, he didn't know if this realm was too far away from the Wu people and there was no signal, or if this realm was in the private area of the people's lives and the signal couldn't enter, just like the sky-destroying tower. In short, there was no way to contact the outside world. He didn't know how worried Nian Mao, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing and Wen Xingtian were right now. He also didn't know if his disappearance would cause any changes. He just hoped that everything was fine. There shouldn't be so many changes at the beginning of the year. Zhou Xiaoduo kept repeating in her heart, I'm safe, I'm safe. She was very sincere, hoping that Nian Nian Cat would receive her telepathy. However, he also knew that this was simply wishful thinking. They wouldn't know. Zhou Xiaoduo was still in a daze as he sorted out the information he obtained from the three of them. He was no more clear-headed than the demon and the demon. However, he still understood one thing. It seemed like a calamity was about to happen. The races and continents that had split off were all going to return, not just the demon clan. After that, was there going to be another calamity of the world and a calamity of the people? Zhou Xiaoduo kept repeating in her heart, the fire wizard scripture has appeared in the sky, a calamity is about to happen. A great era is coming and the heavens are mourning. How many people's hearts are affected by a single thought? This prophecy is quite clear. Looks like my identity as the fire wizard's successor is unquestionable. The fire wizard's last miracle sent me here. This kind of heaven-shaking phenomenon is a sign that a great era is about to begin, and it was written in the prophecy long ago. The people's lives started the first calamity of the world, witnessed the second calamity, and even participated in the opening of the calamity. I'm indeed the chosen one, the one with great luck. However, if that's the case, then it proves one thing even more, and that is, the Great Tribulation is really not far away. As the signs appear and the curtains are pulled back, it's just a buffer period of 2 to 3 years. If all the races return in the next 2 to 3 years, many legendary figures will appear. With my current cultivation, I'm like an ant. I'm afraid I can be killed at any time. They can turn me into dust with just a glare. This won't do. No, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I have to raise my cultivation to a level where I can protect myself. Zhou Xiaoduo entered the Tower of Annihilation. After entering, he was shocked. He saw the Wuhuang sword flying around excitedly, dragging a long trail of flames behind it. Below, Xiao spread her wings and looked at the Wuhuang sword in the sky vigilantly, chirping anxiously. Her wings were like an old hen protecting her chicks, full of vigilance. Behind Xiao there was a small mountain of essence of the primordial fire. It turned out that after Xiao swallowed all the essence of the primordial fire, she had filled up the storage space in her body. However, the essence of the primordial fire was of extraordinary quality. Gathering and storing a large amount of it in one place was a method of overloading. It was far beyond what Xiao could bear. It would be fine if there was no movement at all. Once Xiao cultivated, he could ignite all of them at any time. He had to spit them out first and then cultivate them one by one. In fact, this was Xiao's original plan. As long as he returned to the Tower of Annihilation, he would be home. There was no difference between storing the essence of the primordial fire and storing it in his own storage space. However, he missed out on one person. Well, it was the Wuhuang sword who had recovered a little of its mobility. Eager to hunt, how could it let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity to heal itself? Therefore, when Xiao lowered his head and vomited, the Wuhuang sword stole from behind Xiao's butt. Although the Wuhuang sword's mobility was still limited, it was still a huge loss. After vomiting for a long time, Xiao finally found the thief and realized that the thief had stolen a lot of the essence of the primordial fire. Naturally, he was instantly enraged to the point where he could not restrain himself. He immediately rushed up to the sky wanting to fight the Wuhuang sword to the death. However, the Wuhuang sword did not fight with him at all. It simply escaped quickly, then turned around twice and rushed down again. It would steal one essence at a time. It needed time to digest them anyway. Eating them one by one was the right way to go. And as it swallowed one essence after another, the fire on the sword burned even brighter. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, went crazy. He could not catch up. He could not beat it. He could not guard against it. He simply placed all the essence of the primordial fire behind his butt and guarded it motionlessly. Like an old hen protecting its young, it cried loudly. The Wuhuang sword drew lines in the air, making the sky look like a spider web. It darted back and forth, looking for an opportunity to attack. Zhao's head followed the trajectory of the Wuhuang sword's flight. After a long time he felt a little dizzy. However, he did not dare to relax. He could only endure the dizziness and stare at the sword. I won't let you steal my things. If this went on for a long time, Zhao's head would get dizzier. He would definitely lose if he continued to guard. It was inevitable that he would be slowly eaten away by the Wuhuang sword. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo came in. When the Wuhuang sword saw Zhou Xiaoduo coming, it immediately flew back to the top of the Demon League's mountain range. It shone brightly and shone in all directions. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of its previous actions. Could be said that it was. Shameless. Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately wanted to rush into his mother's arms. However, as soon as he moved, he felt dizzy and spun around twice. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. Just now he was already dizzy from the Wuhuang sword. He was just holding on with one breath. Now that he was relaxed, he could not hold on any longer. On the mountain range, the Wuhuang sword hummed. It was full of regret. If I had known that little Seven could not hold on any longer, I would have been half full by now. What a pity. With the arrival of that despicable boss, this opportunity was wasted. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. What's going on? Looking at the space, the fire energy soared to the sky. The temperature had already reached a rather exaggerated level. The highest point of the Demon League's mountain range was already 100 meters high. However, the average height was still not enough. Moreover, it was completely bare. Obviously, it was still one step away from being fully formed. On the other hand, the mountain range of the astral souls was much more verdant. It was pleasing to the eye. As for the spiritual energy in the entire space, it was almost twice as rich as the last time he entered. Squeak squeak. Xiao pounced over. He grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's trousers with 3 claws and complained angrily. As he spoke, he used his wings to point at the Wuhuang sword that was stuck on the mountain peak. That grief, that anger, that hatred, coupled with the fact that he was complaining so quickly, all showed the extreme hatred in his mind. Finally, someone who could make the decision was here. Mama hit him. Zhou Xiaoduo was almost melted by his cuteness. He could not help but laugh. Okay. I'll settle the score with him right now. Xiao whined. His mood immediately changed into one of high spirits and satisfaction. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes saw the pile of essence fire. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's not safe to leave these things here. They're even coveted by others. Let me keep them for you. When you need them, I'll give you as much as you need. How about that? If you leave them here, they'll all be stolen." Xiao widened his eyes and looked at his mother. He felt that his mother's words made a lot of sense. If he left them here, they would only be stolen by that despicable sword. He might as well let his mother keep them for him. He nodded quickly. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. Just as he was about to put them away, he saw the Wuhuang sword fly over from afar. It stopped above Xiao, lamenting his misfortune and angry at his failure to fight. Idiot! Is he keeping them for you? He's just confiscating them. Haven't you heard the story of keeping your New Year's money? Why are you so stupid? You're pissing me off. Now that they're in his pocket, do you think you can still take them out? Use your soybean-sized brain and think about it carefully. Stupid bird. Squeak squeak. Xiao retorted indignantly. I'm happy to. I won't let you steal them. My mother is just keeping them for me. I won't listen to your sowing discord. The Wuhuang sword was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. This little thing could not be reasoned with at all. He did not understand how terrible it was for a child to let an adult keep their New Year's money. Chapter 1029. That was simply like entering the mouth of a Pichio. There was no return and there was no return. This guy was so naive that it made his stomach explode. Not to mention the boss in front of him, who was simply a real Pichio. There was no return, no return. You should be more careful. I won't. I'll anger you to death, anger you to death. The Wuhuang sword flew away again with a whoosh. It was really infuriating. Why was this guy so stupid? The 7th prince used to be smart and farsighted. How did he become a fool now, a stupid bird? It really made people speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. He waved his hand and collected all the true fire essences in front of him, leaving only 10 for Xiao. He said, "Is 10 enough for you to cultivate for one time?" "It's enough. These are enough for me to use for 3 days. Thank you, mother." Xiao was very happy. He was elated. He no longer had to worry about the thief sword coming to steal him. My baby is safe. Great. He looked at the Wuhuang sword as if he was demonstrating. Come and steal again? You can't. Thief sword. The Wuhuang sword saw this scene and was so angry that he turned around on the top of the mountain. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The stupid bird. Others took away hundreds of thousands of true fire essences and only left 10 for him. He was actually so happy that he jumped high and thanked him sweetly with his little mouth. I've never seen such a stupid bird. It was even more stupid than being sold and helping others to bargain and count the money. That was simply stupid to the extreme. He didn't want to look anymore. If he looked again, his heart would explode from anger. It was better to hurry and absorb the true fire essences that he had just stolen. Cultivate well. Zhou Xiaoduo patted Zhao's head. Mother is still waiting for you to help me in the future. I will definitely cultivate well. I will definitely help Mother. Whatever Mother needs, you can leave it to me. I will do it all for you. Xiao proudly puffed out his chest. Good. Mother will count on you in the future. Go and cultivate. I've also started cultivating. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was now able to call himself Mother smoothly and had become more and more shameless, sent Xiao away, then took out the book of Spirit Fire Spell, which was passed down by Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi. Xiao Qin circulated the Flaming Sun scripture and infused his Scarlet Sun Golden Sun cultivation into the Primordial Flame art. The contents of the Primordial Flame art slowly appeared. Zhou Xiaoduo read it carefully, memorizing and thinking about it word by word. He memorized the entire secret manual in his heart. After confirming it over and over again, he didn't even make a mistake in punctuation. If he guessed correctly, this primordial fire art would not exist for too long. After all, there was only one inheritor, and Zhu Rong probably did not intend to spread his art everywhere. Not everyone could master it. Just as expected, after Zhou Xiaoduo finished reading and confirming that he had memorized everything, he checked it 3 more times. The primordial flame art suddenly blazed and turned into the most primordial flame between heaven and earth. It floated in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. In addition to Zhu Rong's primordial fire art, this primordial flame also contained the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun that Zhou Xiaoduo had infused. However, the power of Zhu Rong's primordial fire had already assimilated, melted, and compressed the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun into one. The Zhu Rong's primordial fire floated in the air. The flames danced and burned quietly. The heat was not exposed at all. It was silent. However, Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly sense that this flame contained a valiant power that could destroy heaven and earth. Once it exploded, it would be extremely terrifying. Right now, not even the slightest bit of heat was leaking out of the fire because Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery, had refined the fire and turned it into a completely controllable fire. However, if the fire was triggered by the corresponding cultivation method, it would still instantly burst out with a power that could incinerate everything in the world. It's really a miraculous cultivation method that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. Miraculous flame. Zhou Xiaoduo gasped in amazement. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the primordial flame art. The first step of cultivating the primordial flame art was to completely disperse the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun in the Dantian and turn it into the most primordial and purest spiritual power. Then he would begin to meditate. Zhou Xiaoduo worked hard for a long time. Based on his perception of the passage of time, almost 10 days had passed. However, at this moment he only felt a slight heat in his Dantian. It seemed that it was only at the beginning of gestation that Zhou Xiaoduo knew that more haste, less speed. He slowly stopped, got up and sighed softly. It's worthy of being called the #1 fire-type cultivation method in the world. Just getting started is already so difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but feel dejected. Previously, he could basically get started with any cultivation method that he cultivated. After 1 or 2 days he could get on the right track and even break through a small realm. In the past, when he cultivated the Flaming Sun scripture, he was able to reach the entry level very quickly. One must know that although the Flaming Sun scripture was far inferior to the Zhurong True Fire, in terms of rank, it was still one of the top fire attribute cultivation techniques in the 3 continents. However, after cultivating the primordial flame art for more than 10 days, he still could not get started. One must know that this was the result of wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion without any distractions. His progress was really too slow. How can this cultivation method be so difficult? Is it really not compatible? Or is it because the physique of the human race and the Wu people's Zhu Wu's cultivation method contradict each other? Is this the result of forcing myself to cultivate? The more Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it, the more puzzled he became. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, the primordial flame that was burning in front of him suddenly jumped inexplicably. Then it revealed an emotion similar to extreme speechlessness. How far have you gotten? Back then, even Zhu Rong had to cultivate for who knows how many years to get started. You've only cultivated for more than 10 days and you can already feel it. You actually think that it's too long? This is simply making me speechless. Stupid. Idiot. Yes, someone who can feel it in just 10 days can't be considered stupid or idiotic. At the very least, he lacks both IQ and EQ. What's so great about just cultivating talent? Yes, that's still not right. Just cultivating talent is already very amazing. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Zhuo Duo felt that the vitality in the room was so dense that it almost became clouds. His heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. There was no need to think about it. This was a benefit from the people's livelihood. A large amount of vitality was gathered and channeled into his room. This was to help him cultivate. It seemed that this old man was still full of kindness to him. But he was cultivating in the Tower of Destruction, so he couldn't use this vitality. Zhuo Duo thought quickly and opened the door that connected the Tower of Destruction to the outside world. The vitality inside the Tower of Destruction was thin, while the vitality outside was rich. It would be a waste not to use it. Under the contrast of the two, the rich vitality in the room was automatically channeled into the Tower of Destruction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tower of Destruction was like a super high-power black hole suction fan, sweeping away all the vitality in the room. As for the interior of the tower, he did not feel anything. After all, the interior of the space was not small. The massive amount of vitality in the room was so dense that it was frightening. When it landed on the entire tower, it was instantly diluted to the point where there was no trace left. But this time, Zhuo Duo was not greedy. As soon as the vitality in the room was devoured, he immediately closed the door of the Tower of Destruction. This vitality must have been given to him by Elder Wan Minxing for his cultivation. It was understandable that he used it. However, Elder Wan was from the Ling clan. Vitality was his source of life. Meng Qi couldn't take too much. After all, to such an old man who had saved the world, it would be immature of him if he went too far. Such a person, no matter how much respect he had, should be respected. If he were to freely absorb his life force, not to mention the karma, the enormous sin and so on, even his conscience would not be able to live with it. He came out to look at the time. Well, it seemed that only 3 hours had passed. After a short rest, Zhuo Duo felt that his mind was clear and his body was full of spiritual energy. So he went in again. Continue to cultivate. Cultivate. Cultivate Zhu Wu's real fire. Cultivate the primordial fire technique. I have to cultivate as soon as possible and succeed in it. Outside, Wan Minxing walked in from the door of the courtyard. Further away, the few trees that Zhuo Duo had crashed into had been restored. Even the bark had grown out. Wan Minxing looked extremely happy. His face was full of joy. Wherever he passed, the flowers and plants swayed gently, sending out waves of gratitude. The branches and leaves of the trees shook as they bowed to Wan Minxing. Countless vitality emerged from the countless plants and gathered on Wan Minxing. On the ground, all the insects had been imprisoned by the spiritual energy of the flowers and plants. They were sent far away to prevent these small creatures from disturbing the peace of Wan Minxing. The entire heavenly spirit forest had been cleaned up by the spiritual plants. There wasn't even a spider web. Only butterflies, bees, grasshoppers and other less harmful creatures could get close to Elder Wan's residence. Other creatures such as mosquitoes, cockroaches, poisonous snakes, rats, spiders, centipedes and so on. There wasn't a single one of them that had the power to attack or were poisonous. This place was indeed even more otherworldly than a paradise. The fragrance of flowers wafted in the air. Occasionally, the big trees in the sky would tilt their branches. A few big trees worked together to let the sunlight in for a period of time, shining on the grass below. Every blade of grass, every petal, contained sparkling and translucent dewdrops. When the sunlight shone, the entire forest was colorful everywhere. It was crystal clear, beautiful, and infinitely magnificent. Wan Minxing looked at this scene with a comfortable smile on his face. To him, becoming a king or a saint, being invincible in the world, and being admired by the world was not as good as this moment. Looking at these little spirits growing healthily as far as the eye could see, the entire world was full of vitality. This was Wan Minxing's lifelong pursuit, a boundless scene. I really want to go to the human world to take a look. Wan Minxing waved his hand and returned the vitality that the spiritual plants had given him. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward to it. Chapter 1030. The reason why he had such thoughts was that Wan Minxing was attracted by the scenery outside described by Zhuo Duo. During the famine years, his descendants, Purslin, had fed many people. Now it was a flourishing age. It was great. People didn't have to starve to death. People didn't have to live so helplessly. It was great. No matter what, it was a flourishing age. If that was the case, it seemed that he had a part to play. He couldn't help but feel excited. It's a flourishing age outside. People don't have to worry about food and clothing. They live and work in peace and contentment. They don't have to worry about making a living. They do their jobs and don't have to worry about survival. It's peaceful and leisurely. What a beautiful world this is. I really want to see it. Wan Minxing looked forward to it more and more. A flourishing age. A flourishing age. Wan Minxing looked forward to it and sighed. When the great calamity comes, the flourishing age will turn into ruins in the blink of an eye. The battle of the general trend is so unkind to the small people. He looked in the other two directions, which were the habitat of the demon race and the demon race. There were many great demons and great demons who were waiting for battle. They were really looking forward to the arrival of chaos and the beginning of the great calamity of heaven and earth again. That those fellows were destined not to listen to his advice. Perhaps they could understand his good intentions, but they still wouldn't do as he said. They would still hope for that little bit of luck and hope to reach the sky in one step and return to glory. A great calamity of heaven and earth. Wan Minxing looked at the flowers and trees in the entire forest worriedly and sighed softly. A great calamity of heaven and earth. As his mood sank, the entire forest was filled with green spots of light. Countless spiritual plants sent vitality to comfort this respectable old man carefully. Although they didn't know why he was suddenly unhappy, everyone did their best to comfort him carefully. They walked to the door of Zhuxiaoduo's room. Wan Minxing was suddenly bewildered. He had clearly injected so much life force into him, hoping to protect him. Even if there was an accident, he would be able to preserve a chance of survival. Why did he suddenly become the same as before, his life force all gone? It was no different from the other places in this forest. It was even worse. What was going on? Could it be that it was all absorbed by this kid so quickly? With a flick of his hand, a beam of green light entered the room, and the room was once again filled with an extremely rich vitality. To Wan Minxing, this kind of life force energy was inexhaustible. Who knew how vast the entire forest was, providing him with life force? As long as the plants grew here, they would be grateful for their vitality every day. It had long been overflowing. Therefore, Elder One didn't feel any heartache when he casually gave it away. He didn't even care about Zhuxiaoduo's cultivation. He just sat down on the chair and his spiritual consciousness turned into countless green lights that scattered in all directions of the forest. To see if any of the trees were bullied by other trees and couldn't absorb enough nutrients? She checked to see if there were any plants that had been harmed by the monsters and demons, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and whether they needed treatment. Green lights flashed in all directions of the forest, disappearing in a flash. Some of the trees that were already injured suddenly regained all of their vitality. Their branches and leaves were flourishing. Elder Wan's spiritual avatar circled the entire forest. It was very fast, like a fleeting shadow, but it only took 2 hours. He finally opened his eyes in satisfaction. With a comfortable smile, he felt the gratitude of the entire forest, and his mood became better. With a warm smile on his face, he turned to look at the room where Zhuxiaoduo was cultivating. He couldn't help but stare. This wasn't right. How could the vitality inside be gone again? How long had it been? Wan Minxing frowned and sensed the room. There was no one inside. Now he finally felt that something was wrong. One had to know that Wan Minxing's cultivation level was at the peak of this world. With Zhuxiaoduo's shallow cultivation level, it was impossible for him to come and go without a trace. The reason why he didn't notice before was because he was careless. After all, although he had a benevolent personality in the heavenly spirit forest, there was no doubt that he was the number one. He had been at ease for too long, and that was why he made the mistake before. Zhuxiaoduo kept swallowing spiritual energy and couldn't see anyone. The first time was due to carelessness, but the second time was very strange. Wan Minxing walked over to take a look. He slowly spread out his spiritual power. Finally, his brows relaxed and he murmured, "No wonder. It turns out that there is a spatial and time equipment. But it's not very advanced that I can detect. This low-level spatial equipment has the power of time. Once the great calamity arises and he uses it as a trump card, I'm afraid that he will be caught like a turtle in a jar, and everything will be for naught. Let's see how the time changes." Wan Minxing frowned and murmured to himself. He was a little relieved and a little envious. Since ancient times, the Son of Heaven's destiny has been unparalleled in the world. He really lives up to his reputation. But at most he can only grow to the level of a sage. He can't completely eliminate the great calamity. And this was Xiao Duo. I don't know if he can break the curse. But is the prophecy referring to him? Wan Minsheng frowned and thought carefully. How many saints' hearts can be changed with a single thought? How many saints' hearts can be changed with Zhuxiao Duo? How many? If it's the saint's heart, it should be the saint of saints? But this change, it's definitely someone's change. The heavenly way is incomplete and it can't be derived. I feel that there are other reasons. Maybe I should. Wan Minxing hesitated for a long time. Finally he made up his mind. I'll bet on this. He waited patiently. After more than 10 minutes, he heard a puff in the room. Zhuxiao Duo came out. He panted and muttered to himself, "What the hell? What kind of broken technique is this? It's too difficult to get started. I've been practicing until my blood vessels and meridians are about to catch fire. And I'm still one step away. When will this end? When I practiced all the techniques in the past, I was able to get started immediately and succeed in a matter of days. But now..." Just as he was panting, he suddenly saw the green light flash and dissipate. Then the room was filled with dense vitality again. There's no need, Elder Wan. It was very rare for Zhuxiao Duo to directly reject any benefits. He stuck his head out of the window and said, "I have no use for this vitality qi. In order not to waste it, I will use it for other purposes. If I really absorb it with all my strength, I'm afraid it will cause harm to you. Forget it, please don't throw it in here." In the divine sense space, Bai and Jiu were so angry that they rolled their eyes. How could he reject such a good thing? Was his mother stupid? Could it be that she hurt her head when she fell head first? There was so much space here and he was willing to give it to her. What's wrong with taking a little more? His mother was good at everything, but sometimes she was too honest. He hoped that her head wasn't really hurt. Whitey and little Jiu leaned their butts against each other, letting out long and short sighs. They really wanted to go out. But they were afraid that they would be exposed and cause trouble for their mother. The old man outside was so powerful. Moreover, his energy was almost of the same origin as ours. If we went out, the old man might have some evil intentions. He might catch us and eat us alive. That's not impossible. We must always be on our guard. Wan Minxing smiled and said, "I've been here for tens of thousands of years. I may not be able to give you anything else, but I have as much vitality as you want." He looked at Zhuxiao Duo meaningfully and said, "If it were someone else, I might have to be careful and be on guard. But if you want it, no matter how much you want, I'll try my best to provide it. Even if you don't want it, I'll give you some." Today's meeting was not in vain. Zhuxiao Duo was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and asked, "Why?" Wan Minxing sighed softly and said, "The reason for this is that this old man wants to form a karma with you, little friend." Zhuxiao Duo was puzzled. "Elder Wan, you've been here for so many years. You've already benefited the world and benefited countless people. Moreover, you've guarded the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's primordial fire for so many years just to wait for my arrival. There's already a bond of karma between us that can't be severed. Why do you have to pay another price? And it's such a big favor?" Wan Minxing smiled. "It's not enough. Not enough. Yes, it's not enough. And it's far from enough, very far from enough." Wan Minxing took a deep breath and said, "I'm willing to give you everything in exchange for a promise from you." Zhuxiao Duo frowned and said straightforwardly, "It doesn't matter if it's a promise. As long as I can do it, I'll do it for you. Elder Wan, based on what you've done and contributed to the world, I won't refuse." Wan Minxing said solemnly, "The world is unpredictable. I only ask that you..." If you can dominate the world in the future and destroy life with a snap of your fingers, then let the Ling clan live. Elder Wan, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Zhuxiao Duo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a lofty goal. Firstly, I don't have such great ability. I can't do it at all. Secondly, even if I'm really that awesome in the future with the foundation between us, I'll help you even if you don't ask. Wan Minxing said seriously, "That's different." "How is it different?" "There are too many things in the world that are unpredictable. It's especially so in the future. The future of the Ling clan may not be as you wish. The members of the Ling clan may not all be like us. How can such a big clan not make any mistakes? And you're willing to help me. It has nothing to do with karma. Correspondingly, there's no binding force. If the Ling clan offends you at that time, you don't care, don't ask, don't help, and even destroy them ruthlessly. Who can say anything? But what I want is a promise, a peace of mind. An established karma. A complete promise. To ensure that the Ling clan can continue to live in the future and that the clan won't be destroyed. Chapter 1031. Wan Minxing spoke very seriously, as if he had foreseen that Zhuo Duo would achieve great things and that the spirit race would anger Zhuo Duo for some reason. Zhuo Duo could only smile bitterly. Elder Wan, you really think too highly of me. Are you so sure that I can reach such heights? Is there a need to be so cautious and nip the problem in the bud? I can't be sure, but I don't need to be sure either. Wan Minxing said. Then why? There's always a need to invest in advance. Timely help is always more important than adding flowers to a brocade. Wan Minxing smiled bitterly. What you said just now is exactly what I'm thinking now. I'm taking precautions. Zhuo Duo couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you too far-sighted? This is basically a bet. It's not a good habit. Wan Minxing smiled. A bet is also a bet. Gambling was not a good habit, but since ancient times, no one had been able to escape from this word. As long as you're born as a human, you'll have to gamble in your life. Zhuo Duo said, as far as I know, there are many people who don't gamble in their lives. If they don't gamble, they won't lose. This bet is different from that. Wan Minxing chuckled. The bet you're talking about is a bet of wealth, but the bet I'm talking about is a bet of life. A bet of life? Oh. Zhuo Duo said, if everyone has to gamble with their lives, then wouldn't the entire world be a bunch of desperados? Not really. Wan Minxing knew very well that Zhuo Duo was rambling. Zhuo Duo was a rare genius. Having cultivated to this level, he also knew very well that his luck could not be replicated. No one in the entire continent could be luckier than him. Zhuo Duo's intention was very clear. He did not want to be tainted by this karma. Because this was bound to be a burden in the future. Whether he could do it or not, it would be a problem. It might even be a huge problem. The promise involved an entire race, not just one or two people. Not being able to do it was also a hindrance. Although it was easy, it was a flaw in the state of mind. Others asked me to do something after I became the mayor, but I didn't become the mayor in this lifetime. It was too depressing. Therefore, Zhuo Duo did not want to accept it. Even though he knew that there were huge benefits in front of him, and there was a high chance that he would not be able to fulfill his promise, he still did not want to get involved in this karma. Wan Minxing understood Zhuo Duo's mentality very well. He was probably the person who valued promises the most. Naturally, he knew the stakes involved. Therefore, he could only try his best to convince Zhuo Duo to accept this karma. Young friend, the word gamble plays a huge role in a person's life. No one can avoid it. Often, when a person's fate is determined at the most important turning point in life, everyone needs to gamble. Since ancient times, life has always been a gamble and there are always bets. Even to the point that everyone is gambling their life and betting at every moment. Ordinary people need to gamble. At the critical juncture of life, if you choose the left, you may be rich and safe. If you choose the right, you may be consigned to eternal damnation and be poor for life. High officials and rich people need to gamble. At the critical juncture of life, if you choose the left, you will have a meteoric rise. If you choose the right, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Nobles, generals, and ministers also need to gamble. If you choose the left path, you will have a foundation for eternity. If you choose the right path, you will lose all standing and reputation, and not even your bones will be left. And martial artists need to gamble even more. Looking at the life of a martial artist, they really need to gamble too many times. What they bet on is life and death. This is gambling. As long as you are alive, you need to gamble. You must gamble. Winning a bet and losing a bet, the results are different, but in fact, the root cause is the same. Ordinary people gamble. If they lose, they still have a chance to turn things around. But the higher the status of a person, once they lose a bet, they will be consigned to eternal damnation. If a martial artist loses a bet, it is even more obvious that he will die. Young friend, you are now facing such a juncture. Whether you accept my bet or not is also a gamble for you. Zhuo Duo murmured, it is also a gamble for me? That's right. Wan Minxing said, my chips are the benefits that you can see at the moment. For example, this infinite vitality. Even connate spiritual treasures do not have so much vitality. You can use it however you want. Also, I see that you have a paradise unique treasure that can control the flow of time. I can help you perfect it to the point that even a half-saint will not be able to detect it. Previously you said that your progress in the witch fire cultivation method is a little slow. I can do my best to help you cultivate Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's legacy fire. In this aspect, in the entire world, in all the races in the universe, unless Zhu Wu Zhu Rong comes back to life, no one can understand the secrets of Zhu Rong's primordial fire better than me. If you still think it is not enough, I promise that I will owe you another favor. I will not refuse any request. Yes, you can use all the heavenly treasures in this forest as you wish. This is not included in the benefits that I will give you. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but be moved when he heard this. These conditions were really too good. It was too hard to refuse. Infinite vitality. Perfect the void destruction pagoda. Cultivate the legacy fire. And a favor from a half-saint. It could be any favor that he wanted. And all the heavenly treasures that were not considered benefits. Oh my God! For Zhuo Xiaoduo, who valued wealth as much as his life, this was simply an itch to him. Although he knew that if he agreed, it might be super troublesome in the future. But he really could not refuse such a temptation. In the void destruction pagoda, the Wahuang sword was vibrating with all its might. Say yes. Say yes. You must say yes. You must say yes. That is a half-saint, a half-saint. Xiao kept jumping. Say yes. Say yes. In the divine sense space, Bai and Jiu were jumping crazily. Mama. Say yes. Mama. Say yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and rolled his eyes. He really wanted to say yes. He had already wanted to blurt out and say yes several times. But there is still the most important one, Xiaolong. I did not ask for his opinion, but this guy's obsession with benefits is no less than mine. His answer is obvious. But I'll still ask. First, I'll test the respect that I have for my companions. Xiaolong, do you think I should say yes? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very modest and asked very seriously. Although the greed in his heart had already risen so high that it blotted out the sky, if Xiaolong really said no, Zhuo Xiaoduo would still choose to refuse. Because although Xiaolong was also very greedy, and sometimes the characteristics of 9 feet higher sky were not inferior to his, this kind of spiritual creature that was formed by pure luck was often sensitive to the future or some fate to an extent that ordinary people could not imagine. Xiaolong hesitated and said, Boss, I really want to tell you not to say yes. But you can't refuse the benefits offered by this old man. Once you refuse, it will be a great hindrance to your future achievements. If you lose today's opportunity, even if you still have great achievements, it will be delayed for a long time. But now is the time to seize every second. In the end, there will only be returns if there is effort. But the troubles in the future, besides being unavoidable, will also not be small. There will only be returns if there is effort and vice versa. Zhuo Xiaoduo's lips twitched. Your words are equivalent to not saying anything. Isn't that why I'm hesitating? Boss, you should make the decision yourself. Xiaolong said apologetically, it's just a thought to make a choice. Right now, I'm still too weak. The change in front of us, or the choice you made in the future, is a matter of fate. I'm still far from reaching such a high level. Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more conflicted. If Wan Minxing was only talking about a few people or a certain part of them, Zhuo Xiaoduo would not need to ask for any conditions at all and would directly agree. If it was someone else who said this to Zhuo Xiaoduo would have already agreed regardless of whether he could do it or not. Zhuo Xiaoduo had not done things that he could do but not do. It was not the first time that he went back on his word. When the time came, he would just go back on his word. But in the face of such a respectable old man, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to deceive him in any way. If he agreed, he had to do it. If he did not agree, he had his own considerations. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoduo had another understanding. That was, Wan Minxing, a powerful person with such a high cultivation level, took the initiative to make this bet with him and place such a heavy bet. This meant that Wan Minxing must have foreseen something or confirmed something. At the very least, it was highly possible for him to reach that step. There was no doubt about this. Otherwise, Wan Minxing would not have brought up this matter so seriously. There were some things that the other party saw but he did not. This was a great injustice for the current situation. But this was a loss that he would have to suffer in silence. Because Wan Minxing would never explain the reason behind it. What Xiaolong said was that only with effort would there be rewards and vice versa. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo ponder deeply. With so many benefits, his cultivation base and strength would definitely improve greatly, and it would greatly shorten the time he needed to improve his strength. Now, wasn't he lacking time? Could it be that he was destined to jump into this trap? Wan Minxing looked at Zhou Xiaoduo seriously. Looking at his increasingly complicated expression, he said apologetically, "Young friend, I'm indeed forcing you to do something you don't want to do, and I even suspect that I'm threatening you. But I'm the only one left in the spirit clan in this world, and the only one who can be involved in karma with you at this stage. This bet is imperative." Just like in the past, Wu people, Gonggong and Hutu, the two great Zhu Wu, came to the spirit clan and made a promise with me to cut off a chance of survival for all living beings. I understand Elder Wan's considerations. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said seriously, "This bet, this karma, I'll take it. I agree. Thank you for your help, young friend." Wan Minxing's eyes were full of gratification and joy. He looked like he had put down a huge burden in his heart. Chapter 1032. Elder Wan, you're too polite. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and said, "Not to mention that the benefits you offered are extremely great, and I have no possibility of refusing at all. Just the fact that you've been discussing with me from the beginning to the end and didn't use your strength to force me is already a great favor. With your strength, it's not difficult to force me to agree and even make an oath to the heavenly Tao. After all, my life is now here. I have no choice but to compromise." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Elder, you're open and above board. If I don't take responsibility for it, it won't make sense." Wan Minxing was completely relieved. He laughed and said, "You're the one who's open and above board. I'm a little ashamed to be called that. Elder Wan, you're kind-hearted and treat all living beings well. Your merit is boundless. Everything should go smoothly. Then it's a deal." "It's a deal." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Do I need to make an oath to the heavenly Tao?" Wan Minxing chuckled. "A gentleman's word. Why should I restrain it? What's more, my heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on?" Zhou Xiaoduo immediately smiled. Not to mention that the Taoist heart was stable and the cycle of karma could not be violated, this trust alone was enough to make Zhou Xiaoduo feel very comfortable. Moreover, Wan Minxing's words just now made Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly have a strange feeling. It even made him feel that even without the previous conditions, Wan Minxing's casual words at this moment were completely worth it. "My heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on?" Zhou Xiaoduo chewed on these two sentences and felt that his cheeks were full of fragrance. It was as if the road in front of him had once again expanded infinitely. It was a kind of blank and endless road. It led straight to the boundless distance. What Wan Minxing said was, "My heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on?" However, Zhou Xiaoduo heard another meaning from this sentence. "This heart only belongs to me. How can the heavenly Tao rely on it?" At this moment, his heart surged and his state of mind underwent an indescribable change. It was as if it was a little different from before. An inexplicable aura of enlightenment emanated from Zhou Xiaoduo. Wan Minxing, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was immediately stunned. This was... Oh, how did he suddenly realize it? What did I just say? This kind of breakthrough in the state of mind only lasted for a very short period of time. It was almost like a flash of light. That was why it was called a flash of inspiration. Wan Minxing waited quietly, a carefree smile on his face. His state of mind had indeed improved, but this improvement would have to wait until he went out and stepped into the world of mortals again before he could truly feel the difference in his state of mind. He couldn't feel it here. This was perhaps the most peaceful place in the world, the place with the least amount of conflict. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo opened his eyes and said sincerely, "The sky is high and the earth is vast." Wan Minxing's eyes flashed with surprise again. Could it be that this brat had sensed something from here? This was not simple. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and said amiably, "Elder Wan, you just said that I have a grotto heaven treasure that can control time? How did you know?" Wan Minxing's eyes widened. This brat was good in every other aspect. His appearance was outstanding, and his comprehension was also outstanding. His temperament and wisdom were all excellent, but he was a little too practical. They had just settled the karmic bond between them and he was already asking for benefits. He was so anxious to ask for debts that it was as if he was afraid that he wouldn't give it to him. How could he be the kind of person who would go back on his words? He inexplicably felt that there was something wrong with his promise just now. This brat's character was very clear. As long as he felt at ease, he would be able to empty this place. Now it seemed that He really felt that taking things from this place and asking for benefits from this old man. His conscience was at ease that he had a bad feeling about this. You entered the room to practice but disappeared immediately. This is too obvious. I didn't notice it the first time. It was probably because I had been at ease for too long, and I didn't deliberately supervise you. But you disappeared twice in a row. With your cultivation, other than the fact that you have a grotto heaven treasure on you, there is no other possibility for you to disappear silently in front of me. This is also the biggest hidden danger when you travel the Jianghu in the future and face experts. Yes, I understand. Zhou Xiaoduo really understood. Not to mention anything else, just the pursuit of the Umno alliance this time was enough to prove it. Also, this so-called grotto heaven treasure, to be honest, this is the first time I've heard of this term. Can you tell me more about it in detail? And what is it about controlling time? Do all the so-called grotto heaven treasures have this kind of effect? Of course not. Space equipment can be roughly divided into several categories. The lowest level of storage space is small and doesn't have the ability to control the flow of time. In other words, it only has the ability to store things. This category mostly uses cloth bags as carriers, which are the so-called storage bags. The next level is the space equipment that can control the flow of time and has a relatively larger storage space. Because time doesn't flow in the internal space, it will be the same as what is put in and out. Naturally, it is more advanced. Most of them use rings as carriers, which are the so-called storage rings. And the higher level of space equipment. Well, the higher level shouldn't be described as equipment. It should be called a magic treasure. The internal space is vast and it forms a world of its own. It is another small world independent of the current world, so it is called a grotto heaven. This kind of magic treasure was common in the ancient times. Basically, every upper-level cultivator would refine a similar grotto heaven. But today it may be relatively rare. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help being fascinated. He asked, "You said that this kind of grotto heaven was common in the ancient times. What do you mean?" Wan Minxing didn't hesitate and explained in detail. The powerful people in the ancient times opened up their own space. They thought that their own Taoist rite and cave abode were trivial and not worth anything. In fact, the rare treasure in your hand, strictly speaking, was originally a low-level storage equipment with a larger space. Could only carry people in. The main carrier in its bones was just an ordinary treasure of heaven and earth. But you used your spirit as a guide to completely refine it, and it transformed. Then, you integrated a lot of treasures of heaven and earth, and even the chi of the earth and vein of the earth. That's why it had an essential transformation, right? Zhou Xiaoduo turned pale with fright. He prostrated himself on all fours and said, "You can see that?" It wasn't that Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't shocked. Wan Minxing's words had exposed the essence of the Tower of Destruction and even the root of its transformation. He had almost pointed out the existence of Xiaolong. How could Zhou Xiaoduo not be surprised? Wan Minxing said, "These are just trivial matters. As long as you come from a certain era or have some knowledge, you don't even need to see it. You can guess it just by guessing. With your current cultivation, you can indeed appear and disappear unpredictably with this method. If you meet a weak person or someone who is not much stronger than you now, they won't be able to find you. They will only be fooled by you. However, if you meet a top cultivator, they only need to grasp the moment when you disappear to let them know where you are. Even if your rare treasure is connected to your spirit, it will be of no use. It may even be worse. Once they use the position of the rare treasure to attack your spirit, it will be beyond the capacity of your rare treasure. Not only will the rare treasure be destroyed, but your spirit will also be destroyed. Then both your spirit and your spirit will be destroyed and you will be doomed eternally. Therefore, in my eyes, your trump card is too fragile. This is a fatal crisis." Wan Minxing smiled faintly. "When I mentioned that I would help you to perfect it, I was actually worried that you would die prematurely. Because once you encounter such a situation, people will definitely not allow you to run out again." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled embarrassedly. "Then I will have to trouble you later. I don't know what kind of improvement you will have after you perfect it." "Damn, so you are still afraid that I am not afraid of the dark and will run around looking for ghosts all day long. If I meet a tough person one day, I will lose my life." Wan Minxing smiled. "I can't guarantee anything else, but I can help you perfect it. At least, cultivators below the half-saint level won't be able to see the trace of the rare treasure you carry with you. Of course, if you meet a real dominator between heaven and earth, you will still have nowhere to hide. You still have to pay attention to this." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Why do you always think so highly of me? Is it so easy to meet a dominator? Even if I want to meet one, I'm afraid they will ignore me. By the way, how many people like this are there? Elder Wan frowned and said, since ancient times, there should not be more than 10 people. Then it will be fine. Zhuxiaoduo was relieved and said, it is not so easy to meet such people. Even if I meet one, I will be more careful. Wan Minxing laughed and said, I really don't know if I should hope that your cultivation will progress faster or slower. After all, if your cultivation is not enough, I am afraid that you will have no hope of meeting such a powerful person in your life. But if they want to meet you, it is just a matter of thought. Let's not talk about the small talk first. Take out your thing first, Elder Wan said. Zhuxiaoduo nodded and conjured the Void Destruction Pagoda. This thing had already become one with Zhuxiaoduo's spirit, and there was no distinction between them. It was true that a magic treasure would appear immediately with a thought. It is indeed the prototype of a spirit treasure. It is really a good treasure. Elder Wan's face was full of kindness and he praised with a smile. Then he entered the Void Destruction Pagoda with Zhuxiaoduo. The moment he entered, his body suddenly stiffened. Even with his heaven-defying cultivation, he was unable to control himself in that instant of rigidity. His self-restraint that spanned millions of years, and his state of mind that was originally as immovable as a mountain, all fell apart at this moment. His body stiffened and trembled, and his 2 eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. What did he see? What did he see? Chapter 1033. Wan Minxing couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just as he entered, a golden light flashed in front of him. Xiao flew up from the ground, circled around Wan Minxing quickly, and then stopped in front of Wan Minxing's eyes. She looked at Wan Minxing with her round eyes, full of confusion and a rare sense of intimacy. Zhao's little heart was a little confused. She seemed to feel that this white-bearded old man was quite nice, kind, and likable. From the bottom of her heart she felt a little close. Chirp, chirp. Zhao's eyes wandered. She hesitated, flapped her wings and flew up again. She looked at Wan Minxing from above, then flew down and squatted on the ground. She looked at Wan Minxing from below and then turned to look at his back. Finally, she returned to Wan Minxing's eyes again and stopped in mid-air to look at him. Chirp, chirp. Xiao called out hesitantly. He didn't know her at all, but why did she feel a little close? This made Jianghu a little confused. Whoosh. Xiao flapped her wings and flew to Wan Minxing's shoulder. She tried to jump on her 3 legs uneasily, and then seemed to feel that it was very safe here. Then she squatted down on Wan Minxing's shoulder, stuffed her head under her wings, and began to nap. Wan Minxing looked at Xiao in shock. Zhuxiaoduo also looked at Xiao in a daze. Except for himself, he had never seen Xiao so affectionate to anyone. She didn't even say hello to her mama, and directly landed on Wan Minxing's shoulder? Did she not see the old when there was a new person? She would be caught, hung up, and spanked. Wan Minxing suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhuxiaoduo with his deep eyes. He lowered his voice, full of shock and uncertainty, and said, Seventh prince? Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes and desperately denied, What 7th prince? She's clearly my baby. As if to prove Zhuxiaoduo's words, Xiao raised her head and called sweetly, Mama. Zhuxiaoduo beamed with delight. So it turned out that he didn't forget about his mama just because there was a newcomer. He was greatly comforted. Wan Minxing's originally stiff body became even stiffer. His face, which had never changed for millions of years, was now twitching. The muscles on his face were twitching and cramping. This old man must be senile. His eyesight had deteriorated to such an extent that even his hearing had deteriorated. Or perhaps, this was actually an illusion? This should be an illusion, right? This can't be real, right? Instantly, a disdainful divine sense came from the sky. This divine sense clearly conveyed a message. Is this old man an idiot? Why did he come in? You're just pretending to be a fool? Wan Minxing stiffly raised his head, his eyes bright. On the other side, a wisp of red light was flying back and forth in the sky. It was filled with the aura of a ruler and the might of an emperor. A pure and primitive demonic aura surged in the air. Wan Minxing suddenly opened his mouth wide. He couldn't close his eyes. Wasn't this the Wahuang sword? Her Majesty Empress was sword? Why was it here? The 7th prince was here and so was the Wahuang sword. It was already nonsense that his eyesight was blurred. He shouldn't have made a mistake even once, let alone twice in a row. Then this place. was definitely not an illusion. An illusion couldn't be so realistic. Unless it was an illusion set up by a saint, it couldn't make a half-saint like him fall deeply into it and feel lost without realizing it. But could Zhuo Xiaoduo be a saint? At least not now. Wan Minxing looked into the distance and saw two Providence mountains standing opposite each other in the distance. Between them was an almost boundless space in the distant domain that Wan Minxing only felt endless chaos in his mind, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. His body swayed and he held his forehead with his hand. I want to be alone. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. He hurriedly pulled out a chair and helped Wan Minxing sit down. After Wan Minxing sat down, he still felt that the world was spinning and he gasped for breath. There was no other reason but that it was too shocking. How could he be wrong about the Demon Emperor's seventh prince, who had once hidden under his branches and leaves for a long time and escaped with his life? How could he not recognize the Wuhuang sword, who had once commanded all the demons in the world, and where the sword pointed, hundreds of millions of demons would advance one after another without returning? Back then, when the Empress appeared, thousands of mountains bowed their heads and thousands of rivers worshipped her. None of the billions of demons dared to move. All the sovereigns respected her, and all the sovereigns of the various races bowed their heads. When the Wuhuang sword appeared, the mountains and rivers moved and the sky turned red. Back then, when the Empress appeared and moved forward in her imperial carriage, the Wuhuang sword opened the way in front. The sword light illuminated the 9 heavens, and it was glorious and unparalleled. Behind her, there were countless demons who were boundless and excited, and they seemed to drown the world together with her. It was only when the Empress' interest waned and she didn't want to play anymore that she disappeared in a flash. Only then did the world regain its peace. How awe-inspiring was that? How graceful and noble was that, with the supreme demeanor of a sovereign descending to the world. Even the 2 demon emperors had to bow their heads when they saw the Empress of Nuwa. Even the 3 pure ones had to treat her with respect. The people of the world were a little terrified. Now the demon emperor's 7th prince was here. The Empress Wuhuang's sword was also here. This Zhuo Xiaoduo was even sent here by Zhu Wuzhu Rong. What exactly was this kid's background? Although he had heaven-defying and peerless luck, wasn't it too complicated? The Wuhuang sword's consciousness was transmitted into Zhuo Xiaoduo's spiritual consciousness with disdain. Isn't this that grasshopper? How come you're so popular now? There was a hint of arrogance in its tone. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Who told you to come out and scare people? You're just a lousy sword. What are you showing off for? Go do what you're supposed to do." The Wuhuang sword snorted resentfully and said, "What kind of world is this? A lousy blade of grass can become a half-saint. How did it obtain the immeasurable merit? Don't tell me it's planning to become a saint through merit. What kind of world is this? Becoming a saint through merit is hard to come by. It's easy to disperse and disappear. It's almost the most difficult way to become a saint. Those without great luck can't get it. Moreover, their combat strength is only SOSO. Even if they really become a saint, they'll at most have the combat strength of a sage to be. But how can a lousy blade of grass do that? What kind of world is this?" The Wuhuang sword muttered to itself, feeling very indignant. However, he kept repeating the words "what kind of world is this" dozens of times before he finally shut his mouth in resentment. He was so indignant that he wanted nothing more than to take over. His indignation simply overflowed into the sky. Then, with a whoosh, it flew back to the top of the Demon Emperor's Chi Meridian. It emitted endless shadows and slowly descended majestically. For a moment, there seemed to be countless golden lights descending from the sky. A sword was right in the middle, infinitely majestic and solemn. Clang! It was inserted into the top of the mountain. The sword emitted tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the world. Well, in short, it was using all its strength, regardless of the cost, to pretend to be an incomparably high-end and classy poser. Wan Minxing gasped for breath for a long time before he finally reacted. He stood up and walked forward quickly, bowing respectfully to the Wuhuang sword. "Grasshopper greets Lord 13. Greetings to Her Majesty Empress Hua." Clang! The Wuhuang sword let out a sword cry that shook the world. It replied in the simplest way and then ignored Wan Minxing. And it was a little displeased. "I hate people calling me Lord 13 the most. In the Book of Divine Weapons, I'm ranked last. That every time I'm called Lord 13, I'll think of those guys in front of me. That it really pisses me off." This despicable grasshopper still deliberately mentioned it. It's obviously mocking me. Humph, if I'm at my peak, I'll immediately go down and chop this grasshopper to eat. Of course he was just thinking about it. In a martial artist's true cultivation, the one who reached the top was first. Elder One was respectful to him because of his past identity and his respect for Lady Nuwa. With his strength that had just recovered, if he really dared to cause trouble, Elder One would definitely beat him up over and over again. Therefore, after the Wuhuang sword acted pretentiously, it didn't dare to move anymore. It couldn't let others see through it. Wan Minxing stood up. Xiao had stayed on his shoulder for long enough. It rubbed its small sharp beak on Wan Minxing's face intimately twice. Then it flapped its wings and flew into the sky to play. With a whoosh, it turned into a grand sun true fire, jumping back and forth in the sky. It could be seen that Xiao was very excited. Didn't you see how it was dancing with joy? Although it didn't know why it was so excited, it was just happy. When it was happy, it naturally wanted to run like crazy to vent. Therefore it jumped back and forth endlessly. Wan Minxing stood there in a daze, looking at the two mountain ranges of Providence. He looked at the boundless expanse, watched Xiao fly since childhood, and watched the Wuhuang sword stand proudly in the wind. That finally, he let out a long breath. He muttered, could it be that the demons, Lady Nuwa, and the Wu people set up a trap long ago? Suddenly he felt extremely shocked in his heart. When he turned to look at Zhuoxiaoduo, his gaze suddenly became much deeper. Zhuoxiaoduo looked innocent. Elder Wan, what do you think of my space? Good. Excellent. Great. Wan Minxing praised it 3 times. He took a deep breath and said, your space. Although at the beginning of the structure, it's not in the true flow and is extremely shallow, with the refinement of your own divine soul and the combination of so much earth chi and dragon chi, it has reached the point of perfect integration. It's very close to the state when the sky was first opened. It already has the basic laws. It's far above ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens. Good, it's indeed good. It's really good. Wan Minxing finally came to his senses and said, let me perfect the last flaw for you. Before he finished speaking, a white light suddenly rose from his chi and shot straight into the sky. This sudden white light was filled with a kind of sacred aura. It was brilliant and glorious, shooting straight into the sky. Zhuoxiao's mind was shaken. This aura was very neutral and peaceful, but it was also very holy and glorious. This aura seemed to have purified the entire space of the Tower of Annihilation. He had never seen the power of the divine path. Although it was his first time seeing it today, he instinctively recognized it in his heart. This was the power of the divine path. Chapter 1034. The power of the people's livelihood was filled with compassion, kindness, vitality, gentleness, and far too much positive energy. This power was not a combat power. Although it was powerful, it was not suitable for combat. However, it was the most comforting and reassuring power attribute. The white light soared into the sky, and then turned into a dome at an unknown height. It slowly descended along the outer wall of the Tower of Annihilation. The white light from Wan Minxing's side continued to soar into the sky, and then it continued to descend. Zhuoxiaoduo clearly felt that the Tower of Annihilation was undergoing a huge change, but he could not tell what the specific change was. The 2 mountains of fortune also seemed to be changing, and they gradually shrank inch by inch. After a while, traces of purple chi appeared in the sky, but they disappeared in an instant and could not be seen. After about 10 minutes, Wan Minxing finally stopped, and the white light disappeared. Zhuoxiaoduo felt Xiaolong was so excited that he almost wanted to roll over and howl with joy. What's wrong? Zhuoxiaoduo asked in his divine mind. The Tower of Annihilation has been reborn. It's really been reborn. Xiaolong was so excited that he could not speak properly. The power of the divine path has strengthened the foundation of the Tower of Annihilation. The Tower of Annihilation now has the foundation of immortality. I just need to slowly perfect it bit by bit, and this will be a real world. Zhuoxiaoduo said, what's the use of this? How much better is it than before? What's the use? It's very useful. Xiaolong said, this is not a matter of how much, but a matter of great opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Boss, why are you so stingy? Zhuoxiaoduo coughed. Oh, look at how excited you are. I didn't take it to heart at all. Why are you being stingy? Xiaolong was speechless. Boss, I believe you didn't take it to heart. It's just that you don't understand, so you didn't take it to heart. If you understood, you would know what a rare opportunity it is today, and what a great favor you have received. What I did just now was equivalent to helping you create the world. Laying the foundation of creation. Do you know? Do you know? Sai, you don't know. Although nothing seemed to have changed on the surface, how could a world that could collapse at any time be the same as a world that could last forever? It wasn't just the difference between heaven and earth, it was the difference between heaven and earth. They were on completely different planes. Especially after being perfected by Elder One, no matter how powerful the person was, as long as he hid in the Tower of Void Destruction, he would not be able to detect his presence as long as he did not have the guidance of his blood essence and soul. Oh, the ignorant are truly fearless. Xiaolong was completely speechless. That kind of excitement that filled his entire soul was actually beaten down by Zhou Xiaoduo's attitude and couldn't get any more excited. It couldn't be helped. This boss's eyesight was too shallow. How embarrassing that their eyes were filled with sympathy as they looked at Wan Minxing. Old man, you've put in so much effort, but my boss doesn't even know what you're doing. There's a saying, charming eyes are for the blind. That's what you're doing now. It was a textbook interpretation of a common saying. Nothing could be more tragic than this. After making such a big fuss, Wan Minxing, who had contributed so much, could not help but feel a little tired even though his cultivation was extremely high. He sat on the chair to rest for a while and used his divine thoughts to feel the changes in the Tower of Void Destruction. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, basically everything that should be perfected can be achieved. The effect that I said can only be better in the future." "Elder Wan, you've worked hard," Zhou Xiaoduo said attentively. "It's my pleasure, it's my pleasure." Wan Minxing felt that this space was even better than what he had expected at first. There were even some mysteries that even he could not see through. However, those were Zhou Xiaoduo's privacy, so he naturally would not rashly expose it. And now, there was a faint feeling of awe in his heart, so it was not appropriate for him to ask. To be honest, if Wan Minxing had known that there were three-legged golden crows and Huang's sword in it, he would not have even repaired the Tower of Void Destruction. He did not even dare to mention it. If he messed up the deployment of the Demon Emperor and the plan of Her Majesty Empress, how could he bear it? But now that he had started it, he could only bite the bullet and continue with it. Xiaolong now knew that the person who came was a super powerful person that he had never seen before. He was afraid of being captured, so even though he was excited, he did not dare to show up. Not to mention that his excitement had been reduced by more than half by Zhou Xiaoduo's blow. After a short rest, when Zhou Xiaoduo was about to invite Wan Minxing out, Wan Minxing suddenly said, "Open the door." Zhou Xiaoduo obeyed and opened the door of the Tower of Void Destruction. Wan Minxing took a deep breath and waved his right hand. A whirlwind suddenly surged, and then, a brilliant green light suddenly bloomed above the Tower of Void Destruction. As the green light continued to bloom, the rich vitality of the entire heavenly spirit forest surged into the space of the Tower of Void Destruction with the force of a tsunami. At this stage, the Tower of Void Destruction was not small, but compared to the vast heavenly spirit forest, it was not even 1% of it. The green vitality in front of him was so dense that it almost condensed into a substance. It was like a huge green dragon that rushed in, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It quickly spread around the Tower of Void Destruction. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The vitality was unprecedentedly pervasive. Then Wan Minxing placed a seed of vitality in the air, and further gathered the vitality, causing the vitality to surge faster and faster. And as the vitality in the Tower of Void Destruction became richer and richer, it became fresher and fresher. Finally, Xiaolong could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. With a loud roar, his huge body rose into the air and greeted the green dragon in the air, and then he immediately took over the control. As Xiaolong took over, he deliberately controlled the dragon so that the vitality in the Tower of Void Destruction spread in an extremely uniform way. With Xiaolong's organized and regulated method, more and more vitality entered the Tower of Void Destruction, and gradually, a magnificent sea of vitality appeared in the Tower of Void Destruction. Burp. Looking at the sudden appearance of a green dragon in the air, Wan Minxing was stunned again, and he subconsciously opened his eyes wide. Originally, he had tried his best to overestimate Zhou Xiaoduo, but he realized that he still did not really understand this little guy. This little guy, time and time again, opened his eyes. Like the seventh prince of the demon clan, like the Huang sword, and now that was clearly the creator dragon. If Xiaolong maintained his original completely illusory form, no one would be able to see him. Even Elder One might be able to sense his existence, but he wouldn't be able to see through his roots. However, at this moment, after Xiaolong merged with the abundant green vitality, he appeared in front of everyone in a real state. With color, it was simply too eye-catching. A huge green dragon, with its head and eyes, scales and claws flying, was rolling in the air in high spirits. Wan Minxing was not blind, how could he not see it? This was a little ridiculous. No, not a little ridiculous, but too ridiculous. If Zhao's three-legged golden crow was the scheme of the demon clan, Zhu Wu's inheritance was the scheme of the Wu people, and the Huahuang sword was the chess piece of the empress, then what about the creator dragon? Could it be the heavenly axioms arrangement? Crack. Wan Minxing shut his mouth, lowered his head, and a trace of heartfelt horror flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the situation was still beyond his expectations. He originally planned to retreat when the vitality in the space of the Tower of Emptiness reached a certain level, leaving the seed of vitality here. It would naturally continue to emit vitality slowly consume it, and finally form a kind of balanced up. But after seeing Xiaolong, he silently changed his original intention, and did not stop pouring vitality. Continuous, endless vitality from the outside was let in without interruption. The situation in front of him continued, and Zuoxiaoduo also sensed that the vitality in the Tower of Emptiness was now thicker than the density in the small house outside. Moreover, it was still pouring in without any signs of slowing down. Elder Wan, it's about time. It's okay. I have a lot of this. Since you have a use for it here, just take it. Wan Minxing had no intention of stopping. He only knew one thing. In his life, perhaps, there was only one chance to make this kid in front of him owe him a favor. Since that was the case, then he would let him owe as much as he could. Now, the more he contributed, the better. Only with effort could there be a return. If he could make this guy feel embarrassed and unable to bear it, that would be even better. It would be best if Zuoxiaoduo himself felt very embarrassed. That would be great. Wan Minxing thought too much. Zuoxiaoduo was good at everything, but something like being embarrassed had really never happened to him. Even if he was like Elder Wan, he might feel grateful and a little embarrassed, but it was hard to say what he would think later. After all, someone was a real Pishio, the kind that only ate and did not shit. The vitality in the Tower of Emptiness was so dense that it made people's hair stand on end. Bai and Jiao, who were originally hiding in the spiritual sense space, could not bear it anymore. There was so much delicious food outside. They wanted to eat. Mama, we want to go out. Bai and Jiao were very clear about their identities. They knew that once they came out, they would definitely cause a new round of sensation. In the eyes of those who knew what they were, there was no doubt that they would be the root of a disaster. But the vitality outside was really too tempting. It was different from what they belonged to. It could be said that it was completely different. The two of them were the ancestors of vitality, while the one outside belonged to the ancestors of the mortal world's vitality. There was almost an essential difference between the two, but they still belonged to vitality. If the two sides were neutralized, the two little guys could use this to achieve great improvement and change. How could they not be tempted? But the two little guys knew how powerful it was, so they did not act on their own. Instead, they begged Zuoxiaoduo. That pitiful voice was pleading to Zuoxiaoduo. It was really indescribable and pitiful. Zuoxiaoduo's heart melted in an instant. Go out, it's okay. Elder Wan is a really good person. Chapter 1035. Zuoxiaoduo really didn't feel threatened by Wan Minxing. Zuoxiaoduo even felt close to Wan Minxing from the bottom of his heart. He was very relaxed. This was also the first time in history that Zuoxiaoduo recognized and trusted someone other than his parents and sister Nian in such a short period of time. The only one. Even Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others took much longer than this. Therefore, when faced with the request of the two Calabash children, he agreed almost immediately. After receiving Zuoxiaoduo's permission, Bai and Jiao both cheered. Let's go out and play. Thank you, Mom. The two little guys' voices were crisp and sweet. They were indescribably happy. They somersaulted a few times in the divine sense space and then rushed out eagerly. Therefore, in the extremely shocked eyes of Wan Minxing, he saw two little guys suddenly appear on top of Zuoxiaoduo's head. Round and round. Those were two calabashes. Yes, calabashes. Calabashes. I am Chow Calabash. Suddenly, Wan Minxing thought of something and his eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief and incredulity. A rush of blood suddenly rushed to his head. In an instant, his face was flushed red as if he was drunk. He didn't even blink his eyes. Even his breathing had completely stopped. In his mind, in a blank, there was lightning and thunder, the sky turned upside down, the stars exploded, the sun and the moon dimmed. Two calabashes. One was white, crystal clear, and filled with a kind of soft and gentle white. At first glance, it made people feel that it was extremely clean and elegant. The other was black, shiny and transparent. It was a kind of extreme introverted and filled with a profound atmosphere. Both calabashes were very small and very tender. It gave people the feeling that these two calabashes were not fully grown yet. That was probably the feeling. As the two calabashes floated out, they happily somersaulted in the air, chasing each other and laughing occasionally. That kind of happiness, that kind of freedom, that kind of excitement actually affected Wan Mingxing's state of mind. At this moment, Wan Mingxing's eyes were the largest they had ever been. They were shocked again and again, but they never thought that there would be such a huge shock at the end. At this moment, the shock in his heart had reached a point where he could not control it at all. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Looking at the 2 gourds in the air, which were swallowing and playing in the boundless life force, he said in a weird voice, "Is that the number 1 treasure of the prehistorical era? Innate spirit root bottle gourd? How could this be? How is this possible?" Zhuo Duo was puzzled. "Master Wan, what's wrong?" These 2. That gourd is yours?" Wan Mingxing pointed at Bai and Jiao with a trembling finger. His eyes were bloodshot. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable happen right before his eyes. If one were to describe it, it would be a modern man who saw someone who had died with his own eyes suddenly walk over to talk to him in broad daylight. It was probably the feeling of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Before Zhuo Duo could answer, they heard Bai's tender voice. "Mommy, I'm so happy today. Come and play with us too." Zhuo Duo smiled happily. "You two play first. Mommy has something to do." "Okay." Bai and Jiao answered crisply. Then the 2 calabashes flew freely in the air. They were too happy, too comfortable, too happy. Completely different but extremely pure life force emerged from Bai and Jiao's bodies. Then, the life force in this space was swallowed by the 2 calabashes. At the side, Xiaolong was so excited that he was trembling all over. "Oh, this is great." This time he had truly struck gold. This was an unprecedented combination of heaven and earth. It was truly unprecedented in history. Even though the great god of creation, Pangu, sacrificed everything in exchange for this vast world outside, it was still far from achieving the miraculous combination of heaven and earth and the fusion of life force. No, this kind of situation, no matter which world it was, did not have such a miraculous creation. This was because heaven and earth could only be combined in a state of chaos, and there were no living beings in that state. But this space of his own had achieved it. From the beginning to the end, this space had been controlled by someone. And before everything had begun, there was already the creator dragon. Before heaven and earth were developed, there was already a huge amount of life force and fate. And now, with the addition of the Khanate calabash, there was an innate life force. Originally, Xiaolong thought that this kind of treatment was already unprecedented, and there was no comparison in all the 3,000 worlds. However, he had never thought that Zhuo Duo would be chosen by Zhu Rong ancestral magus to be his successor, and that he would be thrown into the territory of a pre-saint who had saved the world. Xiaolong felt like his heart was about to explode from the ecstasy. Fortunately, he was just an illusion, a dragon of fate. If he had a real body, his dragon heart would have exploded long ago. He was so excited that he could not be any more excited. If Xiaolong was as ecstatic as he was, then Wan Mingxing was as shocked as he was. He clutched his chest and slowly sat down on the chair, panting heavily like a bellows. His eyes were round and straight, staring at Bai and Jiao in the sky. What was going on? Khanate bottle gourds. Weren't there only 7 of them? And didn't those 7 already have owners? It was publicly acknowledged that Khanate spirit roots existed before the heavens were created, and after a trillion years of nurturing, there were only 7 bottle gourds. There were only 7. There couldn't be more. And it was said that these 7 bottle gourds, to a certain extent, were the same number as the 7 saints of the primordial era. There couldn't be more. What? Why were there 2 more now? These 2, one white and one black, were never seen before? Were they newly born? This was completely impossible. Moreover, even if the Khanate bottle gourd vine sprouted and produced 2 more bottle gourds, Wan Mingxing would not be shocked to such an extent. But why were these 2 bottle gourds called Zhuo Duo Mama? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. In Elder Wan's opinion, The only possibility was that the bottle-gourd vine had seen Zhou Xiaoduo. However, when it saw Zhou Xiaoduo, it was much earlier than him. At that time, these two little bottle gourds had not yet grown up. However, the bottle gourd vine had already seen Zhou Xiaoduo's soaring providence. Then, the bottle gourd vine did not want to miss this opportunity, so it paid a huge price and gave its children to Zhou Xiaoduo to raise. However, what kind of opportunity, what kind of providence, and what kind of coincidence could make the bottle gourd vine willingly hand over its children? Those were two children who were still ignorant, who had not grown up, and who did not know any better. What kind of opportunity could make a mother hand over her 2- or 3-year-old children to be raised by someone else? And it was not a situation where she could not afford to raise them. Even if she was the richest person in the continent and the strongest person in the continent, such a mother, who was at the peak of the continent in terms of martial strength, wealth, and reputation, was willing to hand over her children to a young man who was nothing to raise. What did this mean? This was truly frightening to think about. This request was even more important than the one he had made today. It was definitely not the slightest bit inferior. Then he thought. The creator dragon. The small world that had already taken shape. The Wuhuang sword was actually guarding here. The 7th prince of the demon emperor called Zhou Xiaoduo Mama. The 2 Khanate bottle gourds also called Zhou Xiaoduo Mama. All of this was abnormal, too abnormal. Hiss. Wan Mingxing suddenly realized that the investment he made today and the promise he received must be the most correct decision in his life. Unbeknownst to him, he was hugging a leg that couldn't be any thicker than this. At this moment, Wan Mingxing suddenly felt a sense of regret. He regretted his actions. He should not have made that karma agreement with Zhou Xiaoduo. After making the karma agreement, as long as Zhou Xiaoduo reached the agreement, then the karma would be gone, and the favor would also end cleanly at that time. But if he did not make the agreement and just made friends, the spirit clan would probably get much more than what they agreed on in the future. Because although Zhou Xiaoduo's temperament was weird, stingy, eccentric, and sometimes made people want to slap him to death, but this guy was a person who valued friendship. In Zhou Xiaoduo's heart, friendship was definitely more important than the promise of karma. He had miscalculated. Wan Mingxing sighed softly, only feeling countless emotions rolling in his heart. For a moment he did not know what he was thinking. The Wuhuang sword flew back and forth in the air. The 3-legged golden crow flew in the air to its heart's content. One moment it turned into a ball of flame, and the next moment it circled in the air. A green dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail. 2 little bottle gourds were playing, shaking their heads happily. Today in the Void Extermination Pagoda, it was like a New Year's wedding. All kinds of happy events were gathered together. It was unprecedentedly lively. Zhou Xiaoduo was also exultant. Only Wan Mingxing, the person who had made the biggest contribution to this happy event, was stunned from the beginning to the end. He only felt that his heart was filled with blood time and time again, hovering on the edge of exploding again and again. Until he came out of the Void Extermination Pagoda, Wan Mingxing was still in a daze. His face was shocked to the point of numbness, and the state of being in a daze did not go away for a long time. His state of mind that had been tempered for millions of years, as still as a mountain, could not be calmed down at this moment. Elder Wan? Elder Wan? Zhou Xiaoduo called out a few times. Chapter 1036. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Wan Mingxing felt that he must have no demeanor at this moment. The demeanor and grace that he had accumulated for millions of years were all gone. But at this moment he couldn't care about anything. Because until now, he still felt that his eyes were dazzled by the colorful lights in front of him. He was almost infatuated and turned inside out. He thought deeper in an instant. Since the 2 black and white gourds were here, and they were so dependent on Zhou Xiaoduo, it could only prove that, or it could be said that the source of the dominator of heaven and earth had recognized Zhou Xiaoduo's fate. That was why he entrusted the 2 gourds to Zhou Xiaoduo. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's attitude towards the 2 small gourds, and even towards the 3-legged golden crow, it was a sincere affection from the bottom of his heart. This was the level of the dominator of heaven and earth's chess pieces. Imperceptibly, they would be bound to you by karma that could no longer be severed. Compared to forcefully binding others, this method of manipulation was extremely costly, but the effect was minimal. The difference between the 2 was simply too great. Ashamed of his inferiority. Ashamed of his inferiority. What should we do next? Wan Minxing was still thinking about the two gourds, the Wahuang sword, the three-legged golden crow, and the creator dragon. These were the chess pieces set up by the mighty dot, so much so that his words were a little light. Of course, we should continue to practice the primordial fire technique. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Elder Wan, let's take a break and then start. We still have to go to the Tower of Annihilation to practice. The flow of time inside is quite different from the outside world. The current Tower of Annihilation had been optimized by Wan Minxing, and its performance could be said to have improved further. Of course, the optimization this time was more in the aspect of concealment, and the progress in other aspects was relatively limited. However, after Xiaolong's integration of statistics, now 1 day outside was equivalent to 90 days in the Tower of Annihilation, which was a full 3 months. And such a terrifying progress was relatively limited in other aspects. Zhou Xiaoduo was trying to figure it out as he waved his hands and lifted his feet. He imagined integrating it into his moves and waited for Xiaolong to integrate the time and space of the Tower of Annihilation. Wan Minxing leaned back in his chair quietly. His face looked calm as if he was taking a nap. Nothing was bothering him. But in reality, his heart was in a perilous situation, and he was trying his best to calm himself down. Just relying on 1,000,000 years of mental stability was no longer enough. The more Zhou Xiaoduo gestured, the more he felt like he had gained something but lacked a flash of insight. And at this moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the boundless sky. Then, thunder rumbled from afar, rolling back and forth in the sky. A deafening clap of thunder rang out, startling Wan Minxing out of his thoughts. He looked up in surprise. The tree leaves and branches that covered the entire sky sensed Wan Minxing's confusion and automatically scattered, revealing a patch of the sky. At this moment, dark clouds surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was still moving his arms and legs, felt a wave of enlightenment rise. It seemed that he had a new understanding of his hammering technique. An impulse arose in his heart, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. With a swoosh, he took out the 99 cat hammer from his space ring. Then he leaped into the air and smashed down with his hammer. Then, another hammer, another hammer, another hammer, another hammer. It felt more and more perfect. I'm too awesome. Ha ha ha. Ah. Bai and Jiao cheered as they leaped out of the divine sense, turning into 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, that shot into the 2 hammers. For a moment, the white light and the black aura intertwined in the air. The energy of yin and yang surged endlessly in the air, and the gates of hell began to take shape. Thunderclaps continued to ring out in the sky. After a long while, an even louder explosion rang out. In reality, the shadows of 2 sledgehammers suddenly appeared in the sky, and then suddenly rushed down on their own. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. What's going on? What's going on? I'm just dancing with my hammers. You've already reached your limit by using wind and thunder in the sky. Why are you making a pair of hammers to match the situation? Are you kidding me? However, before he could think about it carefully, a pretty little girl in white appeared on the left hammer of the 99 cat hammer, and a chubby little boy in a doo-doo appeared on the right hammer. The 2 little guys giggled and suddenly looked up at the sky, opening their mouths at the same time. The 2 sledgehammer phantoms in the sky were originally rushing toward the 99 kitty hammer, but Little White and Little Jiao opened their mouths and swallowed them into their stomachs. They were intercepted. Thunder roared in the sky as if it was angry. This is for the hammers. Why are you swallowing it? The shadows of the 2 gourds suddenly rushed out of the hammers. 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, soared into the sky in an unprecedentedly arrogant and domineering manner, heading straight for the dark clouds in the sky. Why are you striking thunder? You're so annoying. How dare you criticize us? However, the heavenly wrath did not dare to offend them lightly. The boundless dark clouds in the sky immediately reacted. With a muffled boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, heading straight for the 2 little guys. All of this happened too suddenly. The 2 little guys challenged the heavenly wrath and even approached the clouds on their own. Zhou Xiaoduo did not have time to react at all. Elder One finally reacted. However, even though his cultivation was amazing, he was not good at fighting. He could not react in time to such a sudden change. Seeing the lightning approaching the 2 little guys, he was already half a step too late to save them. Seeing the heavenly wrath and the lightning approaching, the Jiao opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning into its stomach. Then it continued to rush up. Elder Wan, who was ready to help, and Zhou Xiaoduo, who had just reacted, were both dumbfounded. What kind of twist was this? That was the heavenly wrath, and it swallowed it. The two gourds rushed up to the sky aggressively. A strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping up the dust. With a whoosh, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rose and the wind grew stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant the sky became clear again. Only then did Little White and Little Joe land unwillingly. They let out a smug cry that said, "Don't run if you have the guts," showing off their arrogance and flaunting their might. Then, with a whoosh, they went back into the 99 Kitty Hammer, digesting the essence of the two hammers and further merging with the 99 Kitty Hammer. This. Zhuxiaoduo was so shocked that he did not know what to say. My son and my daughter are so amazing? The lightning that represents the heavenly wrath was swallowed just like that? On the other hand, Wan Minxing's expression returned to calmness. He was not surprised at all. After all, he had a cultivation of 1,000,000 years. In an instant he understood the reason. The heavenly wrath was incomplete, and the prehistoric spiritual treasure, the Khanate gourd, was a special existence like the illegitimate child of the heavenly wrath. Facing the incomplete aura of the heavenly wrath, not only would they not be afraid, but they would also feel a natural suppression. Everything happened so suddenly that it became a matter of life and death. Elder One did not have time to think carefully, so he wanted to come to their rescue. When Zhuxiaoduo picked up the 99 Kitty Hammer again, he immediately felt that the hammer was different. It had a kind of aura. As heavy as a mountain, as heavy as a prison, and as ferocious to the extreme. It was as if a pair of weapons for battle had completely transformed into weapons for killing. Weapons of war and weapons of slaughter were of completely different natures. If it had not been baptized by the blood of countless souls, even if it was a top-grade divine weapon, it would not be born with such an aura. Casually picking it up, Zhuxiaoduo could feel that if he used the 99 Kitty Hammer to use the 1,000-soul hammer in battle again, its power would be improved qualitatively. It was a transformation of a completely different level. My young friend, from now on this pair of hammers will be immortal. Wan Minxing stood aside, with deep worry and sorrow in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the pair of hammers, but what he saw in his mind was the monstrous waves of blood that would be smashed by the hammers in the near future. Countless heroes and warriors of various clans would be turned into dead souls under this pair of hammers. Elder Wan, what do you mean? Zhuxiaoduo humbly asked for advice. Before the two gourds entered, these two hammers were only lethal weapons in the human world. But after the two gourds were invested in, they were already divine weapons in the heavens, belonging to the level of spiritual treasures. They will grow with the growth of the gourds. It can even be said that when the two gourds were invested in, they were already natural spiritual treasures. Their foundation was solid and they only needed to be polished for a long time. But this time, the hammer souls entered and were refined by the two gourds at the first moment. It means that all the conditions are now met. Moreover, each of them has a quality beyond the established. In the future, this pair of hammers will not only be a top-grade natural spiritual treasure in the divine weapon ranking list, and their ranking will not be too far behind. Wan Minxing said earnestly, "My young friend, innate spiritual treasures are otherworldly spiritual objects born from the creation of heaven and earth. They are the purest immortal objects in the world. But your pair of hammers, because of their special roots and various opportunities, have become immortal objects. At the same time, they possess the attributes of killing weapons. My young friend, I hope that when you use these killing weapons in the future, you will not act recklessly. You must always have compassion in your heart." Zhuxiaoduo agreed and nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, I often have mercy in my heart now. I always think that I can't leave my family alone. My parents are old and need me to take care of them. Nian Cat needs me even more, so I can't let anything happen to her. I have to kill all my enemies without leaving any consequences. That's the greatest mercy in my heart." Zhuxiaoduo said sadly, "Now I'm really doing things with a merciful heart. I'm fighting with a merciful heart. I pity the people of my world who have so many worries. I pity my enemies who have such a long lifespan. The world is too bitter and difficult. It's better to send them away as soon as possible. That's my greatest merit." Wan Minxing was dumbfounded. "You are so merciful. So you don't leave any consequences." "Well, it seems that I don't really understand the meaning of the word mercy, that it's my lack of talent and knowledge." Looking at Zhuxiaoduo's self-righteous face when he spoke, it was clear that he really thought so. This kind of self-righteousness was simply Wan Minxing could not understand. The interior of the Tower of Annihilation has returned to normal. Shall we start practicing the elemental fire technique now? Zhuxiaoduo was full of urgency. Okay. Cough cough. Chapter 1037. In the outside world, 3 days and 2 nights had passed. In this period of time, a total of 225 days had passed inside the Tower of Annihilation. Zuoshaoduo had raised his cultivation to the peak of the God-reigning stage in one go and suppressed it to the limit of 56 times. The second level of the Flaming Sun Manual, Red Sun and Golden Sun, had not only reached the peak, but was also about to enter the third level, Clear Sky Great Sun. And the most gratifying thing was that the elemental fire technique could be considered to have reached the entry level. It was worthy of being Zhu Wu's natal cultivation technique. With Zuoshaoduo's peerless talent and the fact that he was a cheater himself, it took him nearly a year to reach the entry level. Also, with the help of Wan Mingxing's protection, Zuoshaoduo successfully triggered the Jade Pendant and channeled it into his sea of consciousness. Unsurprisingly, the Jade Pendant contained Zhu Wu Zhurong's lifetime of cultivation and battle comprehension. Zuoshaoduo skimmed through it quickly and was greatly enlightened and shocked. It turned out that there was such a way of fighting. Now, Zuoshaoduo had begun to absorb the elemental fire. The elemental fire that had turned into a secret manual had been completely absorbed by Zuoshaoduo and turned into the foundation of the elemental fire technique. Then he turned to absorbing the Zhurong primordial fire that had been preserved by Wan Mingxing for countless years. Even though the fire energy in Zuoshaoduo's body had accumulated to an unimaginable level, when faced with the Zhurong primordial fire, he still felt that he could not control it and could lose control at any time. Especially when his fire power encountered the Zhurong true fire, not only did it fail to control the fire with fire, but it also instinctively shrank back, seeming to want to leap back into the Zhurong true fire. However, the Zhurong primordial fire was like the king of fire, burning neither fast nor slow. From beginning to end, it had a look of disdain. Cold and reserved. Zuoshaoduo tried again and again, but he was still unable to fuse them. Fortunately, he had Elder Wan's guidance and knew about Zhurong's true fire in advance. Although he failed again and again, he did not feel depressed. Failure is the mother of success. As long as you succeed in the end, who cares what happened in the past? The history books are written by the victors. Zuoshaoduo secretly made up his mind. After I successfully assimilate and subdue the Zhurong Jinhua, I will say that I have subdued the Zhurong Jinhua in one go. As soon as the Zhurong Jinhua sees my face, it will take the initiative to submit to me. It will be obedient and obedient. Let me do whatever I want and show off my charisma as the chosen one. What's the use of ignoring him now? At that time, I'll be able to use it however I want. Zuoshaoduo made up his mind and began cultivating again to increase his foundation before continuing his attempts. So far, Zuoshaoduo had tried more than 10 times. Finally, he felt that they were on par. However, the Zhurong Jinhua was still unwilling to cooperate. It still waited arrogantly with no intention of compromising. Zuoshaoduo felt a headache coming on. Elder Wan, this fire is too annoying, isn't it? I have clearly exceeded the cultivation level it needs. Zuoshaoduo was very dissatisfied. It's like an ice beauty. It's clear that someone has met her requirements to find a partner, but she's still trying to be reserved. Wan Mingxing smiled bitterly. Young friend, you should really feel lucky. An ice beauty naturally thinks highly of herself. If it weren't for your fire attribute cultivation and extraordinary attainments, as well as the foundation of the Yuanhua technique, your roots would be no different from the Zhurong Jinhua. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to. Why do you think Zhurong is called the god of fire? Why is he the king of all fires and flames? Isn't it because of the Zhurong Jinhua in his bones? As long as you absorb this Zhurong Jinhua, it's the same as reaching the sky in one step. You can immediately build the Jinhua foundation, form the Jinhua embryo, and reach the starting point of Zhu Wu Zhurong. That's the beginning of the next generation of Zhu Wu. How can it be a small matter? How is it different from paving the way to the sky in one go? People should know how to be content. But this is too slow. Zuoshaoduo was a little worried. As the saying goes, a woman is afraid of a man who pesters her. Sincerity can move metal and stone. You must be patient. Wan Mingxing had been led astray by Zuoshaoduo. He even said that a woman was afraid of a man who pesters her. Zuoshaoduo faced the Jinhua and threatened. But you've been together for more than 200 days and you're still so reserved. You're obviously pretentious. I don't like it. Love will disappear. Student Jinhua, if you continue to be so reserved, I won't be able to pursue you anymore. Zhurong's Jinhua burned slowly, but he still ignored him. Zuoshaoduo finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, Elder Wan, I don't think we can follow your method anymore. The progress is too slow. If we wait for him to become more approachable and condescending, how long will that take? Well, by the way, you said that you spent a lot of effort to separate this Jinhua from his body. This is the kind of painstaking effort in your bones, right? It happens once in 12 years. If you use this method, it'll take you at least tens of thousands of times. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fuck it. Zhuo Duo gritted his teeth and rubbed his palms. Whether it's willing or not, I'm going to fuck it. Wan Minxing was shocked. Don't force it. You have to be patient and influence it bit by bit. One day it'll fall into your arms. You have the foundation of the Jinhua, so it won't take that long. Your current progress. You better take a break. As he spoke, Zhuo Duo grabbed the slowly burning Zhu Rong's Jinhua and said angrily, How long are you going to be reserved? I'm running out of patience. I'm going to force myself on you today. Zhu Rong's Jinhua burned slowly, but he was still cold and reserved. Zhuo Duo was furious. Are you looking down on me? So the Jinhua opened his mouth and swallowed Zhu Rong's Jinhua. He really forced himself on Jinhua. Jinhua was swallowed in one gulp. Wan Minxing burped and widened his eyes. This kid is courting death. Oh whoa. Zhuo Duo let out a painful howl from his throat, but he kept his mouth shut. He used the primordial fire and true fire to forcefully compress it, and then drove it towards his dantian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhuo head, hands, feet, facial orifices, and even his back began to emit flames. Plumes of black smoke rose from the countless pores on his body. However, he kept his mouth shut and gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. Wan Minxing was dumbfounded. This was the true fury of Zhu Rong. How could he be so reckless? Were they courting death? Once Zhu Rong's primordial fire was fully ignited, it would be an extreme eruption from within his body. His entire body would be incinerated by the primordial fire, and his soul would be completely destroyed. However, when he saw that Zhuo's entire body was burning red, he knew that there was no turning back. He did not dare to disturb him and could only continuously inject life force into Zhuo Duo to strengthen the vitality of his body and help suppress the primordial fire. To Wan Minxing's surprise, this ball of Zhu Rong's primordial fire only resisted slightly after being treated so rudely. Then it followed Zhuo's meridians and entered his dantian. Nothing out of the ordinary happened throughout the entire process. It obediently followed. Then, in his dantian, all the energy began to revolve around this ball of fire and began to fuse and integrate into one. Wan Minxing watched with his mouth agape, at a loss of what to do. What was going on? Wasn't this too ridiculous? He did not know that Zhuo Duo was most afraid of death. He had always adhered to the principle of not fighting a battle or taking risks that he was not confident in. It could be said that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. The reason why he was so reckless was because he had referred to Zhu Rong's lifetime of combat and cultivation experience and concluded a principle. This Lord Zhu Rong's actions could be described with one word: reckless. No matter what was in front of him, no matter how strong the enemy was, no matter how many enemies there were, no matter whether he could defeat them or not, there was only one word to describe it: reckless. Who cares? If he could defeat them, he would fight. If he could not defeat them, he would fight even more. This was the kind of guy he was. He had been reckless his entire life. If you wanted to use gentle methods to slowly coax and influence the primordial fire inheritance left behind by such a person, although there was a possibility of success at the very least, you would have to coax it for hundreds of thousands of years, just like Elder Wan, who had been licking his boots for hundreds of millions of years. However, there was no one like Zhuo Duo who would directly cook the rice and force himself on the primordial fire before talking about the follow-up. As expected. As soon as it entered his throat, Zhuo Duo felt it. As expected, this was the case. Although he said no, in reality he had already approved of it. He just stood there and did not take the initiative. After all, Zhuo Duo had the foundation of the primordial fire art and a fire attribute cultivation body. It was a perfect match for Zhu Rong's primordial fire. There was no better combination. On the surface, the two sides did not interfere with each other. However, in reality they were already dry firewood and raging fire. They were only waiting for one side to take the initiative. Then they would immediately become entangled in each other and hit it off. The cold and aloof demeanor would disappear in an instant and turn into lovey-dovey love. She lived a prosperous life. Although the worries of the people's livelihood were based on his experience, who said that experience was always right. In reality, if he really could not absorb it, Duo would definitely spit it out immediately. Why would he take the huge risk of burning himself to ashes to absorb it? He even directly absorbed it into his dantian. Was that something that someone who was afraid of dying would do? That would be ridiculous. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the people, Duo only took 1 day and 1 night to complete the fusion of the spiritual energy in his body and Zhu Rong's primordial fire. His red skin slowly returned to normal. However, his hair, the fine hairs on his body, and the other hairs on his lower body were all burned clean in the process. Even some skin flakes were rustling down. However, the skin that was exposed now had almost no pores on it. It was white with a tinge of red. It was different. It was indescribably likable and enviable. At this moment, even a lady with the best skin would feel inferior when compared to Duo. However, Duo was also cursing in his heart at this moment. It was not the first time that his entire body was shedding his hair. However, the shedding was so severe that he had been sitting cross-legged the whole time. All the hair on his body had turned into powder and landed in his crotch. Now, there was a small handful of all kinds of powder in his crotch. As long as he stood up, the powder would definitely fall down his thighs and calves. This was unprecedented. Chapter 1038. Moreover, no one had seen him in a similar state before. Now that he was in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, people like Elder Wan, Huang Sword, Xiao Bai, and Jiu were all there. How could he let them see through his embarrassing image? How could he still have any face left? Duo practiced seriously while looking at Wan Minxing out of the corner of his eye. It was said that when people got older they would more or less have frequent urination. Why didn't Elder Wan say that he wanted to go to the toilet? What happened to the saying that old people were shrewd? At this moment, Wan Minxing looked at Duo with burning eyes, ready to help at any time. Even if the fusion was completed, the power of Zhu Rong's true fire was something that Wan Minxing would never forget in his life. Could Duo really digest it? Could he? He couldn't be careless. After a long time, Duo couldn't help but stand up quickly, stomping his feet and saying, "I finally succeeded. It's so comfortable." Before his voice died away, he had already walked out. Behind him, Xiao stood on 3 legs where Duo originally stood, looking at the gray and white thing on the ground in a daze. What was this? It seemed to have fallen out of his mother's pants. He tilted his head and looked at it for a long time, but he didn't understand. So he pecked it with his sharp beak. Ba ba ba. Xiao vomited crazily. Wan Minxing almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It was a saying that old people were shrewd. How could he not see what this kid was doing? This anecdote was enough for him to laugh for a while or maybe for a lifetime. However, this little thing, this little embarrassment, was the most normal and common thing in the process of marrow cleansing after a great improvement in cultivation. For example, when demons shed their skin and evolved, they directly left the entire surface of their body. In comparison, the little residue left by Duo was nothing. It was just a manifestation of his shallow cultivation and shallow knowledge. However, the matter of the 7th prince eating the residue could make him laugh for a while. Wan Minxing was really kind. He acted like he didn't see anything and just walked over. He even congratulated him happily and hid this joke in his heart. Duo heaved a sigh of relief. If it were Li Qinglong and the others, they would probably treat this as a joke and laugh at him for a few years or even for half of their lives. Elder Wan is still the honest one. Touching his bald head, Duo was still feeling melancholy. Since the last time he had become bald while practicing martial arts, he had been bald from time to time. Moreover, his whole body was bald from head to toe. It had only just grown out. And all kinds of hair. Cough, it had only been a few days and it was all gone. What was most melancholy was that even his eyebrows were gone. Of course his eyelashes were gone as well. Needless to say, it was difficult to blink his eyes. Duo sighed from the bottom of his heart. This was probably the price of success, the trouble of growing up. I'm bald again. There's a description, like a peeled egg. That should be the description of me. Now, I'm completely Azure Dragon. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a thought. I wonder when Yin Cat cleanses her meridians and marrows. I can't think about it. When the time comes, I'll find a chance to sneak a peek. Roar. Duo suddenly became happy. He squinted his eyes and smiled wretchedly. Next, Duo continued to stay in the space of the Tower of Annihilation and continued to cultivate. At most, he would come out occasionally to chat with Wan Minxing and drink tea. With such a high efficiency of cultivation, his strength naturally continued to grow. Following the initiation of the elemental fire art, Zhou Xiaoduo discovered that the growth of his strength was like heaven and earth compared to before. It was impossible to compare. It was as if he was going up a level every few days. Coming out to drink Elder Wan's tea every day also made him feel more and more awake and clear-headed. What's more, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that his impending breakthrough in cultivation made his ambition grow bigger and bigger. On this day he suddenly thought of something. It seemed that there was no better opportunity than now to integrate the creation plate. Through these few days of free time, Zhou Xiaoduo suspected that Elder One might be the most powerful person in the astral souls at this time. Maybe even above the Flood Witch. Then, if he didn't take advantage of the fact that such a powerful person was beside him, when would he complete the integration? Elder One, you're experienced and knowledgeable. I have something that I need your help with. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled flatteringly. What? This. Zhou Xiaoduo took out a corner of the creation plate. I want to integrate this. The creation plate. Wan Minxing originally thought that he had been shocked to the extreme these few days, especially after the 2 gourds. What else could this kid have that could surprise him? It was already an innate spiritual treasure, so it had to be an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. What else could there be with an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure with the slaughter attribute? But the moment he looked at it, another unexpected thing appeared in front of him. There are 4 extremes in the sky, and the Azure Dragon guards the east. This is the Azure Dragon Sage's creation plate? You said you want to integrate it? Then you have the main plate of the creation plate with you? Are you serious? Wan Minxing's eyeballs were completely hanging out of their sockets. Yes, his original body was a spiritual plant, so it was understandable that some of his actions were beyond the scope of human abilities. What awaited Zhou Xiaoduo would be the destruction of his physical body and soul, consigned to eternal damnation. However, he was very obedient and resisted. If this wasn't the path of fortune, then what was? This kid was really too careless. How could he take out something like this so casually? But he probably didn't know what it was. In that case, I'll break through to the profound returning realm first. Zhou Xiaoduo was very open-minded. If he couldn't merge with the creation plate, then so be it. Alright, I'll stand guard for you. Remember, this thing is not allowed to appear in front of anyone in the future. Wan Minxing warned solemnly. Yes, I'll remember. Don't take it out in front of me. What Seeing this thing, even a saint would turn into a bandit. Damn it. Zhou Xiaoduo was scared. A day later, Zhou Xiaoduo walked out of Wan Minxing's courtyard quickly. After a few steps, he realized that the environment behind him had changed. When he looked back, he couldn't see where the small courtyard was anymore. Thank you. Zhou Xiaoduo bowed deeply in the direction of his memory, then turned around and strode away. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.